Chapter 684. High up in the sky. Lu Xingchen whispered, "Brother Qin, are you thinking about the first prince?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head in silence. Fatso pursed his lips. "What's there to think about the first prince?" Lu Xingchen said, "Didn't you hear what Xing Wanli said just now? The first prince is now the crown prince." Crown prince? Fatso raised his eyebrows. Moreover, the first prince must have received the emperor's approval as the crown prince and even announced it to the world. Otherwise, Xing Wanli wouldn't have dared to say it in front of us. Lu Xingchen added. Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang with concern. "Boss, are you okay? If you're unhappy, we'll find a chance to kill the first prince." Wolf King's eyes flashed coldly. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen immediately staggered and almost fell from the sky. "I didn't pull you in, what are you afraid of?" Wolf King rolled his eyes. Lu Xingchen was speechless. "Do you know what it means to be the crown prince? You're actually planning to murder him. I have to say you're really audacious. What's the big deal?" Wolf King curled his lips in disdain. "You're thinking too simply. The concept of a crown prince and a prince is completely different. If the first prince was still a prince, killing him wouldn't have much of an impact. But a crown prince is different. A crown prince is the future heir to the throne. Killing him is equivalent to going against the entire Great Qin Empire." However, at this point, Lu Xingchen changed the topic and said telepathically, "If you really plan to kill him, count me in." Fatso and Wolf King were stunned. Qin Feiyang also looked up at Lu Xingchen, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. "To be honest, other than you, Qin Feiyang, I want to kill everyone from your Qin clan." "Why? Do you have a grudge against the Qin clan?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "I'm not from the capital, why would I have a grudge against the Qin clan? I just can't stand their high and mighty attitude." Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes slightly. This reason was too far-fetched and not the least bit convincing. However, Wolf King and Fatso chose to support Lu Xingchen. Because they couldn't stand it either. Fatso snickered, "Why else would we do it?" "Nonsense." Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely and said in a deep voice, "Do you think we have the ability to go against the entire Great Qin Empire?" Wolf King said disdainfully, "What are you afraid of? As long as we do it cleanly, who would know it was us? We'll talk about this later. After everything is settled, help me find out when the emperor appointed the first prince as the crown prince. Also, find out the first prince's current whereabouts and cultivation level, as well as all the major events that happened in the capital in the past 10 years. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Fatso patted his chest and said, "It's a piece of cake. Leave it to Fat Lord." During the conversation, the 3 men and 1 wolf arrived in front of the ancient pagoda. There was also a plaza in front of the pagoda. The people here were also in a hurry. As for their attire, it was similar to the sacred hall. The disciples of the martial arts hall wore black, while the disciples of the pill hall wore white. At the entrance of the ancient pagoda, there was a small transparent window. Through the window, they could clearly see a white-clothed old man sitting inside. The 3 men and 1 wolf walked to the window and saw the old man sitting in front of a desk with his head lowered. What was he writing? Qin Feiyang said, "Elder, we are the new disciples. We are here to report." The white-clothed old man raised his head and looked at the 3 of them. He took out 3 Qiankuan bags and threw them on the window. Then he looked away and continued with his work. The 3 of them looked at each other and grabbed a Qiankuan bag each. In the end, there was nothing but dozens of clothes. Lu Xingchen asked suspiciously, "Elder, don't we need to test our mental strength?" "No need. It's fine as long as you are alchemists. As for the alchemy room, go and find it yourself." After the white-clothed old man finished speaking, he waved his hand impatiently. The 3 of them were tactful and didn't ask any more questions. They turned and entered the ancient pagoda. Are the people of the Divine Hall all so arrogant? But as soon as they entered the ancient pagoda, Fatso couldn't help but say angrily, "They have the right to be arrogant. What can you do about it? But the elixir palace here is quite humane. At least there is no restriction on the level of mental strength. Otherwise, with your level 5 mental strength, you wouldn't even be able to enter the main door, let alone have an independent alchemy room. Lu Xingchen said. "Okay, who cares about the alchemy room here?" Fatso looked ahead with disdain. In front of them was a quiet corridor. The corridor extended in all directions and led to the deepest part. On both sides of the corridor, there was a heavy stone door every 3 meters. Obviously, the alchemy room was behind these stone doors. Wolf King rolled his eyes and asked, "Little Qin Zi, what grade do you think the alchemy fire here is?" Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, "The alchemy fire in the inner palace is all grade 4. The alchemy fire here should be at least grade 5. Inner palace? Are you from the 9 prefectures?" Suddenly, a suspicious voice sounded behind them. The 3 of them turned around and saw a young man in white walking in from the outside. This person was about 1.75 meters tall. He had a dignified appearance, a tall and straight figure, and an extraordinary temperament. His strength was also not bad. He was a 3-star battle grandmaster. Lu Xingchen said, "Senior brother, do you know about the 9 prefectures?" The young man in white smiled and said, "Of course, I also came from the 9 prefectures." "What a coincidence!" Lu Xingchen was surprised. He cupped his hands and smiled. "It's an honor to meet an old friend in a foreign land." "It's an honor to meet you." The young man in white also cupped his hands and smiled. "May I ask which prefecture you 3 brothers are from?" Lu Xingchen said, "The spiritual prefecture." "What about you?" The young man in white smiled and said, "It's really an honor to meet an old friend in a foreign land. I'm from the Cloud Prefecture. I entered the imperial capital during the last 9 prefectures tournament." Cloud Prefecture? Qin Feiyang and Fatso frowned slightly. Although the spiritual prefecture and the Cloud Prefecture were the closest among the 9 prefectures, they didn't have a good impression of the Cloud Prefecture. Fatso said, "May I know your name, senior brother?" The young man in white said, "Mo Dong." "Your surname is Mo?" Fatso's pupils constricted and he smiled. "Then what's your relationship with the Mo family of the Cloud Prefecture?" The young man in white smiled and said, "You know about the Mo family too. I'm from the Mo family." What? Fatso was dumbfounded. There was someone from the Mo family in the imperial capital? Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Fatso pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, "What's your relationship with Mo Wushan?" "Wushan, he's my cousin. Actually, I came out this time to pick him up," Mo Dong said. Fatso asked suspiciously, "You know that he passed the 9 prefectures tournament?" "I don't know. It's impossible to communicate between the imperial capital and the 9 prefectures through the image crystal. The teleportation gate can't teleport either. That's why I've never contacted him in the past 10 years in the imperial capital. However, before I entered the imperial capital, he told me that he would participate in the 9 prefectures tournament this time. And with his strength, I believe that he can win. So, I calculated the time and waited outside. But after waiting for a few days, I didn't see him come. And just now, when I heard you talking about the inner hall, I knew that you're from the 9 prefectures. Because only the sacred halls of the 9 prefectures have inner halls, I wanted to ask you." Mo Dong said. "I see." Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were enlightened. To be able to calculate the time and wait here, it seemed that Mo Dong and Mo Wushan's relationship was not ordinary. Fatso asked through telepathy, "Boss, what do you think?" Qin Feiyang said, "It's impossible to hide it, because one Chiu and the others will say it sooner or later." Fatso said, "Then let's just say it?" Lu Xingchen said, "Don't. We just came here, there are many things we don't know. It's not good to be hostile." Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, "That's right. Let's let him slowly find out. It'll give us some time to prepare." "Understood," Fatso replied. He looked at Mo Dong and said, "Mo Wushan did participate in the 9 prefectures tournament, but he was unlucky and died." What? Mo Dong's expression froze. He said, "How did he die?" Fatso shook his head and said, "I don't know about that." Mo Dong sighed deeply and said, The 9 Nether Yellow Springs is full of danger. Death and injury are inevitable. But if I find out who killed him, I won't forgive him. The 3 of them were shocked. It seemed that they had to get rid of this person sooner or later. Emodong smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you in and introduce the layout of the pill hall to you." "Thank you." Fatso thanked him. After that, the 3 of them followed behind Emodong as they walked along a corridor. According to Emodong's introduction, the pill hall had a total of 100 floors. Each floor had 1,000 alchemy rooms. In other words, the pill hall had 100,000 alchemy rooms. Moreover, each floor of the pill hall had its own independent alchemy fire. These alchemy fires were all of the 5th grade. Fatso was stunned. He said, "Doesn't that mean that there are 100 5th grade alchemy fires here?" "You must be shocked. When I first heard about it, I felt the same as you. I felt like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world." Emodong smiled bitterly. Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Boss, now we don't have to worry about the Nether Devil Flame's advancement anymore." Qin Feiyang said to himself, "Indeed, we don't have to worry about it. But we can't have any ideas about these alchemy fires." "Understood." Fatso smiled and turned to look at Emodong. He said, "Senior Emo, I heard that the Divine Palace has some Dan God list. Are the people on this list in the pill hall?" "Yes, they are on the top floor. However, I have never seen them before." "Not only me, most of the people have never seen them before." Emodong said. "So mysterious?" Fatso was surprised. "Not only mysterious, but also monstrous. And very powerful. I heard that they are all existences who are about to step into the Battle Saint realm. We can only look up to these kinds of people." Emodong shook his head and sighed. "Look up to?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "So what if they are powerful? So what if they are talented?" Chapter 685. Emodong was walking in front, so he didn't notice Qin Feiyang's expression. He said, "Now, you can only choose an alchemy room on the 1st floor." But Fatso frowned. "Because the alchemy rooms on the 99 floors are all occupied. However, this place is the same as the Sacred Hall. If you want an alchemy room, you can challenge the owner of that alchemy room. If you win, the alchemy room will belong to you." Emodong said. Fatso asked curiously, "Which floor are you on now?" Emodong said, "I'm on the 2nd floor." Fatso's face twitched. He had been in the Sacred Hall for 10 years, but he had only reached the 2nd floor. Wasn't he too useless? Emodong turned and looked at Fatso. He smiled and asked, "Are you thinking that I'm useless?" "Am I?" "Nope." Fatso laughed dryly. Emodong shook his head and continued to lead the way. He sighed and said, "The Sacred Hall isn't as simple as you think. Although on the surface, the Sacred Hall is a single entity, but in fact, the disciples are secretly forming factions. So here, even if you have outstanding abilities, you won't be able to reach a higher place if you don't have a backer." "Do you know who has the strongest backer here?" Emodong asked. Fatso frowned. "The disciples of the various feudal lords. In their eyes, people like us who have no power or influence are just playthings to pass the time." Emodong mocked himself. Fatso asked, "So, you also join someone else's faction? If you want to survive, you have to rely on them. I joined the faction of a marquis son. If you're willing to join, I can introduce you." Emodong smiled and said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Forget it. We just want to cultivate quietly. Moreover, every floor of the pill hall has its own independent alchemy fire. It doesn't matter which floor we stay on." Although that's the case, there's a good saying. Man walks to the top while water flows to the bottom. No matter if it's the pill hall's disciple or the martial arts hall's disciple, all of them are trying their best to climb up. Because the higher you stand, the higher your status will be, and the more people will respect you. Emodong said. Qin Feiyang said, "There's another saying that's also very good. The higher you stand, the more painful it is to fall." Emodong was stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang, shook his head, and said with a smile, "You're quite an interesting person. But I'll tell you the truth. The 100 alchemy rooms in front of each floor are all controlled by various forces. I believe all of you know that the higher the alchemy room is, the better the quality of the alchemy fire. So, if you don't rely on them, even if these alchemy rooms are empty, they won't let you in. Emodong said. Qin Feiyang said, what if I insist on going in? Emodong said, then you will face endless troubles. You won't even be able to live a peaceful day, let alone cultivate in peace. Fatso said unhappily, these people are really overbearing. It can't be helped. The divine palace is just that cruel. Emodong sighed. Qin Feiyang asked, then who's the one controlling the first floor of the pill hall? The son of Qianwu Marquis Feng Yun. All right. I've said everything that needs to be said. You guys can take your time to choose. As long as the stone door is open, it's an empty alchemy room. When you're done choosing, drip a drop of blood on the stone door. At that time, you can open or close the stone door with just a thought. And there's another benefit. If you don't open the door, no one can force their way in. After Emodong finished speaking, he quickened his pace and left quickly. Fatso retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Boss, do you know this Qianwu Marquis? Also, why isn't his surname Qin? Not everyone in the imperial capital has the surname Qin. Only the people in the imperial palace have the surname Qin. And this Qianwu Marquis, I know him. According to the ancient records, when the first emperor established the Great Qin Empire, there were many experts under him. But in the end, not many of them survived. On the day the Great Qin Empire was established, the first emperor rewarded those who died in battle according to their contributions in order to repay them. Among them, 100 were conferred the title of Martial Marquis. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso frowned. They're already dead. What's the point of being conferred the title of Marquis? Of course it's meaningful. Because they all have descendants. And these Martial Marquis positions are all inherited by their descendants. And it's passed down from generation to generation. Furthermore, before the emperor left, he left behind an edict that as long as the Great Qin Empire still exists, these 100 Marquis positions cannot be taken away, nor can they be removed. Marquis Qianwu is one of them. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso frowned. In that case, wouldn't these Marquis have a gold medal to avoid death? That's right. In the past, no matter how big of a mistake they made, the emperors of the past would only scold them. At most, they would kill the person who made the mistake. They had never said that they would remove their Marquis positions. And in the past 10,000 years, none of these Marquis positions have disappeared, but no new Marquis has appeared in the imperial capital. This is also the reason why the descendants of the Marquis dare to act like a tyrant in the divine palace. As long as they don't do anything outrageous, the law-enforcing elders of the divine palace will turn a blind eye. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso mocked. This is really like the old saying, the people of the past plant the trees, and the people of the future enjoy the shade. If you ask me, this kind of hereditary system shouldn't have appeared. This is the edict of the first emperor, who dares to change it. Even the current emperor doesn't dare. Of course. The first emperor also did it out of good intentions. Because there are too many people who kill donkeys after they've outlived their usefulness. What if the future emperor, in order to consolidate the country, kills all these meritorious officials? That's why the first emperor left behind this edict before he left. But now, these Marquis are using his good intentions as capital to flaunt their power. I'm afraid this is something the first emperor didn't expect at the time. Lu Xingchen sighed. Some people just don't know how to be content. Also, if I'm not wrong, the masters behind the various forces are not the descendants of the Marquis, but the claws and teeth of the villain. Then who is it? Fatso asked. You can't even think of this? Lu Xingchen rolled his eyes and said, Of course it's the princes of the Great Qin Empire. That's right. Although the first prince has been named the crown prince, as long as he hasn't ascended the throne, the other princes still have a chance. And winning over the hearts of the people and eliminating dissidents is the most important thing at the moment. Qin Feiyang sneered. Why does it sound like the divine palace is a battlefield for the princes to fight for the throne? Fatso said with a frown. This place has always been an invisible battlefield of smoke and gunpowder, because the Divine Palace contains all the geniuses of the Great Qin Empire. It's also the cradle of the Great Qin Empire's experts. Let's put it this way, everyone here has the potential to become the future pillar of the Great Qin Empire. So, they naturally scramble to come here to win over talents. Even if they can't become the emperor in the end, they still have a force in their hands. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen asked, "What about you?" "There's no need for that. Fatso and Wolf King are enough." Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. Fatso and Wolf King immediately looked at Lu Xingchen proudly. "You guys keep showing off." Lu Xingchen rolled his eyes at them. Of course. He didn't deny it. Because the people around Qin Feiyang had all opened the door of potential. The growth of these people far surpassed the geniuses of the Divine Palace. It wouldn't be long before their names appeared on the so-called Alchemy God list and Martial God list. In the end, just these few people would be able to shake the foundation of the Great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said with a faint smile, "Let's not talk about it, let's find the alchemy room." Fatso said domineeringly, "Is there a need to find it? Let's go straight to the top floor." "You'd better get rid of this idea as soon as possible. Now is different from before. In the past, I didn't have any worries and could do whatever I wanted. But now, we should keep a low profile as much as possible. I don't want to attract attention too early." Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "Yes, the most important thing now is to improve our strength." Lu Xingchen nodded. Fatso said, "All right, let's hide our strength and bide our time. When there's a chance in the future, we'll amaze the world." Lu Xingchen pointed to the left and said with a smile, "There are a few alchemy rooms with open doors." The three of them walked over. There were a total of 5 alchemy rooms with open stone doors. And on the stone doors, there was a number. 701 to 705. Qin Feiyang pointed to the alchemy room number 701 and said with a smile, "I'll take this one." As he said that, he cut his finger and a drop of blood flowed out. In the blink of an eye, the drop of blood fell on the stone door. Buzz. At that moment, a faint layer of blood light appeared on the stone door. But very quickly, the blood light dissipated. At the same time, Qin Feiyang felt that the stone door seemed to have merged with him. "Fatso, once you're settled, come find me immediately. There's one more thing I have to tell you." Then, after saying something to Fatso, Qin Feiyang walked into the alchemy room. With a thought, the stone door closed. The alchemy room Fatso chose was next to Qin Feiyang's, number 702. Lu Xingchen entered the alchemy room number 703. The 3 alchemy rooms were the same size, 3 meters wide and very narrow. But fortunately, they were long enough, about 7 or 8 meters in length. The alchemy stone platform was designed in the innermost part, next to the wall. There was nothing else in other places. If one person lived in it, it was still quite spacious. Qin Feiyang looked around for a while, then walked to the stone platform and pressed a black button next to the stone platform. Buzz. An arm-thick alchemy fire suddenly rushed out from the center of the stone platform. The temperature of the alchemy room immediately soared. After watching for a while, Qin Feiyang turned off the alchemy fire. The Nether Devil Flame was now a 5th-grade alchemy fire, so he didn't need the alchemy fire here at all. And this alchemy room, for him, was purely a place to hide his identity. Chapter 686. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang moved his mind slightly and the stone door quickly opened. Fatso trotted in and asked, "Boss, what else do you want to tell me?" "Sweep the medicinal herbs, especially the 9-turn dragon blood pill, small creation pill, spirit sea pill, and essence soul pill." Qin Feiyang said. "You don't have to tell me that. Fat Lord knows. But Fat Lord is thinking that the treasure pavilion in the imperial capital must have a lot of stock. If I want to sweep them all, I may not have enough gold coins on me." Fatso frowned. "Doesn't Lu Hong have more? This time, take all the savings we have over the years with you. If it's still not enough, send me a message." Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King said at this time, "Little Qin Zi, those potential pills are useless now. Can we sell them to the treasure pavilion in the imperial capital?" Fatso's eyes also lit up. Over the years, they had accumulated a lot of potential pills. If they sold them, it would not be a problem to buy half of the imperial capital, let alone sweep the medicinal herbs. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and shook his head. "These 2 pills are too powerful. I don't want to sell them unless it's a last resort. Once the potential pills appeared in the imperial capital, they would definitely be snatched by the princes in the end. Because in terms of wealth and power, no one in the imperial capital could compare to the princes. In other words, selling these 2 pills was tantamount to cultivating future enemies. He would not do such a ridiculous thing." Fatso nodded and frowned again. "Although your concerns are not wrong, have you forgotten about Wan Qiu and the others?" "Of course not. But they only know that we opened the gate of potential, but they don't know how we opened it," Qin Feiyang said. "You've neglected one person, the prefecture lord of Cloud State. Do you still remember what the old witch said to us when we first made a mess in the Cloud State?" Fatso reminded him. His words woke her up from her dream. Qin Feiyang's face immediately darkened. Back then, the Yunzhou prefecture master went to the spiritual state to get even with him, but before he went to see the old master, he secretly inquired about him in the city. At that time, the news that he had the potential pill had already spread to every city in the spiritual state. Therefore, it was very likely that the manor master of the Cloud State already knew about this back then. If it were someone else, he wouldn't be worried. After all, there was no deep hatred between them. But this old witch wanted nothing more than to tear him into pieces. She might really tell Wan Qiu and the others about this. Alas! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang heaved a long sigh. "Why are you sighing?" Fatso and Wolf King looked at him in confusion. "I wanted to keep a low profile, but now it seems that I can't keep a low profile for long. While there's still time, hurry up and do what I asked you to do," Qin Feiyang said. Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang entered the castle and brought out Lu Hong, the pangolin, and the black dragon snake. He glanced at Wolf King and said, "You guys go and help. I'll give you the coordinates of the treasure pavilion." The coordinates of the treasure pavilion? The 2 men and 3 beasts were stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I've lived here for 10 years after all. I know the coordinates of the treasure pavilion." They smiled. "With the coordinates, it would be easier to do things. But I also know the coordinates of the 1st district. You guys have to inquire about the treasure pavilions of the other 9 districts." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he told Fatso the coordinates. After Fatso memorized the coordinates, he asked suspiciously, "How many districts are there in the capital?" 12. From the inside to the outside, they are the Imperial Palace, the Inner City, the 1st District to the 10th District. You don't need me to tell you about the Imperial Palace. And the Inner City is where we are now. Other than the shrine, the 100 Martial Marquis also live in the Inner City. As for the 1st District and the 10th District, there are also different levels. The people in the 1st District are either powerful and influential or extremely wealthy. For example, the Treasure Pavilion and the Fragrant Moon House are both located in the 1st District. And the 1st District is also the place where the royal family and the various Martial Marquis disciples go to the most. Qin Feiyang said. So many? The few of them were dumbstruck. Is there a lot? Just get used to it. You guys can go out and ask around for the details. Qin Feiyang laughed. All right, let's get busy. Fatso waved his hand and opened a teleportation door. Then he brought Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the 3 beasts and quickly walked in. When the teleportation door disappeared, Qin Feiyang also retracted his gaze and lowered his head to ponder. At the same time, the 1st floor of the martial arts hall. In a cultivation room, Wan Qiu sat cross-legged on an old praying mat. He lowered his head and looked at the pitch-black floor. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, he stood up and his eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. Qin Feiyang, just you wait. I won't let you have an easy time. Next. He walked out of the cultivation room and walked along a corridor, heading deeper into the palace. Although the martial arts hall was bigger than the pill hall, the internal structure was similar to the pill hall. There were a total of 100 floors. Each floor had 10,000 cultivation rooms. The total number was 1,000,000. Similarly, each floor was controlled by a martial marquis disciple. A moment later, Wan Qiu came to the first cultivation room on the first floor. He stood in front of the door and pondered for a moment. Then he reached out and knocked on the stone door. Rumble. So, the stone door opened. A young man in black entered Wan Qiu's line of sight. The young man's figure was tall and straight. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat. His face was filled with an insufferably arrogant aura. His cultivation was not bad. 3-star battle ancestor. Wan Qiu stood at the door and bowed. Greetings, Senior Martial Brother Gao. The young man sized up Wan Qiu and frowned. You are? Wan Qiu said respectfully, I am a new disciple. My name is Wan Qiu. The young man was stunned. A trace of disdain crept into his eyes. He said indifferently, Do you need something from me? Wan Qiu said, I want to meet Senior Martial Brother Lin Dian. I hope Senior Martial Brother Gao can introduce me. The young man frowned and asked, You want to join our camp? Wan Qiu nodded. The young man said, If it's just this, you don't have to ask Senior Martial Brother Lin Dian. I can make the decision directly. This, Wan Qiu frowned. What is this? Senior Martial Brother Lin Dian is the son of a marquis. Is he someone you can meet just because you want to? Get lost. Don't disturb my cultivation. The young man waved his hand, his face full of disdain. A trace of hostility crept into Wan Qiu's brows. Wasn't he just a 3-star battle ancestor? What was he being arrogant for? However, he hid it very well. The young man did not notice. Wan Qiu suppressed his anger and cupped his hands. Senior Martial Brother Gao, I'm looking for Senior Martial Brother Lin Dian for something else. The young man said impatiently, If you have something to say, just say it. I'll pass it on for you. Wan Qiu's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, could not help but clench. In Yuzhou, who dared to speak to him like this? Not to mention telling him to get lost. Unfortunately, this was not Yuzhou. This was the divine temple. Even though he had a stomach full of anger, he could only hold it in. Tell me. Seeing that Wan Qiu did not say anything, the young man yelled. Wan Qiu quickly smiled and asked, I wonder if Senior Martial Brother Gao has heard of the Door of Potential? The young man said angrily, Nonsense. Who doesn't know about the Door of Potential? Get to the point. Wan Qiu glanced at the corridor on both sides. Seeing that there was no one around, he whispered, I won't hide it from Senior Martial Brother. I have a way to open the Door of Potential. What? The young man suddenly stood up and looked at Wan Qiu in disbelief. Wan Qiu said, I'm telling the truth. I'll bring you to see Senior Martial Brother Lin Dian immediately. Follow me. The young man's eyes trembled. He hurriedly walked out of the cultivation room and led Wan Qiu to the top floor of the martial arts hall. At the same time, in one of the cultivation rooms on the top floor of the martial arts hall, a black-clothed young man was half lying on a chair. He seemed to be recuperating with his eyes closed. And in front of this person, there was a person standing respectfully. It was Xing Wanli. The black-clothed young man said lazily, If you have something to say it quickly. Xing Wanli smiled and said, Senior Martial Brother Kai Yu, on my way back to the martial arts hall, I met 2 good girls. Kai Yu said, How good are they? Xing Wanli moved closer to the black-clothed young man and whispered, They are both supreme grade. Kai Yu's spirit was lifted. He finally opened his eyes and said, What are their names? Xing Wanli said, One is called Shen Mei, and the other is called Ren Wushuang. Why haven't I heard of them before? Kai Yu thought for a moment and frowned. They are both new disciples from the 9 prefectures. Senior Martial Brother can make a move on them without any hesitation. Xing Wanli laughed mischievously. Kai Yu was stunned and said disdainfully, How good can women from the 9 prefectures be? Senior Martial Brother, I'm not talking nonsense this time. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. After Xing Wanli finished speaking, he waved his hand. Battle aura surged, and two beautiful figures quickly condensed. They were Ren Wushuang and Shen Mei. Looking at the two figures, Kai Yu instantly stood up. His breathing became hurried, and his eyes were filled with possessiveness. Xing Wanli smiled and said, "Senior martial brother Kai Yu, how is it?" "They are indeed rare supreme-grade girls." Kai Yu licked his lips and turned to look at Xing Wanli. He said, "Immediately think of a way. As long as you can help me get them, I will definitely reward you." "Is there a need to think?" "Senior martial brother, I'm not exaggerating. With your identity and status, as long as you give them some benefits, they will definitely obey you." Xing Wanli said disdainfully. "That's true. How can those lowly people from the 9 prefectures see the world?" Kai Yu nodded. "Senior martial brother, if you want to make a move, do it early. Because they are now in the cultivation room on the first floor. If Lin Dian sees them, I'm afraid you won't have a share." Xing Wanli instigated. "He is a piece of trash. What right does he have to snatch my women?" Kai Yu snorted coldly and said, "Go down immediately and tell them that as long as they agree to be my women and serve me well, I will guarantee them endless glory and wealth in the imperial capital." "Understood." Chapter 687. What is he doing up here? Xing Wanli looked at Wan Qiu suspiciously before looking at the young man. He smiled and said, "Yo, isn't this the first floor's little tyrant, Gao Ming? Why, are you here to lick your master's boots again?" Gao Ming raised his eyebrows and sneered. "You have the nerve to talk about me. Aren't you here to lick your master's boots too?" Xing Wanli said, "Although I'm following senior brother Kai Yu, I'm not like some people who act like a tyrant on the first floor." Gao Ming said disdainfully, "That's because I'm capable. So what? What can I do? You can continue to lick my master's boots. You don't know what shame is anyway." Xing Wanli smiled disdainfully and walked past Gao Ming and Wan Qiu. "You're just someone's dog. What's there to be proud of?" Wan Qiu sneered in his heart. He looked at Gao Ming and asked, "Senior brother Gao, who's his master?" Gao Ming looked at Xing Wanli's back coldly and pointed to the stone door at the side. He whispered, "It's the owner of this cultivation room. His name is Kai Yu, the son of Anwu Marqi. He's an old rival of our senior brother Lin Dian." "I see." Wan Qiu muttered and asked carefully, "Who's stronger between senior brother Lin Dian and Kai Yu?" "Nonsense. Of course, it's our senior brother Lin Dian." "But you're asking me this now. Are you trying to lick Kai Yu's boots again?" Gao Ming looked at him unkindly. Wan Qiu's pupils shrank. He quickly waved his hand and said, No. I'm just asking out of curiosity." "It better not be. I don't mind telling you the truth. Those who used to be two-timing didn't have a good ending. So in this divine hall, it's best not to play tricks." Gao Ming sneered and turned to walk forward. "Continue to be arrogant. I'll trample you under my feet sooner or later." Wan Qiu's eyes flashed coldly and quickly followed. Martial Arts Hall, first floor. Inside the 805 cultivation room, Ren Wushuang and Shen Mei were talking about something. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Shen Mei was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, "Who would come looking for us at this time?" "It could be Ling Yu and the others." Ren Wushuang smiled. With a thought, the stone door slowly opened. However, the person who entered their line of sight was not Ling Yu and the others, but Xing Wanli. Xing Wanli entered uninvited and smiled. "Are the two of you used to this place?" "It's all right." Ren Wushuang nodded with a smile and asked, "Senior brother Xing, are you looking for us for something?" "There is one thing. Furthermore, this matter is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you all." Xing Wanli smiled. Ren Wushuang said, "Please speak, senior martial brother Xing. We are all ears." "To be honest, senior brother Kai Yu has taken a liking to the two of you. And senior brother Kai Yu is the son of the Anwu Marquis. As long as you agree to be his woman, you will immediately be able to fly to the top and become a phoenix. Don't you think this is a good thing?" Xing Wanli smiled. However, Ren Wushuang's and Shen Mei's faces were already covered in a layer of frost. Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang had expected, this person had ulterior motives. Shen Mei was about to fly into a rage. Ren Wushuang's eyes flashed and reached out to stop her. He looked at Xing Wanli and smiled faintly. Senior Marshal Brother Xing, do you have any sisters? Xing Wanli nodded and looked suspiciously at Ren Wushuang. He did not know why she asked this. Since there is, why not introduce them to Senior Brother Kaiyu? In this way, you and the Anwu Marquis will be in-laws. At that time, there will be many benefits, right? Ren Wushuang laughed. Shen Mei also burst out laughing on the spot. She nodded and said, that's right. Keep the goodies within the family. Your relationship with Senior Brother Kaiyu is so good. If you can become even closer, won't you be able to do whatever you want in the temple in the future? Hearing these words, Xing Wanli's face suddenly became gloomy. Don't be shameless. Sorry, your disgusting face, leave it for others to see. You are not welcome here, Scram. Ren Wushuang said expressionlessly. Don't fail to appreciate kindness. Let me tell you, if you don't obey today in the future, you won't have a good life. A cold light surged in Xing Wanli's eyes. Shen Mei sneered. Then let's see who won't have a good life? Or it's just you wait. Xing Wanli snorted and turned to leave angrily. Shen Mei immediately went forward and closed the stone door tightly. She said in disgust, this person is really disgusting. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. However, if this Kaiyu really makes a move on us, the consequences will be unimaginable. We have to think of a way as soon as possible. Ren Wushuang said, his brows filled with worry. We are unfamiliar with this place, and the other party is the son of a marquis. What can we do? Hearing Ren Wushuang's words, Shen Mei's heart also became heavy. After pondering for a while, Ren Wushuang sighed. We can only send a message to Fei Yang and see if he has any ideas? Because after thinking about it, she thought of Qin Fei Yang. After they took out the image crystal and told Qin Fei Yang everything that had happened, Qin Fei Yang's heart burned with anger. He actually dared to have ideas about Ren Wushuang? He was simply courting death. After comforting the two women, Qin Fei Yang was silent for a moment, then walked out of the alchemy room to find Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen opened the stone door and looked at Qin Fei Yang with a gloomy face. He asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Qin Fei Yang said in a deep voice, trouble is coming. Come in and talk. Lu Xingchen frowned and retreated to the side. After Qin Fei Yang went in, Lu Xingchen looked at the corridor on both sides, then closed the stone door and turned to look at Qin Fei Yang, asking, what trouble? Qin Fei Yang said, originally, I didn't want to disturb you, but after thinking about it, I still need to tell you. What is it? Lu Xingchen frowned. Qin Fei Yang said in a deep voice, someone is having ideas about Shen Mei and Ren Wushuang, and just a while ago, they were blatantly threatening them. What? Lu Xingchen's brows suddenly crept up with a trace of hostility, saying, who? Qin Fei Yang's eyes flashed slightly. Hearing that Shen Mei was in trouble, Lu Xingchen had such a big reaction. It seemed that he really cared about Shen Mei. Xing Wanli, but not himself. It's the person behind him, the son of Marquis Anwu, Kaiyu. I know this person, he's more than 20 years older than me. When I was a child in the imperial capital, I saw him a few times, but I didn't have a good impression of him. Qin Fei Yang said. What do you mean? Lu Xingchen was suspicious. He's lascivious by nature, wanting to possess a slightly beautiful woman, and throwing her away when he's tired of her. He's a typical dandy scum. But back then, he hadn't entered the divine hall yet. After so many years, he should have changed, but I didn't expect him to still be like this. Qin Fei Yang sneered. The son of Marquis Anwu? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. If it was just an ordinary disciple, he wouldn't care. But the other party was the son of Marquis Anwu, with a high position and great influence, so he had to act carefully. Lu Xingchen asked, what did you say to Shen Mei and the others? Qin Fei Yang said, I told them not to worry, I'll think of a way to deal with it. You have a way? Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Qin Fei Yang was speechless. I was just comforting them. If I really had a way, I wouldn't have come to you. Lu Xingchen's eyes turned cold, saying, if he really dares to make a move on Shen Mei, I guarantee that he'll die without an intact corpse, even if he's the son of Marquis Anwu. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked curiously, "Can you tell me, what's your relationship with Shen Mei now?" Lu Xingchen was silent for a while and sighed, "It's not a secret, so there's no harm in telling you. In fact, I really like her now, but because of what happened in the past, she can't accept me." "Really?" Qin Feiyang looked at him doubtfully. "Of course. Ever since I came back from the dead, I've never knelt to anyone. She's the first. But she just won't forgive me. I really have a headache now, I don't know what to do to move her again." Lu Xingchen's heart was bitter. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "This is the result of your own actions, who's to blame?" "Who can I blame? I can only blame myself. I was stupid back then, I didn't know how to cherish such a good woman." Lu Xingchen sighed deeply, his face full of regret. Qin Feiyang scanned Lu Xingchen's face and couldn't find any traces of deception. It seemed that Lu Xingchen wasn't lying. He patted Lu Xingchen's shoulder and said with a smile, "As long as you're sincere, I'll support you. But if you play any tricks, don't blame me for falling out with you." "Don't worry, I've already missed it once, I won't miss it a second time." Lu Xingchen forced a smile. Qin Feiyang said, "Now, let's discuss how to resolve this matter." Lu Xingchen nodded, then suddenly said, "Wait, since you know about my relationship with Shen Mei, shouldn't you also tell me about your relationship with Ren Wushuang?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "She and I are purely siblings." "Siblings?" Lu Xingchen was stunned and asked, "When did this happen?" "Very long ago. At that time, I hadn't gone to the capital yet." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen said in realization, "No wonder you take care of her so much. So this is the relationship. She also took care of me when I was weak. You can say that she treats me like a younger brother. So, I will never allow anyone to hurt her." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lu Xingchen said, "So that's why you always targeted me back then?" Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said indifferently, "That's what you deserve." "Well, it's all my fault." Lu Xingchen smiled bitterly. At this moment, there was no hostility between the two. They were like old friends who had been together for many years. The two of them began to discuss in low voices. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Dong! All of a sudden, there was a deafening knock on the door outside. The two of them looked up at the stone door at the same time. Lu Xingchen frowned and said, "It seems to be the stone door on your side. Who would be looking for you with such a big commotion?" Usually, the knocking on the door wouldn't be so loud unless the other party had ill intentions. "I don't know." Chapter 688. Outside his alchemy room, two young men stood side by side. It was Wan Qiu and Gao Ming. Lu Xingchen walked out. When he saw Wan Qiu, he couldn't help but frown and send a sound transmission. "What is he doing here?" "It's definitely nothing good." Qin Feiyang secretly sneered. At the same time, Wan Qiu also pointed at Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, "Senior brother Gao, he is Qin Feiyang." Gao Ming glanced at Qin Feiyang indifferently, then looked at Lu Xingchen and shouted, "This has nothing to do with you, go back to your alchemy room." "So arrogant?" Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. This person's cultivation was only a 3-star war sect. A mere 3-star war sect was already so arrogant. What was he relying on? Thinking of this, Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Brother Qin, could he be Kaiyu?" Qin Feiyang replied. "Then who is he? Kaiyu's lackey?" Lu Xingchen frowned. "It should be." Qin Feiyang muttered, his gaze falling on Wan Qiu, and said, "Not bad, you've just arrived at the temple and you've already found a backer." Wan Qiu did not answer, his face rather gloomy, because Qin Feiyang's words were obviously mocking him for currying favor. Qin Feiyang sneered and looked at Gao Ming. "If you have something to say, say it." Gao Ming teased, "Are you sure you want to say it here?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and an uneasy premonition arose in his heart. Gao Ming's words also had a hidden meaning. Lu Xingchen retreated to the side and said with a faint smile, "Since it's hard to say, then let's talk in my alchemy room." "All right." Gao Ming nodded and swaggered into Lu Xingxin's alchemy room with Wan Qiu. Looking at Wan Qiu, who was flaunting his prowess and relying on his master's power, Qin Feiyang's brows tightly knitted together as he said to himself, "Why did you save such a trash in the first place? How would I know that he's so spineless?" Lu Xingxin was also very angry. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, then turned around and entered the alchemy room. "Wan Qiu, wake up. If this continues, I will kill you with my own hands." Lu Xingxin muttered to himself and walked into the alchemy room. With a thought, the stone door quickly closed. Qin Feiyang looked at Gao Ming and said, "Speak." Gao Ming said, "Let me introduce myself first. I am Gao Ming, the chief of the first floor of the martial arts hall." "Overlord?" Qin Feiyang's face twitched. A small 3-star combat grandmaster actually called himself the chief of the first floor of the martial arts hall. Wasn't his skin too thick? Why didn't he blush when he said such big words? Qin Feiyang didn't understand and said, "Senior brother Gao, I want to ask, who gave you the courage to call yourself the chief of the martial arts hall?" Before Gao Ming could speak, Wan Qiu said first, "I'm afraid that I will scare you if I tell you." "So scary?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said jokingly, "I really want to know." "Hurry up and say it to scare me." Gao Ming frowned and laughed. "Kid, you're very arrogant." Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand and said, No. Compared to arrogance, I'm not even 1/10,000th of you, senior brother Gao. You don't know what's good for you." Gao Ming's eyes darkened and said word by word, "Listen carefully. The person behind me is senior brother Lin Dian." Lin Dian? Qin Feiyang was stunned and thought carefully. Soon, he remembered that this was another martial marquis disciple. Seeing this, Wan Qiu thought that Qin Feiyang was really scared and said sarcastically, "You can continue to be arrogant." Lu Xingxin said angrily, "You're licking your face and running to be someone else's dog. Do you still think it's honorable?" Wan Qiu was embarrassed and angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "What did you say? Say it again if you dare." Of course, this was not honorable. To him, it was a stain that could not be erased in his life. But did he have a choice? In order to survive, in order to take revenge on Qin Feiyang, he could only put down his pride and curry favor with others. Lu Xingxin looked at Wan Qiu indifferently and said, "I only want to tell you one thing. A person must have a backbone. If you don't even have a backbone, what's the difference between you and a beast?" "Shut up." But before he finished speaking, Gao Ming shouted coldly. He glanced at Lu Xingxin gloomily and said with a sinister smile, "You have a backbone, don't you?" Lu Xingxin scolded Wan Qiu, which was equivalent to scolding him, because he also put down his pride and worked like a horse for Lin Dian. So, hearing Lu Xingxin's words, he felt as if someone had stepped on his tail and he was extremely angry. But facing Gao Ming's cold eyes, Lu Xingxin was unmoved and said indifferently, "Did I scold you? I don't think so. Then why are you talking so much?" Gao Ming clenched his fists and stared at Lu Xingxin. His joints made ear-piercing sounds. "What's the situation now? Are you going to kill me?" Lu Xingxin looked at Gao Ming playfully. The temple had rules that forbade private fights. Although the disciples of the various martial marquises had formed their own cliques here, they absolutely did not dare to break this rule. Not to mention this Gao Ming. Moreover, if they really fought, Lu Xingxin had full confidence that he could crush this person. Wan Qiu stood at the side and looked at Gao Ming without the slightest intention of stopping him. Because, whether it was Qin Feiyang, Lu Xingxin, or Gao Ming, they were all people he wanted to get rid of. He couldn't wait for the three to fight and be killed by the people of the law enforcement hall. But in the end, he was disappointed. Gao Ming didn't make a move. What a joke. After all, he was an old disciple of the temple. How could he have no sense of propriety? Phew. Gao Ming took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Let's not talk nonsense. I came to find you to give you a chance to make a meteoric rise." "You're so kind." Qin Feiyang was surprised. Gao Ming said, "Senior brother Lin Dian said that as long as you hand over the potential pill formula, you will be his brother in the future. Not to mention that you can do whatever you want in the temple, at least no one will dare to provoke you." Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. The thing he was worried about had happened. He pretended to be confused and asked, "What potential pill? Why haven't I heard of it?" Wan Qiu sneered, "Stop pretending." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Before coming to the capital, the Yunzhou prefecture master came to me and told me personally that you can refine a pill that can open the door of potential. I was very surprised when I heard about it. So, I asked the Yunzhou prefecture master for the coordinates and sneaked into the capital of your spiritual state. After I asked around carefully, there really is such a thing as the potential pill. Also, I heard that you can refine a pill that can allow a war emperor to break through several realms at once." Wan Qiu sneered. "Heard about it." Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly flashed with a shocking cold light. Wan Qiu panicked and didn't dare to look directly at him. Gao Ming stood in front of Wan Qiu and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Are you still going to deny it?" Qin Feiyang glanced at Gao Ming and said indifferently, "Get out of the way." Qin Feiyang's tone was very calm, but in Gao Ming's ears, it seemed to carry a great pressure that made Gao Ming panic. This situation was very difficult for Gao Ming to accept. The other party was just a lowly person from the spiritual state, and whether it was strength or status, he was far superior to the other party. What was he afraid of? Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with a cold light as he said word by word, "I told you to get out of the way, didn't you hear me? What if I don't?" Gao Ming straightened his back and stared at Qin Feiyang arrogantly. But in fact, the fear in his heart was even stronger. He felt that the man in front of him was like a beast that was gradually awakening. Swoosh! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang took a step forward. Seeing this, the flustered Gao Ming's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he instinctively retreated to the side. Seeing Gao Ming in such a state, Wan Qiu couldn't help but feel nervous. Because he knew Qin Feiyang too well. This was a lawless lord. Qin Feiyang looked at Wan Qiu again and said, "Who else knows about this?" "Listen, the people who came here to the capital." "Ben knows." He couldn't even speak clearly. It was obvious how scared Wan Qiu was at this moment. Qin Feiyang said, "Did you hear it from the Yunzhou mansion master?" Wan Qiu nodded. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. This old witch really deserved to die. Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice, "Brother Qin, don't be rash." "Don't worry, I haven't lost my mind yet." Qin Feiyang responded and looked at Gao Ming indifferently. "Go back and tell Lin Dian that I have the recipe for the potential pill, but if he wants me to hand it over, let's see if he has the ability." Gao Ming was immediately furious and shouted, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Get lost." Qin Feiyang roared. He definitely wouldn't be nice to such a person. "Hey, just you wait." Gao Ming left a harsh sentence and left angrily with Wan Qiu. Lu Xingchen sighed. "Brother Qin, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have pleaded for Wan Qiu. This matter is ultimately the fault of the Yunzhou mansion master. This damn old witch, I will never let her go." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Lu Xingchen sighed. "It won't be that easy to kill her now, but there will be a chance sooner or later. The most important thing now is to think about how to get through this difficult time." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Lu Xingchen said, "Why don't we do it according to the plan we discussed earlier?" Qin Feiyang frowned and shook his head. "I have to think about it." "Okay then, think about it. But let me tell you, this may be the only way. Of course, you can also hide in the alchemy room and not come out, but I believe that with your pride, you won't do that." Lu Xingchen smiled. "The situation has already developed to this point. What pride do you have left?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and returned to alchemy room 701. He closed the stone door and pondered alone. "I'm still not strong enough. If I had the strength of the current emperor, why would I hide here?" A moment later, Qin Feiyang raised his head and sighed. He entered the ancient castle, opened the 6-word divine formula, and continued to copy the first stroke of the kill word formula. The kill word formula had a total of 7 strokes. As long as he copied all of them, his cultivation could break through to the 8-star battle grandmaster, and he was only 2 steps away from the battle saint. At that time, with his trump card, Although he couldn't compete with the experts of the Imperial Palace, he could be considered a hero among the disciples of the Divine Hall. Martial Arts Hall. In a cultivation room. You can't even do such a small thing, what's the use of you? A young man in black robes shouted angrily at Gao Ming and Wan Chou. This person was Lin Dian. Chapter 689. Gao Ming said, Senior brother Lin Dian, you can't blame me and Wan Chou for this. It's Qin Feiyang who is too arrogant. He didn't even put us in his eyes. Yeah. Not to mention us, even you, senior brother Lin Dian, are beneath his notice. Wan Chou added fuel to the fire. Lin Dian frowned and said, He dares to be so arrogant? He's more than arrogant. He even said that even if you kneel in front of him and beg him, he wouldn't give you the pill formula. Wan Chou said. Gao Ming turned and looked at Wan Chou suspiciously. Why didn't he hear Qin Feiyang say those words back then? However, when Wan Chou gave him a signal, he understood. At this moment, Lin Dian looked at Gao Ming and asked, He really said that? He did. Gao Ming nodded without hesitation. Bastard! Lin Dian was furious. He stood up and said, Lead the way. I want to meet him personally. Gao Ming and Wan Chou looked at each other. They quickly turned and ran out of the cultivation room. They sneered in their hearts. Qin Feiyang, you're dead this time. Just you wait. As the son of a martial marquis, Lin Dian had a noble status. Hence, when he walked out of the cultivation room, he caused a commotion in the martial arts hall. Where is he going? His expression is a bit ugly. Which unlucky person offended him this time? Let's go and take a look. For a moment, everyone who met Lin Dian followed behind him curiously and rushed towards the pill hall. Lin Dian, are you planning to cause trouble in my pill hall? When Lin Dian arrived at the entrance of the pill hall, the white-haired old man sitting behind the transparent window immediately raised his head and looked at Lin Dian unkindly. Lin Dian was very honest in front of this old man. He cupped his hands and said, Elder, you misunderstood. I'm only here to look for a friend. Elder, please make an exception. Sure. But remember, don't break the rules of the Divine Hall. The white-haired old man said meaningfully, then lowered his head and continued with his work. With his eyesight, how could he not see that Lin Dian had come with ill intentions? But as long as no one died, he couldn't be bothered to care. Thank you, Elder. Lin Dian cupped his hands in thanks, then led Gao Ming and Wan Chou inside. Those who wanted to join in the fun also wanted to go in. But at this moment, the white-haired old man shouted without raising his head, Who gave you the right to enter? Scram. Upon hearing this, the people who had come to join in the fun shrank their necks and turned to flee. However, they didn't leave. They stood at the plaza far away and looked at the pill hall curiously. Very soon, Lin Dian and the other two arrived outside pill refining room 701. However, no matter how the three of them knocked on the door, Qin Feiyang did not respond. This made Lin Dian very angry. One had to know. He was the son of a martial marquis. Usually, no matter how many people tried to curry favor with him, he was too lazy to even look at them. He had personally paid a visit, but he had been turned away? This was simply a slap to his face. However, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't break into the pill refining room to settle the score with Qin Feiyang, nor did he dare to make a big deal out of it. After saying a few harsh words, he brought Wan Chou and Shen Huang back with disappointment. However, this grudge had been formed. Similarly, Xing Wanli, who was driven out by Ren Wushuang and Shen Huang, also added fuel to the fire in front of Caillou. Without a doubt, Caillou was also furious. He personally went to look for Ren Wushuang and Shen Mei, but the result was the same as Lin Dian. He was turned away. Actually, this was what Lu Xingchen told them to do. Since they couldn't afford to offend him, they could just hide. At most, they would just stay in the cultivation room and not go out. What could they do to them? Smash the cultivation room's stone door and force their way in? Do they dare? Time flew by. 3 days later, Fatso, Lu Hong, Wolf King, Black Dragon Snake and Pangolin finally returned. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at them and smiled. How's the harvest? Full of rewards. Fatso smiled, took out a Qianquan bag and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught it in his hand and sank his mind into it. He was really shocked. It was full of medicinal herbs. We didn't count how many there are. However, except for the general pavilion in the first district, the other 9 districts have been ransacked by us. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, the general pavilion has the most medicinal herbs, why didn't you buy them? Lu Hong pouted and complained, it's all Fatso's fault. Fatso also laughed awkwardly. What's going on? Qin Feiyang looked at the two suspiciously. At first, when he heard that there was a big deal, the steward of the general pavilion was quite enthusiastic. But this damned Fatso directly waved his hand and said that he wanted to buy all the medicinal herbs in the treasure pavilion. As soon as he heard this, the steward of the general pavilion turned hostile on the spot and directly kicked us out. Lu Hong said. Qin Feiyang's face twitched and he looked at Fatso helplessly. I told you to keep a low profile. Why didn't you listen? Fatso said aggrievedly, Fat Lord didn't say anything wrong. We were going to buy medicinal herbs. It's good to buy medicinal herbs. But with your tone, who can stand it? Besides, you are all unfamiliar faces and your cultivation is not very strong. And the total value of the medicinal herbs in the general pavilion is immeasurable. The steward will naturally think that you don't have the financial resources. After hearing your words, of course he will treat you like a lunatic and kick you out. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Fatso still had the ability to do things, but he was too arrogant. But fortunately, the medicinal herbs of the other branches were all in hand, so it was not too much of a loss. Fatso also knew that he was in the wrong and did not continue to quibble. He smiled and said, I will pay attention next time. Everyone, quickly organize the medicinal herbs. Qin Feiyang smiled. In fact, he did not mean to blame Fatso. He just wanted Fatso to pay attention in the future. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Fatso and asked, how many gold coins do we have left? Fatso thought for a moment and said, there are still more than 5 billion. Fat Lord roughly calculated that we spent hundreds of billions just to buy medicinal herbs this time. Worth it? Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation and said, change your appearance and go to the general pavilion again. You must get the medicinal herbs of the 9-turn dragon blood pill. But, Fatso frowned, wanting to say something. Qin Feiyang laughed. If you don't have enough gold coins, send me a message and I'll think of a way. Alright. Fatso nodded, carefully looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked suspiciously, Boss, why is there a trace of worry on your face? Originally, I wanted to keep a low profile, but before I could catch my breath, a lot of trouble came knocking on my door. How can I not be worried? Qin Feiyang sighed. What trouble? Everyone frowned. Qin Feiyang briefly told them about Kai Yu and Lin Dian. Damn it, they are courting death. Wolf King immediately said angrily. Fatso said, we should have killed that old witch in Yunzhou. Not that I want to pour cold water on you, but do you have the strength to do so? Lu Hong rolled her eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. Then what's the plan you and Lu Xingchen discussed? Qin Feiyang said, he wants me to join the first prince. What? The 2 men and 3 beasts were dumbfounded. He knows your relationship with the first prince, and he still came up with such a bad idea. Isn't it obvious that he has bad intentions? Wolf King said angrily. It's not a bad idea. The first prince is now the crown prince, and he has more power than the other princes. If we really go and seek refuge with him, small fries like Lin Dian and Kai Yu wouldn't dare to provoke us in the future even if they had the guts. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The fatty said, you're right, but isn't this a little too embarrassing? What's your plan? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, I'm going to do as Lu Xingchen said. What? Fatso and the others looked at each other. Who knew Qin Feiyang better than them? It was impossible for him to do such a spineless thing. There must be a reason. To be honest, I'm not very willing. But if I have a good relationship with the first prince, I can get a lot of information about the imperial palace from him. Most importantly, I miss my mother too much and want to go to the imperial palace to see her. And with my current status, it's impossible to sneak into the imperial palace. especially the harem where my mother is. Even the marquises are not qualified to enter. But the princes are different. Their mothers all live in the harem and can come and go freely. Qin Feiyang was melancholy. As a son, it was so difficult to see his biological mother. What a sad life. Fatso said, "So, you chose the first prince? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious. The first prince is the biggest threat to me. So, I have to get close to him and understand him. But I won't be like Wan Qiu, who licked his face and asked for protection. I want to wait for him to come to me and beg me to be his guest." The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly, forming a cold and arrogant arc. Fatso thought for a while and said with a smile, "If that's the case, Fat Lord won't object. All right, you do as you see fit. Fat Lord will go and get busy." Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatso opened a portal and quickly left. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Hong and asked, "How's the investigation of the matter I asked you to do?" "It's all clear. The first prince was appointed as the crown prince 5 years ago. He lives in the imperial palace all year round. But his cultivation is not very good. It's said that he's only a 5-star combat emperor. As for the rest, the imperial capital has been very peaceful for more than 10 years. Nothing major has happened." Lu Hong said, "Very good. The first prince is only 8 or 9 years older than me. And at that time, when I was expelled from the imperial capital, he was only a 5-star martial ancestor. To be able to break through to the 5-star combat emperor in these 10 years is already very heaven-defying. I'm afraid that the emperor spent a lot of effort to cultivate him," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. "That's funny. A person who was personally cultivated by the emperor is only a 5-star combat emperor. And you, a person who relied on yourself all the way, have already broken through to the War Master level. I wonder what expression the emperor will have when he knows about this." Lu Hong covered her mouth and laughed. Wolf King chuckled and added, "And his cultivation was crippled, which delayed him for 5 years. In other words, little Qin Zi really started cultivating when he was 15. "That's right." Lu Hong nodded and said with a smile, "I believe that not only the emperor, but also the princes and dukes will have very interesting expressions. Then let's wait and see." Chapter 690. Martial Arts Hall. Lin Dian sat on a chair, looked at Wan Qiu and Gao Ming in front of him, and asked, "How is it? In the past 3 days, Qin Feiyang hasn't walked out of the alchemy room. We can't find a chance at all." Gao Ming shook its head, feeling quite distressed. "That damn bastard, I don't believe he'll hide in there for the rest of his life." Lin Dian was furious when he heard this. Wan Qiu said cautiously, "I'm guessing he'll really hide in the alchemy room and not come out." Lin Dian also had a headache and asked, "Then does he have any special friends?" "The people of the spiritual state have a good relationship with him. But the best is still Ren Wushuang," Wan Qiu said. "Ren Wushuang?" Lin Dian frowned and asked suspiciously, "Who is this person?" "This person is the granddaughter of the spiritual state mansion master. She's quite pretty, but she's too stubborn. I went to her yesterday and wanted to use her to threaten Qin Feiyang, but no matter what I said, she wouldn't open the door. I also heard that Kai Yu also has designs on this Ren Wushuang, but he was also rejected in the end," Wan Qiu said. "Kai Yu?" Lin Dian lowered his head, pondered for a while, and sneered. "Kai Yu has seen countless women, and he doesn't like ordinary goods at all. This woman must be superb for him to take a fancy to. What does she look like? Let me see." Wan Qiu waved his hand, and a phantom quickly appeared. Lin Dian sized up Ren Wushuang's phantom, licked his lips, and chuckled, "She's really a femme fatale." Gao Ming had an idea and said, "Senior brother, do you want me to bring her to you?" Lin Dian said disdainfully, "Even Kai Yu was rejected. Do you think you can get her to walk out of the cultivation room with your little ability?" Gao Ming smiled embarrassedly. Lin Dian said, "Although this woman is not bad-looking, the potential pill is more important. We cannot waste time on her." Wan Qiu added, "We still have to hurry, otherwise if the other martial marquis disciples receive the news, they will definitely look for Qin Feiyang." Lin Dian nodded. This was what he was most worried about. The potential pill was extremely tempting. Once it was exposed to the world, not just the Hall of Gods, but the entire capital would be in an uproar. Gao Ming asked, "Then, does senior apprentice brother Lin Dian have any brilliant plans? You still have the nerve to ask me? Don't you usually boast that you're very smart? Why are you so useless at critical moments?" Lin Dian said furiously. Hearing this, Gao Ming's heart was filled with bitterness. The other party was hiding in the pill-forging room, refusing to come out. He couldn't even meet him, so what could he do? Even if he had a way, he wouldn't be able to use it. Lin Dian glanced at Gao Ming coldly, then looked at Wan Qiu and said, "You know Qin Feiyang better than we do. Tell me, how should we deal with him?" Wan Qiu sighed. To be honest, this person is unmoved by force or persuasion. It's not easy to deal with him. Lin Dian frowned. He doesn't have a weakness? His weakness is the people closest to him. This is also his only weakness. However, other than Ren Wushuang, everyone else is hiding in his ancient castle. There's no chance at all. Wan Qiu said. Ancient castle? Lin Dian was stunned and asked, "What ancient castle?" Wan Qiu said, "It's a spatial treasure that can hide in." He dares to be so unscrupulous precisely because of this ancient castle. Spatial treasure. Lin Dian's gaze trembled. This lowly person from the spiritual state actually had such a treasure? Gao Ming's eyes were also filled with disbelief. Senior apprentice brother Lin Dian, should we ask him to come out? This, Lin Dian frowned. Wan Qiu glanced at the two suspiciously. Who is this he? Gao Ming continued. If he comes out with his identity, I think Qin Feiyang would be eager to curry favor with him. How would he dare to act rashly? If he comes out, it'll be a piece of cake, but Lin Dian was hesitant. Gao Ming said, "I know that this will make us look incompetent, but there's no other way now." Wan Qiu asked telepathically, "Senior apprentice brother Gao, who are you talking about?" Gao Ming said to himself, "A terrifying person, the current 13th prince." Wan Qiu's body and mind trembled. "I'll tell you the truth. The masters behind the various forces are not senior apprentice brother Lin Dian and the others, but the princes of the imperial palace. We belong to the 13th prince's camp." Gao Ming replied telepathically. Hearing this, the shock in Wan Qiu's heart could not be any greater. Princes, those are the high and mighty sons of the imperial emperor. Every single one of them is a dragon amongst men. Even the various martial marquises have to greet them respectfully. He never thought that the divine palace would be so complicated. All right. Finally. Lin Dian finally made a decision and said, "I'll immediately send a message to the 13th prince. You two continue to guard the Pill Palace. Once Qin Feiyang appears, inform me immediately." Wan Qiu and Gao Ming replied respectfully and quickly left the cultivation room. At the same time, outside the Pill Palace, a white-clothed woman descended on the plaza. She looked to be around 30 years old, but her figure was very good. She was still charming and her aura was unfathomable. "Greetings, Palace Master." As soon as she appeared, the disciples of the Pill Palace who were passing by immediately stopped and bowed to greet her. Moreover, the white-haired old man who was sitting behind the transparent window also hurriedly ran out. He stood in front of the white-clothed woman and bowed to her. The white-clothed woman asked, 3 days ago, did a little guy called Qin Feiyang come?" Qin Feiyang. The white-haired old man thought for a while and nodded. "There is indeed a person called Qin Feiyang. What's wrong? Did he do something wrong?" The white-clothed woman said, "Bring me to see him." The white-haired old man stuttered for a while and said with a bit of panic, "Palace Master, I also don't know which alchemy room he is in." "You don't know?" The white-clothed woman frowned and said angrily, "As the Pill Palace's managing elder, you don't even know which alchemy room the disciple is in. Tell me, what is he doing all day?" The white-haired old man lowered his head. His old face was filled with panic. The white-clothed woman said, "I'll give you 100 breaths to find out. If you can't find out, you can go to the law enforcement palace and stay there for a few days." As soon as he heard the law enforcement palace, The white-haired old man's eyes trembled. The panic on his face became even stronger. The white-clothed woman shouted, "What are you waiting for?" Yes. I'll go now." The white-haired old man quivered and quickly ran into the pill palace. Not even 100 breaths had passed. The white-haired old man hurriedly ran out again and said, "Palace Master, Qin Feiyang is in alchemy room number 701. I'll lead the way for you." "No need. I can go by myself," the white-clothed woman said indifferently and walked into the pill palace. However, when she reached the door, she suddenly turned her head and looked at the white-haired old man. "Restrain yourself." Yes. "I'll definitely restrain myself." The white-haired old man nodded continuously. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat. When the white-clothed woman entered the pill palace and disappeared, he let out a sigh of relief. However, he was also puzzled. This palace master rarely showed herself. Why did she suddenly appear now and look for a disciple who just entered the divine palace? Alchemy room number 701. Qin Feiyang was in the ancient castle. He was concentrating on copying the kill formula. Dong. Suddenly, a series of knocks could be heard in the ancient castle. Lu Hong, who was arranging the medicinal ingredients, frowned slightly and said, "It's that Lin Dian again?" "Ignore him," Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. "Qin Feiyang, I'm the palace master of the pill palace. Please come out." However, before he could finish his sentence, a very calm voice could be heard in the ancient castle again. Immediately, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Lu Hong said in surprise, "Why is the palace master of the pill palace here?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "I just came to the divine palace. I'm not famous. It's impossible for her to look for me." "Unless," Wolf King asked, "unless what?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Unless she knows that I can concoct the potential pill." "Then what should we do?" Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other two beasts were a little anxious. No matter how high Lin Dian's status was, he was only a disciple of the divine palace. He had to follow the rules here. However, the palace master of the pill palace was different. She was one of the leaders of the divine palace. The entire pill palace was under her jurisdiction. She had the right to make Qin Feiyang open the door. If Qin Feiyang didn't open the door, even if she broke the stone door and barged in, no one would dare to question her. Because she had the right. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He suddenly smiled and said, "Don't panic. I'll take care of it." After saying that, Qin Feiyang left the ancient castle and appeared in the alchemy room. Then, with a thought, the stone door slowly opened. When the stone door was fully opened, the white-clothed woman came in uninvited. She stood in front of Qin Feiyang and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also looked at the white-clothed woman. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Palace Master." The white-clothed woman nodded and asked, "You're Qin Feiyang?" "Yes, I am," Qin Feiyang replied respectfully. The white-clothed woman said, "Close the door." With a thought from Qin Feiyang, the stone door automatically closed. "I don't like to beat around the bush. I heard that you've opened the gate of potential. Can you show me your potential imprint?" The white-clothed woman said. As expected, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled, and he straightforwardly pulled open the clothes on his chest. Because the other party had obviously come prepared, there was no point in hiding it. Looking at the potential imprint on Qin Feiyang's chest, the white-clothed woman's eyes flashed, and she asked, "Which level have you opened?" Qin Feiyang said truthfully, "The 5th level." "The 5th level." Shock appeared on the white-clothed woman's face. Originally, she thought that Qin Feiyang would at most open the 2nd or 3rd level. But she never thought that he would have already opened the 5th level. In other words, from the extreme warrior realm to the extreme war emperor realm, this child had not left behind any of the gates of potential. Qin Feiyang was about to close his clothes, but the white-clothed woman suddenly reached out her hand and said, "Wait." Qin Feiyang frowned without leaving a trace, because the white-clothed woman's gaze had shifted to the concentric knot. The white-clothed woman looked at the knot curiously and asked suspiciously, "What kind of imprint is that?" Qin Feiyang had an idea, and laughed. "This is a birthmark, I was born with it." Heart-shaped birthmark? The white-clothed woman was stunned for a moment, and said with emotion, "There are really all kinds of strange things in this world." Chapter 691. After Qin Feiyang tidied up his clothes, he smiled and said, "Hall Master, it shouldn't be that simple for you to look for me, right?" The white-clothed woman was shocked. She shook her head and smiled. "You said that you're smart. I didn't think much of it at first. Now that I look at it, you're really smart." "You?" Qin Feiyang looked suspicious. After thinking carefully, he figured it out. Zhu Yu was the ugly old woman's real name. So, Zhu Yu was the one who told the pill hall master about him? However, he didn't mean to blame Zhu Yu, because the pill hall master would know about it sooner or later. "Since you've guessed it, I'll be straightforward. I hope that you can contribute the potential pills formula," the white-clothed woman said. Qin Feiyang frowned. He shook his head and sighed. "It's just as I expected. However, I can't hand over the formula. Please forgive me, Hall Master." The white-clothed woman wasn't surprised by Qin Feiyang's answer, because the potential pill was too powerful. If it were her, she wouldn't contribute it either. However, everything could be discussed, right? She looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "I know that it's a bit difficult for you to do this. However, you're a disciple of the Divine Hall now. Shouldn't you do something for the Divine Hall?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "That's right. However, I don't have to hand over the formula to do something, right? Then tell me, what else do you have that's more valuable than the potential pills formula?" the white-clothed woman asked. Qin Feiyang wanted to laugh and said, "Then I'd like to ask, did the others make any contributions when they entered the Divine Hall?" The white-clothed woman shook her head. "That's weird. Why don't they make contributions? Why do I have to? Is it because I'm special?" Qin Feiyang looked at her confusedly. The white-clothed woman was shocked. She realized that she was speechless for a moment. "Hall Master, to be frank, the potential pills formula is my private property. It has nothing to do with the Divine Hall. Disciple has no obligation to contribute. Thus, I hope that Palace Master can forgive me. Of course, this disciple also believes that the Divine Hall is a selfless place and will not resort to forceful acts." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. The woman in white stared at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Only now did she realize that she had been completely led by Qin Feiyang. Her purpose for coming here was very simple. She only wanted the pill formula for the potential pill. But in the end, Qin Feiyang dragged the topic to the issue of justice and righteousness. Until now, she didn't know what to say. In fact, before coming here, she had also thought of forcing Qin Feiyang to hand over the potential pill formula. But now that Qin Feiyang said this, he really couldn't do it. Because once he did so, it would be tantamount to admitting that the temple was a place of corruption. This shrewdness, this scheming, is not simple. The white-clothed woman sighed. She shouldn't have said things like contribution. She was just digging a hole for herself. "All right, I won't force you. But I still hope that you can think about it carefully." The white-clothed woman forced a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "I will think about it seriously." While he was talking, he moved his mind and the stone door that was tightly shut slowly opened. Indirectly, he gave the order to leave. "All right, go ahead and cultivate. I won't disturb you anymore." The white-clothed woman shook her head and smiled. She turned around and walked into the alchemy room. She looked helpless. When she walked out of the Pill Palace, Wan Qiu and Gao Ming had just arrived at the plaza outside of the Pill Palace. Immediately, Gao Ming's pupils shrunk. "What's wrong?" Wan Qiu was suspicious. Gao Ming transmitted his voice. "She's the Pill Palace Master." What? Wan Qiu's eyes trembled. The Pill Palace Master rarely shows herself. Why did she suddenly come here? Gao Ming frowned. After the white-clothed woman left, Gao Ming grabbed the arm of a Pill Palace disciple and asked softly, "Brother, why did your palace master come back?" That disciple shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure either. But I heard that she's looking for someone called Qin Feiyang." Looking for Qin Feiyang. Gao Ming's face turned pale and said, "Wan Qiu, I need to find a place to send a message to senior brother Lin Dian. You stay here and guard first." Without waiting for Wan Qiu's reply, It turned around and ran into a small forest in a hurry. It then took out an image crystal. So, Lin Dian's virtual image appeared. Lin Dian frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Wan Qiu asked, "Did you inform the 13th prince?" He said that he'll meet this Qin Feiyang tomorrow. Lin Dian said. Wan Qiu said anxiously, "He can't wait until tomorrow. He has to do it now." "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Lin Dian asked confusedly. Just now, the pill hall's hall master went to meet Qin Feiyang personally. Wan Qiu said. "What?" Lin Dian suddenly stood up and said in shock, "Why is she looking for Qin Feiyang?" "No one knows. But I'm sure that it's related to the potential pill. Because other than the potential pill, there's nothing else that can make the pill hall's hall master come personally," Wan Qiu said in a deep voice. "If that's the case, we have to hurry up. All right, I'll send a message to Her Highness now. You guys wait for us over there." Lin Dian turned off the image crystal after he finished speaking. At the same time, in the ancient castle, "I thought that she would force you to hand over the pill formula. I didn't expect her to give up so easily. Seems like the person in charge of the pill hall is a reasonable person." Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Reasonable? Don't be naive. She just heard what I said and didn't want to do anything." Qin Feiyang sneered. Wolf King frowned and said, "So, the crisis isn't over yet?" "Of course. She'll come looking for us sooner or later. Her attitude won't be like today." "We can't wait any longer," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "What do you mean?" Lu Hong looked at him in shock. Qin Feiyang said, "If we continue to wait like this, we don't know when the first prince will receive the news. We have to take the initiative." Lu Hong said, "Are you sure that the big shots of the Divine Palace will be afraid of the first prince? He's not a prince anymore. He's the crown prince. He's above everyone else. Even the big shots of the Divine Palace have to give him some face." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong nodded and asked, "How do we get his attention?" "I haven't thought about it yet." Qin Feiyang shook his head and fell into deep thought. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in his arms rang. Qin Feiyang took it out and saw that it was a message from Fatso. However, the illusory image that appeared was that of a burly middle-aged man. This was naturally Fatso in disguise. Qin Feiyang asked, "Are the gold coins not enough?" "Definitely not enough. But this is only secondary. Fat Lord found a treasure in the treasure pavilion." Fatso waved his hands and feet and roared excitedly. "What treasure?" When Wolf King heard the word treasure, his eyes lit up and his saliva flowed out. "Dragon blood," Fatso said word by word. "What?" The people and beasts trembled both physically and mentally. "He actually found dragon blood? How is that possible?" "Fat Lord swears that he's not lying to you. It's the steward of the General Pavilion who said it himself. But the problem is, they won't sell it." Fatso said, a little angry. Qin Feiyang asked, "How much?" "I don't know about that." Fatso shook his head. Lu Hong said, "Why won't they sell it? Can't they agree on the price?" If only it was a problem with the price. That steward said that the dragon blood is the treasure of their treasure pavilion. No matter how high the price is, they won't sell it. Fatso said in distress. If that's the case, it's indeed a little troublesome. Lu Hong frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang next to her. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, looked up at Fatso and said, "Give me the coordinates, I'll go and talk to him." But Fatso immediately gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also immediately left the castle, changed into the clothes of the temple, opened the portal, and descended into an unfamiliar room. The room was not big, about 100 feet, but the decoration was very high-end. Whether it was the tea table, the chairs, or the floor, they were all carefully polished with high-quality jade. And Fatso was sitting in the chair in front of the tea table, but he was the only one in the room. "Where's the steward of the General Pavilion?" Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso said, "He went to prepare the herbs." "Wait, why don't you ask where this is?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, "Isn't this the VIP room of the General Pavilion? I've been here before, nothing has changed." "I see." Fatso smiled embarrassedly. He actually asked such an idiotic question. It was simply lowering his IQ. An old man with white hair and wearing a white robe walked into the VIP room. When the old man saw Qin Feiyang, he couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Fatso and asked, "This is?" Fatso coughed and said expressionlessly, "He's my family's young master." The old man immediately put on a smile and greeted, "So it's a distinguished guest. Come, please take a seat." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He sat on the chair and looked at the old man. More than 10 years ago, the steward of the General Pavilion was also this person. His name was Sun Dahai, and outsiders called him Old Sunday. Sun Dahai also looked up and down at Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was wearing the uniform of the temple, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect young master to be a disciple of the temple. Nice to meet you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "There are countless disciples of the temple. There's nothing to be honored about." Sun Dahai was stunned. Others were proud of being a disciple of the temple, but this person's tone was indifferent. Could it be that he had some special identity? Thinking of this, Sun Dahai's eyes flashed slightly, and he cupped his hands and said, "May I ask which big family young master is from?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Treasure Pavilion is a place to talk about business. I don't think there's a need to talk about these personal matters." Sun Dahai was stunned and hurriedly said with a smile, "Young master is right. Don't talk about personal matters, just talk about business." As he said that, he took out a Qiankuan bag from his arms and placed it on the tea table. He smiled and said, "These are the medicinal herbs you need. My General Pavilion stock is basically all here." Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand and sank his mind into it. Immediately, his pupils shrank slightly. The medicinal herbs inside actually filled half of the Qiankuan bag. Although it wasn't as many as Fatso and the others went to the branch pavilion to sweep the medicinal herbs, but one must know that there were 9 branches. In other words, Chapter 692. Sun Dahai glanced at the two of them and said, "The total value of these herbs is 565. 3 billion. I can give you a discount. 65. 3 billion less in one go. Elder son, you are really generous. Thank you." Fatso was overjoyed. "It's all Fat Lord's fault. It's too polite to thank me." Sun Dahai waved his hand and smiled. But before he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed as he hurriedly said, "Brother, the discount I'm talking about is 300 million, not 65. 3 billion. Don't get it wrong. 300 million? Fatso was stunned. His face darkened as he said, "Old man's son, why did you go back on your word?" "When did I agree? I said I'll give you a discount, but isn't the discount 300 million? You're the one who misunderstood me." Sun Dahai said anxiously, "The discount can be 55. 3 billion or 65. 3 billion. You didn't make it clear, and now you want to go back on your word? Old man, you can't go back on your word when doing business. This will damage your Treasure Pavilion's reputation." Fatso said, "Then I won't sell it. I'll lose too much." Sun Dahai was anxious. Qin Feiyang put down his Qiankuan bag and looked up at Sun Dahai. He smiled faintly and said, "Elder son, this money is a small matter. I'm here to discuss a big deal with you." Sun Dahai was stunned and asked curiously, "What big deal?" Qin Feiyang said, "I need your Treasure Pavilion's dragon blood." Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to finish, Sun Dahai shook his head and said, "No, I'm not selling dragon blood. Don't be in a hurry to refuse." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly as he took out a potential pill and placed it on the tea table. 4 pill veins. Sun Dahai's eyes lit up when he saw the pill veins on the potential pill. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I'm not asking you to look at the pill veins. I'm asking you to see if you've seen this kind of pill before." Sun Dahai grabbed the pill and looked at it carefully. A trace of suspicion gradually climbed up his old face as he muttered, "Strange, why haven't I seen it before? It would be strange if you've seen it." Fatso smiled disdainfully. However, he was extremely confused. Wasn't boss not planning to sell the potential pills? Why did he take the initiative to take it out now? Sun Dahai glanced at Fatso, then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Little brother, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me directly. This pill is called the potential pill. It was refined using 33 types of medicinal herbs. Its function is to help people open the door to their potential. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Sun Dahai nodded in realization. But he suddenly stood up and stared at Qin Feiyang, saying, What did you just say? Open the door of potential? Qin Feiyang nodded. Sun Dahai felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. His mind rumbled as he looked at the potential pill in his hand. His face was filled with disbelief. What a joke! The door of potential could actually be opened with pills. It's not real. It's definitely not real. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a calm face, Little brother, I don't like to joke. Who is in the mood to joke with you? Look at what this is. Fatso snorted and tore open the clothes on his chest. Sun Dahai looked over in shock. When he saw the potential imprint, his pupils immediately shrank. He hurriedly ran in front of Fatso and carefully looked at the imprint. Fatso rolled his eyes and said, Don't worry, it's not drawn with ink. Sun Dahai raised his head and looked at him, then lowered his head to look at the potential imprint. Gradually, he couldn't help but mutter. This is really the potential imprint. Damn it, this isn't a dream. He seemed to be powerless as he sat on the chair. Looking at the potential pill in his hand, he still found it hard to believe. A moment later, he looked at Fatso and frowned. How can you prove that your door of potential was opened by this potential pill? Damn, how can I prove this? Fatso was a little angry. Sun Dahai shook his head and said, Then I don't dare to believe your words. After all, this is too unbelievable. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, You can find someone to try. Find who? Sun Dahai asked instinctively. To be honest, he was still a little confused. Qin Feiyang said, You can find anyone. As long as their cultivation level is at 9 stars, it's fine. Sun Dahai said, What about me? I'm a 9-star battle master. Can I do that too? However, the prerequisite is that you have to find someone who is stronger than you. Borrow his aura to help you open the door of potential. Qin Feiyang nodded. Alright, I'll try. You guys wait here for a while. After Sun Dahai finished speaking, he got up and left in a hurry. After Sun Dahai left, Fatso immediately frowned and asked in confusion, Boss, what exactly are you planning? I have no choice. I have no other choice. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and told him about the pill hall master looking for him. I see. After listening, Fatso suddenly realized and said, So, you want to use Zhenbao Pavilion to expose the potential pill? That's right. If it comes from us, they might believe it. But Zhenbao Pavilion is different. As long as Zhenbao Pavilion releases this news, it will immediately cause a huge storm in the capital. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso nodded. This was the truth. As Zhenbao Pavilion's reputation was well known, no one would suspect that Zhenbao Pavilion was lying. In the outskirts of the first district, there was a standalone courtyard. The courtyard wasn't big, but birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. The small trees were verdant and exuded endless vitality. At this very moment, a woman in a white dress was squatting in the middle of the flowers. She was watering and weeding. She looked like she was 25 or 26 years old. She had a graceful figure and a peerless appearance. Her hair was black and beautiful. It was casually draped over her shoulders. Every move of hers was filled with a unique charm. Suddenly, a white-haired old man appeared out of thin air. It was Sun Dahai. Sun Dahai looked at the woman in white with a respectful expression. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Obviously, this woman was the Pavilion Master of the General Pavilion. The entire Zhenbao Pavilion of the Great Qin Empire was under her jurisdiction. It could be said that she was extremely powerful. The woman in white looked up at Sun Dahai and smiled. Old Sun, why are you here? Her smile was very charming. Her voice was also very pleasant to the ears. It was like an oriole leaving the valley. However, it made one unable to have any blasphemous thoughts. Today, I encountered something very unbelievable. I would like to ask the Pavilion Master to verify it for me. Sun Dahai said as he walked towards the woman. He then took out the potential pill and handed it to her. The woman sized up the potential pill and asked doubtfully, "What pill is this?" "The potential pill. It is said that it can open the door of potential," Sun Dahai said. When he said this, even he felt that it was a little ridiculous. The woman was slightly stunned. She looked at the potential pill carefully and looked up at Sun Dahai. She smiled and said, "Old son, when did you learn to joke?" Sun Dahai smiled bitterly and said, "My pavilion master, do I look like I'm joking?" The woman looked at Sun Dahai's face. He was really not joking. At that moment, she also realized the seriousness of the problem. She put down the watering pot in her hand and took the potential pill. She frowned and said, "Who gave this to you?" Sun Dahai said, "A disciple of the temple." "Tell me the details," the woman said. Then she looked at the potential pill and walked towards the pavilion not far away. Sun Dahai followed behind her and told her everything in detail. He did not hide anything. After entering the pavilion, the woman gave the potential pill to Sun Dahai and said with a smile, "If what he said is true, then you have picked up a big bargain this time. Take it." Sun Dahai nodded. These words were not false at all. If he really succeeded in opening the door of potential, he would indeed have picked up a huge bargain. He took a deep breath and put the potential pill into his mouth. The potential pill melted in his mouth. Immediately, an incomparably majestic energy rolled towards his limbs and bones. At the same time, the woman also released a trace of pressure. Although it was only a trace of pressure, Sun Dahai half knelt on the ground on the spot. You have to know, Sun Dahai was a 9-star war sect, yet he couldn't even withstand a trace of the woman's pressure. One could imagine how terrifying her cultivation was. Even though Sun Dahai was powerful, the intense pain that came from his body made him wish he was dead, and he howled miserably. Moreover, all the pores on his body were spurting out blood. In an instant he was like a bloody man, dripping with blood. About 20 breaths of time passed. Boom! A low rumbling sound suddenly exploded from within Sun Dahai's body, as if some kind of shackle had been broken. Following closely, the pain disappeared, and his entire body felt incomparably comfortable. He felt as if he had been reborn at this moment. His essence, energy, and spirit were all different from before. "How is it?" the woman asked with a smile. "Previously, I felt as if I had entered the gates of hell, but now I feel very comfortable." Sun Dahai replied, then tore open his clothes and wiped off the blood on his chest. He was immediately dumbfounded. The smile on the woman's face also froze. On Sun Dahai's chest, there was a white potential imprint. "It really works." The two of them were dumbstruck. Suddenly, the woman quivered, looked at Sun Dahai, and said with a serious expression, "Old son, let me tell you, you must build a good relationship with him." "I understand." Sun Dahai nodded. To Zhen Bao Pavilion, a person who could refine such a pill was simply the god of fortune. The woman waved her hand and said, "Go wash off the blood on your body first, then have a good talk with him. Try to find out more about him." "All right." Sun Dahai replied respectfully. Then he opened a teleportation gate and left in a hurry. Potential pill. When did the Great Qin Empire produce such a pill? Seems like the imperial capital is going to change. The woman looked at the clouds in the sky and muttered to herself. At the same time, Pill Hall. A man wearing a mask and Pill Hall's uniform strode into the square. This man was about 1.8 meters tall, and his body was skinny. Although his face couldn't be seen, his pair of dark eyes were extremely spirited. Senior Lin Dian. Seeing this man appear, Gao Ming immediately ran up and prepared to greet the man in black. Because he knew this man's identity. But before he opened his mouth, the masked man said in a low voice, "There's no need for formalities, lest my identity is exposed." Chapter 693. Gao Ming looked around and asked suspiciously, "Where's senior brother Lin Dian? Why don't I see him?" "I didn't ask him to come. If he walks with me, he'll be a big target. It'll be easy for people to guess my identity. I don't wish for those half-brothers of mine to come and ruin my plans at such a crucial moment. And to hide my identity, I even found a set of Pill Palace's disciples' clothes. They've done so much. I just hope that Qin Feiyang won't disappoint me. The masked man said. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Gao Ming smiled and said, as long as you're here, he won't dare to be arrogant. Yes. Wan Chou also nodded and bowed, his face full of flattery. Lead the way. The masked man waved his hand. The two of them immediately turned around and walked towards the Pill Palace. But just as they entered the door, the white-haired old man who was guarding the Pill Palace suddenly raised his head and looked at the masked man. He frowned and said, Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Hurry up and take off your mask. The masked man walked to the window and took off his mask. The white-haired old man's pupils contracted. Don't meddle in things you shouldn't meddle in. The masked man immediately put on his mask and looked at the white-haired old man coldly. He then walked into the Pill Palace without looking back. What's going on today? The palace master suddenly came back. Even the 13th prince secretly came to the Pill Palace? Looking at the masked man's back, the white-haired old man was confused. After a while, Gao Ming and the other two arrived in front of Alchemy Room 701. Wan Qiu said softly, Your Highness, Qin Feiyang is in this alchemy room. Knock on the door. Don't make too much noise. The 13th prince said. Wan Qiu nodded. He then walked to the door and knocked on it. But after a while, the stone door didn't open. Gao Ming said angrily, His Highness is here, but he still doesn't open the door. This bastard is too arrogant. We didn't even tell him Your Highness's identity. How would he know? Wan Qiu glanced at him with a trace of disdain. However, it was hidden very well, and Gao Ming did not notice it at all. Then what should we do? Gao Ming asked. It was somewhat at a loss. It couldn't let His Highness stand here and wait, right? However, if he revealed the identity of the 13th prince, wouldn't everyone in the alchemy rooms know that the 13th prince was here? It would definitely be lively then. The 13th prince was also somewhat annoyed and said, Continue knocking. When he gets impatient, he will naturally open the door. All right. Wan Qiu turned around and kept knocking on the stone door. But what they didn't know was that Qin Feiyang wasn't in the alchemy room at all. At this moment, he was sitting at the tea table with Fatso, leisurely drinking tea. The door to the VIP lounge was suddenly pushed open. Sun Dehai walked in with quick steps. His entire person was hale and hearty, glowing with health and vigor, as if he had become a few years younger. Qin Feiyang also put down his teacup and said with a smile, Looking at your appearance, you should have succeeded. Success. Sun Dehai nodded. He couldn't even close his mouth from smiling. Qin Feiyang said, Then, let's continue the discussion? Of course, let's continue the discussion. Sun Dehai sat opposite Qin Feiyang and went straight to the point. He asked, Little brother, how many of these potential pills do you have? Qin Feiyang didn't understand. I want to buy all of them. Of course, it would be best if you are willing to sell the recipe to me. Sun Dehai said with a smile. Do you think it's possible? To tell you the truth, before coming to the Precious Treasure Pavilion, the Pill Hall's hall master personally came to find me, but I didn't give her the recipe. Qin Feiyang said lightly. I'm just saying. Little brother, don't mind me. Sun Dehai immediately smiled apologetically. He knew that it was impossible, because no one would be so stupid to give such a heaven-defying recipe to someone else. He only mentioned it because he wanted to be lucky. There's no need to mind. I also admit that I still have a lot of potential pills, but I need dragon's blood. With dragon's blood, anything can be discussed. Qin Feiyang said. Sun Dehai frowned. What do you want dragon's blood for? Qin Feiyang said, This has nothing to do with you. You just have to say whether you want to sell it or not. This? Sun Dehai hesitated for a moment and said, Can you change it to something else? Because dragon's blood is really the treasure of my Precious Treasure Pavilion. Qin Feiyang shook his head, not leaving any room for discussion. Fatso said slowly, Old man's son, if you miss this village, there won't be another shop. Think carefully. Sun Dehai lowered his head and struggled. Actually, dragon's blood wasn't of much value to the Precious Treasure Pavilion. However, Dragons were legendary existences, so dragon's blood became rare and mysterious. At the same time, it was also a symbol. Since ancient times, there was a legend that the emperor was the reincarnation of the true dragon, and the empress was the reincarnation of the true phoenix. So, a dragon would be embroidered on the emperor's dragon robe. This made dragon's blood extraordinary. It was also because of this that the Precious Treasure Pavilion designated dragon's blood as the treasure of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. But now, the other party was here for the dragon's blood. If he didn't give it to them, there would be no chance for cooperation. But if he gave it to them, he couldn't bear to part with it. Sun Dahai's heart was in a dilemma. It seems that elder son won't be able to make a decision in a short period of time. Then I'll return to the temple first. But you have to be quick. Maybe one day when I'm in a good mood, I'll sell all the potential pills to the temple. Qin Feiyang stood up and laughed, then took out a teleportation gate. Sun Dahai's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly stood up. All right, let's make a deal. Elder son is indeed a straightforward person. Qin Feiyang revealed a victorious smile, kept the teleportation gate, and returned to his seat, saying, "Let's talk about the deal." Sun Dahai carefully considered for a moment, and said, 1 drop of dragon's blood for 10 potential pills. Qin Feiyang and Fatso were both drinking tea. Hearing this, they spat it out. 10 potential pills for 1 drop of dragon's blood? What kind of joke was this? You guys are buying dragon's blood, so you must know how rare it is. Every drop used is 1 drop less. You can say that its value can't be measured by price. To be honest, I'm already giving you guys a discount by offering this price. Sun Dahai said. He wasn't joking and he was very serious. Dragon's blood is rare, but isn't the potential pill rare? To put it bluntly, you can only look at the dragon's blood, but the potential pill can open the door of potential. I believe you don't need me to tell you the benefits of opening the door of potential. Now tell me whose value is higher. Qin Feiyang said. Sun Dahai frowned and said, Then what's your plan? 1 potential pill for 10 drops of dragon's blood. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. Impossible. Sun Dahai shook his head without hesitation and said, 9 potential pills for 1 drop of dragon's blood, this is my biggest compromise. Qin Feiyang stood up and sneered, This is your sincerity? Let me tell you, I don't want it. You can keep the dragon's blood and slowly admire it. He was really angry. Did he think that the potential pill was like a cabbage that could be picked up anywhere? Sun Dahai's expression changed and he hurriedly said, Don't, let's talk again. As long as we are patient, we can talk until both of us are satisfied, right? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I don't have time to waste. 1 potential pill for 2 drops of dragon's blood. If you agree, it's a deal. If not, I'll leave immediately. This is too little. Can't you add a little more? Sun Dahai looked at him pitifully like a little girl who was being bullied. Qin Feiyang and Fatso had goosebumps all over their bodies. Old man's son, you're a businessman. How can you be so short-sighted? I don't mind telling you that as long as you cooperate with us, those shiny gold coins will flow into your precious treasure pavilion endlessly like the river. Fatso walked up and hooked his arm around Sun Dahai's neck, smiling meaningfully. I understand this logic, but... Sun Dahai nodded with a troubled expression. In the end, he gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Feiyang. How about this? 1 drop of dragon's blood in exchange for 1 potential pill. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said helplessly, All right, I'll take it that I'm at a disadvantage. You're at a disadvantage? Sun Dahai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, Let's not talk about the small talk. Hurry up and get the dragon's blood. Sun Dahai nodded and turned to walk out of the VIP room. Fatso followed with shifty eyes. When he saw Sun Dahai disappear at the end of the corridor, he closed the door and chuckled. Boss, we've earned big this time. Did we? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course we did. Back in the spiritual state, a potential pill with 1 pattern could only be auctioned for more than 10 billion and one with 2 patterns could only be auctioned for more than 20 billion. Fatso said excitedly. Stop. Qin Feiyang reached out and interrupted him, shaking his head. You're wrong. What's wrong? Fatso frowned. Think about it. Can the spiritual state be compared to the capital? There's no lack of rich people here. Let me tell you this. If a potential pill is auctioned here, it can be auctioned for at least 10 times. Qin Feiyang said. 10 times? Fatso was stunned and shook his head. That's too exaggerated. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If you don't believe us, we'll wait and see. If that's the case, then those potential pills auctioned in the spiritual state will be a huge loss. Fatso mumbled. About 100 breaths passed. Sun Dahai returned with a jade bottle in his hand. The jade bottle was very small, about the size of a pinky finger, and it contained half a bottle of blood. Sun Dahai carefully handed the jade bottle to Qin Feiyang and said, "This is the dragon blood you want." Qin Feiyang glanced at the jade bottle, reached out, and opened the bottle cap. An invisible pressure immediately rushed out from the inside. This pressure was the dragon's aura. However, this dragon's aura was not very strong. Fatso was quite excited at first, but now he frowned and said, "Could it be the blood of a flood dragon?" This was because the blood of a flood dragon also carried some dragon's aura. How is that possible? This is definitely real dragon's blood. It's just that too much time has passed, and the dragon's aura has faded. Chapter 694. Really? Fatso looked at Sun Dahai suspiciously. Let me tell you, my treasure pavilion has never done anything fraudulent. If you dare to doubt my treasure pavilion again, don't blame me for falling out with you on the spot. Sun Dahai said angrily. Qin Feiyang sized up Sun Dahai, and indeed did not have any traces of lying, and laughed. The reputation of the treasure pavilion is still trustworthy. How many drops are there in total? Sun Dahai heaved a sigh of relief and said, 10 drops. So little? Fatso frowned. Damn, why don't you look at what this is? Do you think it's radish or cabbage that can be found all over the streets? Sun Dahai was so angry that he was glaring at him. He finally understood that he definitely could not talk too much with this person. The more he talked, the angrier he got. Hee, if it was radish or cabbage, we wouldn't have come to find you. Fatso laughed. Seeing this person flip out, he felt especially good in his heart. Obviously, he was still holding a grudge against Sun Dahai for kicking him out of the general pavilion 3 days ago. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Sun Dahai coldly looked at Fatso, then looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. Little brother, are you satisfied? Qin Feiyang nodded, capped the bottle, and then kept the jade bottle into the universe bag. From start to finish, his expression was calm. He took out 9 potential pills and placed them on the tea table. Sun Dahai immediately pounced forward and carefully held them in his hands, his old eyes emitting a green light. Suddenly, he frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "That's not right. Why are there only 9 pills? Shouldn't there be 10? Fatso frowned and said, "The one I gave you first doesn't count?" This, Sun Dahai's face froze and laughed. "Can't you give me one more?" Fatso grabbed the universe bag on the tea table and laughed. "Then can you give these medicinal herbs to us for free?" Sun Dahai's face turned green on the spot. What a joke. These medicinal herbs were worth more than 500 billion. Fatso said sneakily, "To tell you the truth, we don't have the money to pay the bill right now." What? Sun Dahai's expression changed. "If you don't have money, why are you here to buy medicinal herbs?" The other party even had the potential pill, so how could he not have money? He looked at Fatso helplessly and said, "Brother, can you not always make such jokes?" He's not joking this time. "We really don't have any money, but..." Qin Feiyang took out another 4 potential pills and said with a smile, "Help me auction them off. They should be enough to cover the cost of the herbs." Is that enough? Sun Dahai frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "We'll see if it's not enough." Sun Dahai's tightly knitted brows immediately relaxed. He laughed and said, "With little brother's words, I'm relieved, but the commission," Qin Feiyang said, "the commission will be taken according to the rules of the treasure pavilion, but I have a small request." Sun Dahai was overjoyed and hurriedly kept the 4 potential pills before asking, "What's your request?" Qin Feiyang said, "When the potential pill is auctioned, you have to publicly announce that I refined it." "That's not a problem." Sun Dahai nodded and said, Then may I know little brother's name? Qin Feiyang. After Qin Feiyang said his name, he opened the teleportation door and left with Fatso. Qin Feiyang? Sun Dahai was stunned. Surnamed Qin, could he be from the Imperial Palace? However, when he came back to his senses and wanted to ask, he realized that Qin Feiyang and Fatso had already left. It shouldn't be. I basically know everyone from the Imperial Palace, but I've never heard of Qin Feiyang's name. Moreover, if he's really from the Imperial Palace, he wouldn't have put the potential pill in the Treasure Pavilion's auction, but directly handed it to the Imperial Palace's treasury. But who exactly is he, to be able to refine such a heaven-defying pill? Sun Dahai frowned and couldn't figure it out. Pill Hall. When Qin Feiyang and Fatso returned, they heard someone knocking on the door. Fatso frowned and said, "Who is it?" As he spoke, he took a facial restoration pill and recovered his original appearance. Qin Feiyang glanced at the stone door and said lightly, "Ignore it." After saying that, he took out the dragon's blood, and his eyes were shining. He was actually very excited to get the dragon's blood. Because only with the dragon's blood, he could start refining the 9 transformation dragon blood pill. However, when he was at the General Pavilion, he suppressed this excitement in his heart. "Boss, when are you going to start refining the pill?" Fatso asked, also unusually excited. However, when he heard this, Qin Feiyang frowned and fell silent. "What's wrong?" Fatso was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm afraid we can't start refining now." "But aren't all the herbs gathered?" Fatso frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "The herbs are gathered, but the probability of refining the 9 transformation dragon blood pill is too low. I think we should wait a little longer." "Yeah, how could I forget about this?" Fatso slapped his head in annoyance. The 9 transformation dragon blood pill was not comparable to the 9 toon yellow dragon pill. For the 9 transformation dragon blood pill, only a divine pill with more than 9 pill patterns and a dragon-shaped pill chi would have a 100% success rate. And now, Qin Feiyang could only refine 4 pill patterns at most. In other words, the success rate was only 40%, not even 50%. If he started refining now and failed, wouldn't it be a waste of herbs? The other herbs did not matter, but the dragon's blood was the only exception. There were only 10 drops in total. He could not afford to waste it. Qin Feiyang said, "The most important thing now is that we have to find a way to find a pill fire. We have to at least wait until the Netherworld demonic flame is upgraded to grade 6 before we start refining." When the Netherworld demonic flame was upgraded to grade 6, he would be able to refine a 9 transformation dragon blood pill with 5 pill patterns. At that time, the success rate would be 50%. Fatso said, "Grade 5 pill fire is hard to find." "Why do you say that?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "When I was sweeping through the medicinal herbs these past few days, I asked all the major pavilions, and none of them had a grade 5 pill fire." Fatso said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that only the temple had a grade 5 pill fire? But he really did not dare to touch the temple's pill fire. After a moment of silence, he patted Fatso's shoulder and said with a smile, "Lu Hong has not broken through the War Master yet, so she has to focus on cultivating now, so I'll have to trouble you a little more about this matter." "I'll do my best." Fatso nodded. "Don't." The knocking on the door was still ringing. Fatso could not help but curse. "Fuck, it's not over, is it?" Qin Feiyang was also a little annoyed. Buzz. At this time, his image crystal began to move. After taking it out, Lu Xingxin's shadow appeared. Lu Xingxin looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in surprise, "Are you in the alchemy room?" Qin Feiyang said, "I just came back from the treasure pavilion." Lu Xingxin said, "You heard the knocking on the door, right? It's been knocking for a long time." "A long time?" Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other and could not help but frown. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you know who it is?" "I didn't go out to see, so I don't know, and I didn't hear them say their names." Lu Xingxin shook his head. "They don't even dare to say their names. They must be some cowardly scoundrel." Fatso snorted coldly. "Although you're right, it's not a good idea to go on like this. You'd better go out and take a look." After Lu Xingxin finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal. Fatso said, Lu Xingchen is right, we have to take a look. Otherwise, if we keep knocking like this, we won't be able to cultivate peacefully. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal. With a thought, the stone door slowly opened. Wan Qiu was the first to enter his line of sight. Fatso immediately said angrily, "Aren't you annoying? You can't stop knocking." "I'm not the one looking for you this time." Wan Qiu sneered and retreated to the side. Gao Ming and the 13th prince also entered their line of sight. Qin Feiyang glanced at Gao Ming, then looked at the 13th prince, and his pupils suddenly shrank. This person's cultivation was not very high, only a 1-star combat emperor, but his temperament was very unique. And he was very familiar with it. This temperament could only be possessed by people who lived in the imperial palace all year round. The 13th prince walked into the alchemy room and sized up Qin Feiyang. At the same time, he waved his hand. Gao Ming and Wan Qiu, who were following behind him, immediately turned around and closed the stone door of the alchemy room. Qin Feiyang frowned. "You are?" The 13th prince slowly took off his mask. It was a very handsome face. His facial features were regular, and his eyes were bright. On the left side of his face, there was a large mole the size of a mung bean. Looking at this face, Qin Feiyang felt that it was somewhat familiar, but he could not remember who it was. The 13th prince said indifferently, "You are Qin Feiyang?" "That's me." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Even I had to wait outside for half a day before you opened the door. You are indeed as arrogant as Lindian said." The 13th prince said. His tone was still calm, but his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Fatso raised his eyebrows and said, "Fat Lord is puzzled. Who do you think you are? Why should I open the door for you? You are courting death. Do you know who is standing in front of you?" Wan Qiu and Wan Qiu shouted. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "It has nothing to do with me. If you don't have anything else, please leave." He vaguely guessed that this person might be a prince. "How dare you speak to His Highness in such a tone? Let me tell you, this is the 13th prince of the Great Qin Empire." Gao Ming said angrily. "The 13th prince." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly. At the same time, Fatso's expression also changed. He looked at the 13th prince with fear in his eyes. Seeing this, Gao Ming and Wan Qiu could not help but sneer. "Aren't you very arrogant? What are you afraid of? Continue being arrogant. Now you know you have hit a wall." The 13th prince's expression was still calm, but there was a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows. But suddenly, Fatso laughed. "What are you laughing at? Are you scared silly?" Gao Ming and Wan Qiu sneered. "You guys don't really think that I'm scared, do you? Let me tell you, let alone a single prince, even if all the princes came, Lord Fatty would not spare them a glance. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then scram. Don't be an eyesore here." Fatso waved his hand impatiently. Wan Qiu and Wan Qiu were dumbfounded. How dare he say such nasty words in front of the 13th prince? Was Fatso crazy? At the same time, the 13th prince's face was also pale. Who was he? He was the son of the emperor. Who dared to be so presumptuous in front of him? How dare they? He looked at Fatso and said, "What is your name?" "What? You want to deal with Fat Lord? Fine, listen well to Grandpa Fatty. Grandpa Fatty will never change his name or his surname. I am Sidu Tianyu." Chapter 695. Qin Feiyang stood to the side, not saying a word. The reason for that was because he felt that Fatty's current actions were very satisfying. However, the 13th prince's expression and eyes were extremely frightening. As for Wan Qiu and Wan Qiu, they were already dumbfounded. They thought that these people would be more restrained with the 13th prince's arrival. However, they did not expect him to be even more arrogant than before. Arrogant was not enough to describe Fatso. He was simply lawless. Seeing that the three of them were silent, Fatso frowned. "Is there a problem?" The 13th prince's eyes flashed coldly. He turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Aren't you going to control him? He's just my friend, not my subordinate. How can I control him?" Qin Feiyang shrugged. The 13th prince said, "Since he's your friend, all the more you should control him. This will bring him a fatal disaster. The threat in his voice was obvious and undisguised. A fatal disaster? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He then smiled and said, "To be honest, we're really itching for a fight. Why don't we go to the arena and spar?" The 13th prince was enraged. Wan Qiu's eyes flashed. He said telepathically, "Your Highness, these two people are very powerful. You must calm down. Moreover, with your status, you don't have to compete with them." Phew. The 13th prince took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang. "The reason I'm here is," Qin Feiyang said calmly, "is it for the potential pill? Or the recipe? Don't you know that it's very rude to interrupt others?" The 13th prince's anger, which he had just managed to calm down, flared up again. Fatso sneered. "You know that we don't want to see you, yet you keep knocking on the door. Is this how you call being polite?" Wan Qiu said angrily, "Cut the crap. His Highness is here for the recipe for the potential pill. If you know what's good for you, hand it over." "What if I don't?" Qin Feiyang crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the three of them playfully. The 13th prince said, "If you don't hand it over, there will be no place for you in the great Qin Empire." These words were not meant to scare Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong, because with his status, it would be easy for him to force Qin Feiyang into a corner. However, he did not know that Qin Feiyang was not afraid of being threatened. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I'll wait." The 13th prince gloomily looked at Qin Feiyang. In the end, he smiled coldly and said, "I guarantee that you will regret this." After he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang also opened the stone door with a thought. But Fatso suddenly said, "Wait. Have you thought it through? Then hand over the pill recipe with both hands." The 13th prince stopped and turned to look at Fatso and Qin Feiyang with a mocking expression. "Ha!" Fatso looked up and laughed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Boss, look at how long he has been knocking on the door. It must be quite tiring. Why don't we reward him with a potential pill?" Hearing this, the 13th prince clenched his fists. The coldness in his eyes pierced the bone. Reward him with a potential pill? Wasn't this the same as saying that he was a beggar? To think that he, the son of the emperor, dared to humiliate him like this. This was intolerable. "Just you wait. I will make you kneel and hand over the pill recipe to me." He threw down a sentence full of killing intent, then put on his mask, turned around, and strode away. "You're dead for offending His Highness." Wan Qiu and Gao Ming gloated as they looked at Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong. They also ran out of the alchemy room. Fatso sneered. "What a pair of despicable wretches. Of course they have to suck up to him. He's a high and mighty prince. But you're too bold. You're the first person in history who dares to humiliate a prince of the empire." Qin Feiyang said. "The first?" Fatso was stunned. "Based on what you're saying, Fat Lord might be able to go down in history in the future?" "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Then he couldn't help but laugh. In fact, if Fatso was alone, he would not have dared to be so arrogant. It was mainly because Qin Feiyang was beside him. "Alright, go and find out more about the alchemy fire. Also, keep an eye on the general pavilion." Qin Feiyang smiled. But Fatso nodded and asked, "Boss, how's your relationship with the 13th prince?" "He's half a year older than me. I remember when I was young, he was very jealous of my talent. He often colluded with the other princes to plot against me. That's why we're not that close. Of course, it's not just me and him. The other princes are always plotting against each other." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Everyone envies those who are born in the royal family. But who knows how sad it is to live in the royal family? Fatso sighed. "Yeah. It looks beautiful on the surface, but it's dirty in reality. All right, let's go and cultivate." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and closed the stone door of the cultivation room. He then entered the ancient castle and continued to copy the kill symbol art. Fatso also consumed the illusion form elixir and turned into a burly man. He then opened the teleportation door and left. "These two damn lowly commoners. I'll kill them." Martial arts hall in the cultivation room where Lin Dian was. The 13th prince was furious and stamping with rage. Wan Qiu and Gao Ming were trembling. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lin Dian, on the other hand, was suspicious. He sent a voice transmission to Wan Qiu and Gao Ming. What happened? Why is your highness so angry? The two of them smiled bitterly and secretly recounted what had happened in detail. Damn. These two bastards are really tired of living. After hearing that, Lin Dian was also dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the 13th prince and whispered, "Your Highness, I know you want to kill them, but this is the divine palace. Don't do anything out of line." The 13th prince roared, "So what if it's the divine palace? No matter how powerful it is, it's still mine." Yes. The entire Great Qin Empire is yours, not to mention the divine palace. But the person who controls the divine palace is the state preceptor. Your Highness, I don't need to tell you what that old bastard is capable of, Lin Dian said. Hearing the state preceptor, the 13th prince trembled and calmed down. Wan Qiu smiled and said, "Your Highness, you don't need to worry. It's actually very easy to kill them." The 13th prince's eyes lit up as he looked at Wan Qiu and said, "Tell me about it." "Just wait. As soon as they leave the divine palace, with your Highness's ability, killing them will be as easy as crushing an ant." Wan Qiu smiled. "But what about the potential pill? My brothers aren't simple either, especially my eldest brother. I don't know how many people in the divine palace are his spies. I'm sure we'll receive news soon. The recipe for the potential pill is very important. It's even possible that this potential pill will give me the chance to become the next emperor. That's why I won't allow the recipe to fall into the hands of others." The 13th prince said, "Don't worry about that. If Qin Feiyang dares to reject you, he'll definitely reject the other princes." Wan Qiu smiled. "Are you sure?" The 13th prince frowned. "I don't know him well. His arrogance has reached a point where there is no cure for him. Furthermore, the potential pill is so powerful. Would he be willing to give it to others?" Wan Qiu smiled coldly as if everything was under his control. "That makes sense." The 13th prince nodded and looked at Lin Dian. "Take good care of him." "Okay." Lin Dian nodded. Gao Ming, on the other hand, was jealous. Wan Qiu knew that his chance had come. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "I'll do my best for your Highness." The 13th prince smiled. "Get up. As long as you serve me well, you'll be rewarded." "Thank you, your Highness." Wan Qiu kowtowed and got up. "I have one more thing to say." "Speak." The 13th prince said. "In addition to monitoring Qin Feiyang, we also need to monitor the movements of Ren Wushuang and the others. As soon as they leave the cultivation room, we'll immediately take them down. At that time, Qin Feiyang will obediently come to find us without the slightest effort." Wan Qiu sneered. The 13th prince smiled and nodded. "Okay, let's do that. Lin Dian, you'll be in charge of this." "Okay." Lin Dian nodded. At the same time, he glanced at Wan Qiu. He had won the 13th prince's favor so quickly. This person was not simple. The temple was very peaceful. Qin Feiyang also focused on cultivating for a few days. But on the 7th day, Precious Treasure Pavilion announced that they would be auctioning the potential pill. The date was set to be 3 days later at the General Pavilion. At first, no one knew what the potential pill was. But after asking around in Precious Treasure Pavilion, everyone was shocked. And no one doubted Precious Treasure Pavilion's reputation. So, once the news was out, the first district was in an uproar. Moreover, this news was like a plague, spreading unstoppably to all the cities, including the inner city. In less than half a day, everyone in the imperial city knew about this. For a time, in the streets and alleys, restaurants and tea houses, everyone was talking about the potential pill. 3 days later, the auction for the potential pill finally started. Anyone who had some power in the imperial city rushed to the general pavilion. And those who had power and influence had already reserved seats. And all the princes had personally come to the general pavilion, including the eldest prince. Seeing all this, Sun Dahai was very happy. The general pavilion had never been so lively. Even the aisles were filled with people. On the same day, Fatso also sent a message to Qin Feiyang, asking Qin Feiyang if he wanted to join in the fun. Qin Feiyang thought about it and did not go in the end. Anyway, he had achieved the effect he wanted. As for the price of the auction, he did not care too much. And Sun Dehai did not go back on his words. Before the auction, he spent a long time introducing Qin Feiyang. Actually, he did not know Qin Feiyang at all. What he said was purely nonsense. However, although it was only nonsense, the name Qin Feiyang immediately began to spread through the imperial city after he said it like that. Chapter 696. That night, Fatso returned from the general pavilion. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and asked suspiciously, "Why did it take so long?" Fatso said, "You didn't see the scene. They were all bidding like crazy. Do you know how much was sold in the end?" "How much?" Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts also looked at Fatso curiously. Fatso took a deep breath and said, 200 billion. Damn. Wolf King was dumbfounded. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "It's really as you said, it's 10 times more. The people in the capital are stupid and rich. I'm sure that the price will rise in the future." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Stupid and rich? They looked at each other. If these words were heard by those who participated in the auction, who knows what they would think? Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Is there any news about the alchemy fire?" According to Fat Lord's inquiry, the owner of the Fragrant Moon House has a cluster of 5th-grade alchemy fire. In addition, there are 5 martial marquises, each with a cluster of 5th-grade alchemy fire. Fatso said, "This adds up to 6 clusters of 5th-grade alchemy fire. It's more than enough to upgrade the Nether Devil Flame." Wolf King looked at Qin Feiyang with a hint of encouragement in his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "That's right, but to get these alchemy fires, it's difficult. Not to mention the status of the owner of the Fragrant Moon House and the 5 martial marquises, just the preciousness of the 5th-grade alchemy fire, these people will not easily take it out. I don't think it's that difficult. Now, everyone knows that you can refine the potential pill, they will definitely come to you. At that time, we'll ask them to use the alchemy fire in exchange." Lu Hong said, "That's a good idea." Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at Fatso and asked, "In the end, who won the bid for the potential pill?" Fatso said, "Your Highness." "It's not out of my expectations." Qin Feiyang smiled. As the crown prince, the first prince's wealth naturally exceeded that of the other princes. As for this person, once he obtained the potential pill, he would definitely open the door to his potential. Once he tasted the benefits of the gate of potential, he would naturally come looking for him. Dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with smiles. Without a doubt, they must be here to curry favor with them. "Fatso and I will go out to receive them. You guys hurry up and sort out the herbs," Qin Feiyang said to Lu Hong and Wolf King before leaving the castle with Fatso. Back then, there were too many medicinal herbs that had been swept away. In addition, Fatso had been busy outside during this period of time, so until now, he had not completely sorted them out. Rumble. Appearing in the alchemy room, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the stone door slowly opened. One figure after another entered their line of sight. Before the stone door was fully opened, a group of people scrambled to enter. These people were all disciples of the Divine Hall. There were disciples of the Pill Hall and Martial Arts Hall. The aura they exuded was quite extraordinary. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked behind them. They did not know how many people were behind them. Fatso hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" If this continued, the alchemy room would definitely explode. Fatso's shout was effective. The people who entered the alchemy room all stopped. The black-clothed youth standing at the front cupped his hands and smiled. "Brother Qin, long time no see. How have you been?" Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He had never seen this person before. How could he say that he had not seen him for a long time? Another person smiled and said, "Brother Qin, I heard that you're handsome and suave. Now that I've met you, it's indeed true." Fuck, he even said such mushy words. Fatso secretly despised them. The black-clothed youth who spoke first suddenly moved in front of Qin Feiyang and smiled. Brother Qin, I'm the son of the 6th District's He clan's patriarch. My father repeatedly urged me to come and visit you. This is a greeting gift. Please accept it. As he spoke, the black-clothed youth took out a jade box and handed it to Qin Feiyang. There's even a greeting gift. You're quite sensible. Fatso smiled and grabbed the jade box. He opened it. There was a Qianquan bag lying quietly inside. Immediately, Fatso excitedly put his consciousness into the Qianquan bag. However, his face was full of disdain. What's this? You're not embarrassed to take out such a small amount of gold coins? Fatso directly threw the Qianquan bag to the black-clothed youth. Actually, there were a lot of gold coins inside, at least 1 billion. But for Qin Feiyang and the others, 1 billion gold coins was just a small change. The black-clothed youth caught the Qianquan bag and looked a little embarrassed. It's too tacky to use gold coins as a greeting gift. Go away. A white-clothed youth next to him looked at the black-clothed youth with disdain. He pushed the black-clothed youth away and ran to Qin Feiyang and took out a jade box. He handed it to Fatso and said with a flattering smile, Brother Fatty, this is your little brother's greeting gift. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Really? Fatso opened the jade box suspiciously. His face suddenly darkened and he scolded angrily, Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Fat Lord Strong Body, does he need the bliss pill? Get out. Damn, he just met him and he already gave him the bliss pill. How stupid. Yeah, I've never seen such a stupid person. Isn't this clearly cursing him for being incompetent in a certain aspect? The crowd behind him roared with laughter. The bliss pill, in layman's terms, was an aphrodisiac. Who would give such a thing as a gift? The white-clothed youth also realized that he had made a mistake and stepped aside awkwardly. Another short youth came up and also took out a jade box and handed it to Fatso. This jade box was quite exquisite. The patterns on it seemed to be naturally formed. Fatso thought that there must be some treasures in such an exquisite jade box. When he received the jade box and opened the lid, he was dumbfounded. The short youth said with a flattering smile, How is it? Are you satisfied? Yes, very satisfied. Fatso nodded. He was almost gnashing his teeth when he spoke. Hearing that, Qin Feiyang also looked at the jade box and couldn't help laughing. The short youth glanced at the others proudly. He looked at Fatso and said with a smile, As long as Brother Fatty is satisfied. But he didn't notice that the blue veins on Fatso's forehead were bulging. The short youth said with a smile, Since Brother Fatty is satisfied, can we give it to our friend? Fuck you. Fatso was furious. He waved his hand and smashed the jade box on the short youth's face. A pill fell to the ground. When everyone saw the medicinal pill, their expressions became strange. Immediately after, they burst into laughter. Ha, it's actually the prolonging pill. Just now, one gave the blissful pill and now another gave the prolonging pill. Why are there so many weirdos? Everyone was speechless. The prolonging pill was basically given to people who were nearing the end of their lifespan. And this Fatso, at such a young age, gave him the prolonging pill. Wasn't it equivalent to cursing him to have a short life? However, the short youth still had an aggrieved look. He picked up the prolonging pill and muttered, I don't have any ill intentions. Moreover, this is a prolonging pill with 3 pill patterns. I spent half of my savings to buy it. Half of your savings? Hearing this, a string in Fatso's heart seemed to have been touched. His expression was somewhat gloomy. But the rest of the people laughed mercilessly again. Ha, is there something wrong with your brain? Don't you know that the potential pill auction today has 4 pill patterns? That's right, you can even refine a great medicine with 4 pill patterns, let alone 3 pill patterns. Get lost, don't make a fool of yourself here. His words were very unpleasant. 4 pill patterns. The short youth's gaze trembled. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Fatso, he sighed deeply. Holding the jade box, he turned around and walked towards the door unhappily. Looking at the young man's back, Fatso frowned and said, Wait. The short youth did not look back and continued to walk, looking as if he had lost his soul. Fatso walked forward, grabbed the prolonging pill, and said, Okay, don't be sad. Just now, it was Fat Lord's fault. I will accept the prolonging pill. From now on, we will be friends. Looking at this person, he thought of himself in the past. In order to survive, he did everything he could to please others. Really? The short youth looked at Fatso in disbelief. Of course. Also, don't spend so much money in the future. It's not easy to save money. Fatso said. Thank you, senior brother Fatty. The short youth was overjoyed. At this moment, he felt as if he had gone from hell to heaven. The surprise came too quickly. Fatso took out the image crystal and said with a smile, "Come, let's establish a contract bridge so that we can contact each other more easily in the future." The short youth nodded. After the contract bridge was established, the short youth left happily. Looking at this scene, the others were envious. But in the end, no one's greeting gift caught Fatso's eye. However, Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. Because these people were not the ones he was waiting for. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a cold shout sounded. It's Feng Yun's voice. The place suddenly became restless. Whether it was the people blocking the door or the people blocking the alchemy room, they all consciously retreated to the side. Not long later, a white-clothed youth strode into the alchemy room. This person was about 1.78 meters tall. His eyebrows were like swords. He wore a silver crown on his head. His hands were behind his back. His handsome face was filled with arrogance. Qin Feiyang sized up this marquis's son. His expression was extremely calm. Feng Yun also looked at Qin Feiyang curiously for a moment. He smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect such a monster to come to my first floor. Qin Feiyang, let me introduce myself. I am Feng Yun, the son of Marquis Qianwu." Qin Feiyang asked, "Is Marquis Qianwu's body okay?" Feng Yun was caught off guard by the question. He only regained his senses after a while. He nodded and said, "My father's body is very good. May I ask why Brother Qin asked this? Do you know my father?" Qin Feiyang only smiled faintly and looked away. Feng Yun was instantly dissatisfied with his cold attitude. He said, "Qin Feiyang, do you know that the first floor of the pill hall is my territory?" Qin Feiyang ignored him. Fatso joked, "And then?" Feng Yun's gaze darkened. He shouted, "All of you get out." Immediately. Chapter 697. After everyone left, Feng Yun looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted coldly, "Close the door." "That's strange. This is our alchemy room. What right do you have to give orders here?" Fatso frowned. This person was taking advantage of him, right? Your alchemy room? Let me tell you, all the alchemy rooms on the first floor are mine. I can do whatever I want. Do you understand? Feng Yun glanced at the two of them arrogantly. So awesome? Fatso chuckled, took out the image crystal and said, Come, say what you just said again. Are you courting death?" Feng Yun's gaze turned cold. The other party was obviously going to record his words. Although every floor of the martial arts hall and Dan hall was controlled by the martial marquis disciples, it was only a private matter. And this phenomenon, the higher-ups of the divine palace had long known, but they all pretended to be deaf and dumb, too lazy to care. But if they really made a fuss, then these people would definitely suffer. So, Feng Yun was still very afraid of Fatso's move. "I don't dare." "Then why are you so arrogant? If you have something to say, then say it quickly, don't waste our time." Fatso laughed in disdain. He even dared to scold the 13th prince, let alone a mere martial marquis disciple. Feng Yun looked coldly at Fatso, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You might not know, who is the big shot behind us martial marquis disciples? Can you stop talking nonsense? Isn't it just the princes? Just tell us who is behind you, and see if you can scare us." Fatso waved his hand impatiently. "What? You know." Feng Yun was stunned. Didn't these two just come to the divine palace? How did they know about this? Fatso's patience was almost worn out, and he said angrily, "Do you want to say it or get lost?" After repeatedly offending him, Feng Yun was furious. But in the end, he still endured and said, The person behind me is His Highness the 13th Prince. Fatso was stunned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. Fatso transmitted his voice. Boss, why are Feng Yun and Lin Dian both 13th Prince's men? Isn't that simple? The martial arts hall and the Dan hall both have 100 floors. In other words, the total number of martial marquis disciples in these two places is about 200. However, there are only a dozen princes. Naturally, there are many people who are loyal to the same prince. Qin Feiyang thought. I see. Fatso nodded in realization and said, that's not right. How can there be only a dozen princes in such a huge imperial palace? You have to ask the emperor about that. Giving birth to children is his business. However, when I was expelled from the imperial capital, there were indeed only 15 princes. As for whether it has increased now, I don't know. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said, so you have a younger brother? He is 5 years younger than me. Our relationship is not bad. Because he was still young then and was very clingy. But now that he has grown up, I don't know what he is like. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Fatso said, I guess he has become snobbish. Maybe. Qin Feiyang mumbled. To be honest, no matter how kind a person was, they would change in the end if they were born in the imperial family. Of course. There were exceptions to everything. Before seeing this 15th brother with his own eyes, he didn't dare to say anything. There is one more question. How can 100 martial marquis' sons control the alchemy and cultivation rooms on these 200 floors? Shouldn't one person control 2 floors? Fatso was puzzled. How can each martial marquis only have one son? Furthermore, even if there is only one son, don't they have other disciples in their family? Qin Feiyang was helpless. This Fatso, when he was smart, he knew everything. But when he was stupid, he was like a pig. His intelligence was very unstable. So it's like that. Fatso nodded in realization, and then laughed dryly. Throughout the entire process, Feng Yun did not speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he was so angry that he didn't know how to speak. It was obvious. What were the two of them talking about in secret? This was what made him angry. Talking to each other in secret right in front of him and treating him like air, this was blatantly looking down on him. When Qin Feiyang and the other man looked at Feng Yun again, they immediately understood what was going on. Fatso laughed. I'm sorry, we thought you had already left. If he did not say this, he would have said it. Now that the fatty said it, Feng Yun could no longer control the rage in his heart. Bastard, I'm going to cripple you. He let out a furious roar, completely forgetting the rules of the Temple of Light, and punched at Fatty. Fatso hurriedly waved his hand. What is it? Are you afraid? Feng Yun sneered. His strength was not ordinary either, a 3-star war master. However, under his astonished gaze, Fatso actually took out the image crystal again and grinned, now you can bring it on. Feng Yun was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Fatso as if he wanted to eat him. Right now, he wished that he could tear Fatso into pieces. However, with the image crystal there, he didn't dare to make a move. If you're not going to do it, don't be so boring. If you're a man, then come. Fatso continued to provoke him without restraint. Feng Yun was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Don't be impulsive. You must calm down. He kept muttering, suppressing the anger in his heart with great difficulty. But at this moment, Fatso's action stunned him. You dare to say that you won't do it? Are you still a man? Come, Fat Lord, let's verify it. Fatso laughed in ridicule, took a step forward, and pulled off Feng Yun's pants. Oh, the little bird is about to fly. Fatso let out a strange cry of schadenfreude, and quickly retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang immediately burst out laughing. This Feng Yun was too slow, he didn't even react when his pants were pulled off. The disciples hiding outside the door were also laughing so hard that tears came out of their eyes. However, they covered their mouths and did not laugh out loud. Their faces were red from holding back their laughter. Ah, bastard, I'm going to kill you. Finally, Feng Yun came back to his senses. Immediately, he let out a furious roar and became completely berserk. He pulled up his pants and pounced towards Fatso without caring about anything else. Fatso laughed disdainfully, pointed to the door, and exclaimed, "The people from the law enforcement hall are here." What? Feng Yun quivered and immediately turned around to leave. However, other than the disciples hiding outside, where else could there be people from the law enforcement hall? However, he suddenly sobered up. No matter how much humiliation he suffered, he could not make a move here, or else his life would be in danger. Swish. Feng Yun suddenly turned around, looked at Fatso, and said gloomily, "Just you wait." Why do all you Martial Marquis disciples like to say this? Is it very scary? Fatso picked his ears with a look of indifference. You can be arrogant all you want. Feng Yun's eyes flashed with killing intent, and then with a gloomy face, he turned around and walked outside. His pants had been pulled off. What face did he have to stay? Feng Yun, actually, compared to Lin Dian, you are nothing in the eyes of the 13th prince. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. What do you mean? Feng Yun raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Don't you know? The 13th prince already knew that I could refine the potential pill, and even personally came to find me. Qin Feiyang said. Is there such a thing? Feng Yun frowned. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lin Dian. But I don't know why the 13th prince didn't tell you. Could it be that he wants to exclude you? Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, and his words had a deeper meaning. Damn it. Feng Yun cursed in his heart, turned around and left without looking back. Fatso frowned and said, Boss, is this method of sowing discord useful? Of course it's useful. Even if Feng Yun doesn't fall out with us, he will definitely have a grudge against us. At that time, he might even bring us an unexpected surprise. Qin Feiyang laughed. Fatso nodded thoughtfully. Interesting. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from outside. Immediately after, a young man in black slowly walked into the alchemy room. This person was about 1.8 meters tall, with a head of light golden hair and a handsome appearance. He even held a folding fan in his hand, giving off a scholarly aura. He's actually here too. The disciples outside the door looked at the back of the golden-haired young man, and their pupils shrunk. They seemed to be afraid. Everyone, disperse. The golden-haired young man gently waved his folding fan, and the disciples outside the door immediately responded respectfully, turned around, and rushed towards the door. Damn, he's so impressive. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and Fatso were both shocked. Fatso sent a message. Boss, who is he? Qin Feiyang said, I have some impression of him, but I can't remember. The disciples of the Martial Arts Hall and the Elixir Hall are deeply rooted in this place. In this place, they are the heavens, and no one has ever dared to go against them. Brother Qin, and this brother Situ, first humiliated Lin Dian, then went against the 13th prince, and now treated Feng Yun like this. I truly admire the courage of the two of you. The golden-haired young man chuckled. How do you know? Fatso was surprised. Qin Feiyang sized up the golden-haired young man and asked suspiciously, You are? The golden-haired young man closed his folding fan and cupped his hands. This one is Zhuge Ming. Greetings, Brother Qin, Brother Situ. Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he exclaimed, You are Zhuge Mingyang? That's me. Zhuge Mingyang smiled and nodded. Fatso sent a message. Boss, from your tone, is this person very powerful? Not just powerful, but very powerful. Back then, when I was still in the imperial capital, he was already a disciple of the Divine Hall. Back then, his name was known by everyone in the imperial capital. Qin Feiyang said. So exaggerated? Is it because of his family background, or something else? Fatso was surprised. Part of it. Actually, there are strong and weak marquises in the imperial capital. And the strongest marquis is called Marquis Zhuge. This Marquis Zhuge only has one son in his life, and he got this son when he was old. His son is Zhuge Mingyang. Because he got this son when he was old, Marquis Zhuge dotes on his son, so no one dares to provoke Zhuge Mingyang. But Zhuge Mingyang doesn't use his father's name to do whatever he wants outside. On the contrary, he is very low-key, humble, and often helps others. And whether it is his intelligence or talent, they are both far beyond ordinary people. Let me put it this way, before I was born, he was known as the #1 monster in the imperial capital. Qin Feiyang sent a message. Chapter 698. The #1 monster. Fatso's eyes were filled with shock. The #1 monster in the capital was equivalent to the #1 monster in the Great Qin Empire. And more than 10 years ago, this person was already a disciple of the temple. Only the war sect could enter the temple. In other words, this person had already broken through to the war sect more than 10 years ago. It might even be higher. Then how strong was he now? It was hard to imagine. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and said with a faint smile, "Brother Zhuge came to find me for the potential pill?" Zhuge Mingyang nodded directly, not hiding anything. "I've heard that Brother Zhuge has a simple personality, but now it seems. To say something offensive, it's nothing more than that." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Zhuge Mingyang was not angry and said with a faint smile, "I am not talented, but with my own ability, I have already opened the second level of the gate of potential." What? Qin Feiyang's mind trembled. How was this possible? No one understood the gate of potential better than him. No one knew better than him how difficult it was to open the gate of potential without the potential pill. But this person had actually succeeded. Moreover, he had already opened the second level. Just how shocking was this person's talent? Similarly, Fatso's heart was also filled with disbelief. Looking at the expressions of the two, Zhuge Mingyang laughed. "Don't misunderstand, I don't have any intention of swaying, I just want to express that I don't really desire the potential pill." The meaning of these words was obvious. Even without the potential pill, he was confident that he could open the gate of potential step by step. Fatso raised his eyebrows without leaving a trace. Since he didn't care, why did he come looking for them? At the same time, Qin Feiyang's eyes also flashed and asked with a smile, "Then I wonder who Brother Zhuge is here for?" "The first prince." Zhuge Mingyang said. Qin Feiyang was surprised he was actually here for the first prince. This answer was far beyond his expectations. Qin Feiyang asked, "Brother Zhuge, if I may ask, are you and the first prince friends or master and servant?" Brother Qin really isn't reserved at all. Zhuge Mingyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. "All right, I admit that there are two kinds of relationships between me and your highness. You're both a friend and a servant?" Qin Feiyang asked. Zhuge Mingyang nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned. Who would have thought that even Zhuge Mingyang had already taken sides? Looking at it from the side, if he could even recruit such a monster under his command, this big brother of his was not simple at all. Zhuge Mingyang smiled faintly. "Is Brother Qin mocking me in your heart?" Qin Feiyang did not deny it. Such a monstrous talent was actually willing to be someone else's slave. Where was his self-respect? "Actually, I don't want to either. However, the various princes are fighting openly and secretly. If I don't choose a side, I will be implicated sooner or later." In comparison, the first prince has now been appointed as the crown prince and has great power in his hands. He is a level higher than the other princes. Choosing to stand with him may not be a wise choice, but at least I can save my own life. Zhuge Mingyang said. Qin Feiyang listened to these words and felt that it was not so simple. Suddenly, a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. "Brother Zhuge, are you here to be a lobbyist for the first prince?" Brother Qin is indeed a smart person. I really want to be friends with Brother Qin. Of course, this is also the first prince's intention, but I don't know if I have this honor. Zhuge Mingyang smiled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Zhuge Mingyang had said so much because he wanted to pull him into the group. Of course, this was also his goal. However, the first prince only allowed Zhuge Mingyang to come, which made him a little unhappy. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. "I'll have to trouble Brother Zhuge to go back and tell the first prince that we can be friends, but it depends on whether he is sincere or not." "Sincere," Zhuge Mingyang mumbled, lowering his head and falling into deep thought. A moment later, he suddenly smiled and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang. This one understands. This one will definitely pass on your message. However, before I leave, can I ask Brother Qin for a potential pill? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The first potential pill in today's auction has already been snatched by the first prince. Is there still a need? Zhuge Mingyang was stunned and shook his head. I have offended you, goodbye. I won't send you off. Qin Feiyang said. Zhuge Mingyang smiled faintly and turned to walk out of the alchemy room. After Zhuge Mingyang left, Qin Feiyang also closed the stone door. Boss, Fat Lord doesn't understand. Didn't you do all this to attract the first prince's attention? Now that you have succeeded, he even asked Zhuge Mingyang to come personally to express his goodwill. Why didn't you say anything? Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang and wondered. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I can't say anything now. Why? Fatso didn't understand. Qin Feiyang sneered. If I compromise just because he sent Zhuge Mingyang, wouldn't it make me seem too worthless? Fatso asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Although Zhuge Mingyang was once the #1 monster in the imperial capital, he has now fallen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have colluded with the first prince. Therefore, his face is naturally worthless. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said in realization, Fat Lord knows. You have made up your mind to let the first prince come to you personally. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. You are so confident that he will come personally? Fatso frowned. The other party was the crown prince after all. Was it possible for him to lower his status? Don't worry, no one in this world can resist the temptation of the potential pill. Besides, I still have the potential pill in my hands, the Juku Yellow Dragon pill. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. That's true. Fatso nodded and asked, what about the other princes? I won't see any of them. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he brought Fatso into the castle and copied the kill formula. Other than the first prince, he was not interested in the other princes. And now, he was only waiting for the first prince to come personally. However, although he didn't want to see him, the other princes wanted to see him very much. After Zhuge Mingyang left, many Martial Marquis disciples came to visit. Without exception, these people represented the various princes. But Qin Feiyang ignored them all. Somewhere in the imperial palace, a black-haired youth with a golden crown was sitting on a throne made of golden glass. He was about 1.85 meters tall, with sword-like brows and a heroic spirit. His figure was neither fat nor thin, and he wore a pale golden dragon robe. His temperament was extremely extraordinary. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that the dragon's abdomen did not have dragon claws. That's right. This person was the current crown prince, the first prince. Shua. Suddenly, a young man with an imposing appearance appeared in the main hall. It was Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyu folded his fan and cupped his hands. Greetings, Your Highness. The first prince immediately stood up and welcomed him with a smile. Big brother Zhuge, I've already said that you don't have to be so polite in private. Zhuge Mingyang laughed. I still have to have some etiquette. The first prince rolled his eyes and asked, how is it? What's Qin Feiyang's attitude? Zhuge Mingyang shook his head. His attitude is a little hard to understand. What do you mean? The first prince frowned. Zhuge Mingyang said, he neither refused nor agreed, he only said that he wanted to see your sincerity. Sincerity? Does he want wealth? Or power? The first prince asked. Zhuge Mingyang shook his head and laughed. Your Highness, please don't treat him like an ordinary person. Would a person who could refine the potential pill care about wealth and power? Obviously not. The first prince was confused. Zhuge Mingyang thought for a while and said, according to my guess, the sincerity he's talking about is that he wants you to visit him personally. Visit him personally? Are you kidding me? I'm the heir of the great Qin Imperial Palace. What is he? He's just a disciple of the Temple of Gods. The first prince was instantly angry. Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt. You can ignore the other disciples of the Temple of Gods, but this Qin Feiyang, no matter what, you have to rope him in. Zhuge Mingyang said. Just because of the potential pill? The first prince raised his eyebrows. It's not just the potential pill. According to my sources, he can also refine a pill that can allow people to break through several realms at once. Zhuge Mingyang said. What pill? The scarlet glazed pill? The first prince asked. The scarlet glazed pill is only useful for cultivators below the martial ancestor realm. But the pill he refines is effective for battle kings and battle emperors. If your highness can get one, you might be able to enter the battle master realm overnight. At that time, your position as heir will undoubtedly be more secure. Zhuge Mingyang said. When the first prince heard this, he was dumbstruck. There was actually such a miraculous pill in the world? Let's not talk about the pill first. Let's talk about this person's shrewdness and temperament. Your Highness, it's not an exaggeration to say that this person's mind is not as smart as mine. If you can rope him in, he will definitely help you achieve your goals in the future. Zhuge Mingyang said. The first prince was deeply shocked once again. Zhuge Mingyang was famous for his intelligence in the imperial capital, but now he admitted that he was not as smart as Qin Feiyang. Moreover, Zhuge Mingyang and Qin Feiyang had only met once. But after meeting once, Zhuge Mingyang had such a high evaluation of this person. Just how terrifying was this person? Zhuge Mingyang said, I've said everything that needs to be said, Your Highness should consider it carefully. All right, I will seriously consider it. The first prince nodded. Then I'll take my leave first. Zhuge Mingyang cupped his hands and opened a portal. The first prince suddenly said. Zhuge Mingyang asked doubtfully, What other orders do you have? The first prince said, after returning to the divine palace, carefully investigate his background. I hope to find his weakness. I'll do my best. Zhuge Mingyang nodded and said, then walked into the portal. Qin Feiyang. When the portal disappeared, the first prince muttered to himself and returned to his seat. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye. 20 days passed. On this day. Chapter 699. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's cultivation also erupted like a volcano, directly soaring to the 2-star War Master. The first stroke was completed. Damn, so fast. Lu Hong and the others were dumbstruck. After careful calculation, it only took Qin Feiyang 2 months to copy the first stroke. To break through a small realm in 2 months, this speed was simply heaven-defying. Wolf King and Fatso were under a lot of pressure right now. He had already caught up to them. At this rate, he would surpass them sooner or later. Who? At the same time, Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh as he looked at the first stroke of the painting that was radiating with a magnificent light. Following that, he retracted his arm, closed the 6 words divine art, turned to look at Lu Hong and smiled. Have you sorted out the medicinal ingredients? It's already been sorted out. There are a total of 50 sets of 9-turn dragon blood pills medicinal ingredients, but there are still 40 drops of dragon blood missing. Spirit Sea pill, Essence Soul pill, Potential pill, and 9 Chu Yellow Dragon pill have the most medicinal ingredients. Altogether, there are more than 2,000 sets. Among them, there are more than 200 sets of Spirit Sea pill and Essence Soul pill each. As for the small creation pill, when Lu Hong said this, she couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Lu Hong said regretfully, I only managed to gather 1 set. Qin Feiyang's face froze, and said with a wry smile, It seems that in the imperial capital, medicinal ingredients that are 10,000 years old are not that easy to find. Fatso said, Didn't you say that there is still a medicinal treasure trove in the imperial palace? But now, we can't even enter the imperial palace's gate, let alone the medicinal treasure trove. Don't think about it for the time being. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although he had only gathered 1 set of small creation pill, he had gathered more than 2,000 sets of other medicinal ingredients, which could be considered a great harvest. Moreover, in addition to these, there were still many scattered medicinal ingredients. These were also a considerable amount of wealth. In short, this time he had made a huge profit. Keep the herbs. Give them to me when you need them, Qin Feiyang said, then lowered his head and fell into deep thought. 20 days had passed, but why was there no movement from the first prince? Was she trying to compete with him in patience? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Fatso and said with a smile, "Accompany me for a stroll." "I'm not going. Fat Lord wants to cultivate," Fatso said without raising his head. Qin Feiyang was astonished. He then looked at the Wolf King, but the Wolf King didn't even pay him any attention. What's the situation? Qin Feiyang looked at the man and the wolf in confusion. Lu Hong stood up, looked at Fatso and Wolf King, and pursed her lips into a smile. "Isn't it because I saw you break through to 2-star War Master, the pressure is great?" Qin Feiyang's face twitched. These two fellows really made him speechless. Lu Hong laughed. "I'll accompany you for a walk." "All right." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Lu Hong to the alchemy room. Then he opened a teleportation gate and walked in. As for the pangolin and black dragon snake, Qin Feiyang did not disturb them. First district. On a bustling street, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. It was incomparably lively. On the other side of the street, there was a huge building. It was the Treasure Pavilion, the General Pavilion. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong landed in a side alley. After walking into the main street, Lu Hong asked in confusion, "Where are we going?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, "Let's just stroll around and then go to the fragrant moon brothel." Lu Hong immediately furrowed her beautiful brows. Back then, when she was sweeping through the medicinal herbs, she had heard of this fragrant moon brothel. But Qin Feiyang was not a person who liked to flirt. Why would he go to the fragrant moon brothel? Qin Feiyang did not explain and said with a smile, "Let's go. If you like anything, just take it. It's my gift to you." "Really?" Lu Hong's eyes lit up. "Of course." Qin Feiyang smiled. Soon he regretted it. This woman was really good at shopping. No matter what strange things she encountered, she would go up and ask. She would ask for more than half a day. The most important thing was that Lu Hong did not buy any of them. She said that she did not like them. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. If she did not like them, why did she ask so much? But along the way, he also patiently followed Lu Hong and slowly strolled street by street. Unknowingly, a whole day passed. Night was about to fall. Strange. In front of a three-way intersection, Lu Hong glanced at the people coming and going with a puzzled face. "What's strange?" Qin Feiyang also glanced at the crowd and looked at Lu Hong suspiciously. "Your name is now a household name. Logically speaking, when they see you, they should at least say hello. But the people we met today seem to treat you like air?" Lu Hong frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Isn't that simple? Sun Dehai only said my name and did not say what I look like. Naturally, they don't know." Lu Hong said, "Even if Sun Dehai did not say it, the people in the temple would say it, right?" "That's not necessarily true. People are selfish, not to mention the princes. They all want to rope me in, but I have not said anything. They don't know what I am thinking. So, they all choose to remain silent. They might even order those Marshal Marquis disciples to not reveal my situation to the outside world." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Lu Hong asked suspiciously, "Then why did you come out this time?" "Waiting for someone." Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously, looked at a luxurious building not far from the left side of the street, and laughed. "That is the fragrant moon house. Let's go." A moment later, Qin Feiyang came to the entrance of the fragrant moon house. Before he even walked in, he could hear the laughter of men and women inside. At the door, there were two men standing there. Seeing Qin Feiyang coming, they immediately went up and said with a flattering smile, "Young master, do you want to go in and have some fun?" His words were very ambiguous. "Go away." Before Qin Feiyang could say anything, Lu Hong, who was following behind, heard this and angrily rebuked. Sorry. When the two men saw Lu Hong, they immediately apologized, thinking that Lu Hong and Qin Feiyang were more than friends. Looking at Lu Hong's cold face, Qin Feiyang could not help but shake his head and laugh. Then he looked at the two men and laughed. "I was originally here to play lead the way." The two men looked at each other. Bringing his woman to have fun, this man was too bold, wasn't he? Or was it that they had misunderstood that this man and woman did not have that kind of relationship at all? "Young master, miss, please come in." The two men did not dare to neglect and hurriedly greeted Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong. One of the men led the way in front. When they entered the hall of the fragrant moon house, they saw many gorgeously dressed women walking in the hall, greeting the guests at the various tables. And most of the guests here were men. Of course. There were also women. Although the fragrant moon house was a brothel, there were also many normal people who liked to eat here. Because the fragrant moon house was the most high-end and luxurious place in the entire capital, which could show one's status. And the fragrant moon house had a total of 50 floors. Except for the hall on the first floor, the upper 49 floors were all independent private rooms, and the cost was naturally not comparable to the hall on the first floor. The man glanced at the hall, looked at Qin Feiyang, smiled apologetically, and said, "Young master, the hall on the first floor is full. How about I take you to the private room upstairs?" Qin Feiyang nodded. At that moment, the waiter led the two of them upstairs. Along the way, seeing all kinds of men and women, Lu Hong felt disgusted and could not help but secretly despise. The dignified capital actually has such a brothel, it's really unreasonable. The point is that even the princes of the imperial palace like to come here. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Humph, men are all jackals of the same tribe." Lu Hong snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought Lu Hong out. So, under the guidance of the man, the two entered a private room on the third floor called Spring Warm Room. Inside the private room, the decoration was very luxurious. The dining table and chairs were all made of high-quality jade. The snow-white ground was spotless. On the four walls, there were all kinds of decorations hanging. These decorations were either made of glass, jadeite, or pearls. In addition to the dining room, there was a separate tea room and bedroom. "Are the two guests satisfied?" the man asked with a smile. While speaking, he glanced at the temple symbol on Qin Feiyang's chest, with a trace of envy in his eyes. "It's okay." Qin Feiyang glanced around and nodded with a smile. The man said, "What do you two want to eat? I'll tell the kitchen to prepare it right away." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "No hurry, just prepare a pot of good tea for me. In addition, go out and say that Qin Feiyang has come to the Fragrant Moon restaurant." The man nodded and was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, "Young master, did you just say that Qin Feiyang is coming?" Qin Feiyang nodded. The man perked up and asked, "Young master, may I ask when he will be coming?" Lu Hong frowned and said, "What's wrong with your eyes? Can't you see that he is Qin Feiyang? Go and prepare, don't be long-winded." "What? You are Qin Feiyang?" The man's eyes trembled as he looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "Go. But this little one will go right away." The man came back to his senses and hurriedly nodded, then turned around and hurried out. Lu Hong went up and closed the door, then turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Are you planning to lure the first prince here?" Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to the tea room. He said, "Since he doesn't want to show up, I'll force him to." Lu Hong frowned and followed him into the tea room. She said, "If you do this, aren't you afraid that the other princes will come? The 13th prince hates you to the core." "Why should I be afraid? Not only does the Divine Hall have rules, but all the major districts also have rules that forbid street fighting." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and sat beside the tea table, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. Outside, the man shouted in the hall, and everyone immediately knew that Qin Feiyang had come to the Fragrant Moon brothel. Everyone was extremely surprised and bewildered. Why did Qin Feiyang come to the Fragrant Moon brothel? After that, whether it was the people in the hall or the private rooms, they all rushed to the third floor. At the same time, this news was like an invisible storm that quickly spread throughout the first district, causing an uproar. Chapter 700. What? Why did he go to Fragrant Moon brothel? Somewhere in the imperial palace. The first prince looked down at Zhuge Mingyang, his brows tightly knitted together. From what I heard, this person is not someone who likes to keep a high profile. However, Once he makes a high-profile move, he must be planning something. Zhuge Mingyang said. The first prince asked, Then what do you think he is planning? I don't know either. Zhuge Mingyang shook his head. The first prince asked again, Then tell me, should we go? Or not? We must go. Zhuge Mingyang said without hesitation. But the first prince frowned. Your Highness, why haven't you made a decision these days? I think, on one hand, it's because you can't put down your face, and on the other hand, it's not convenient for you to go to the temple. After all, your identity is different now. But it's different now. Qin Feiyang is no longer in the temple, so you can let go of your worries and go meet him. As for your face, I believe that your Highness has heard of this saying. Those who achieve great things do not care about trifles. If you are not willing to put down your pride and take the initiative to meet him, I think that he will be roped in by the other princes. I don't need to say how valuable Qin Feiyang is. Your Highness, you know very well. If he joins the other prince's side, he will be the greatest threat to you. So your Highness, you can't hesitate any longer. Zhuge Mingyang said in a low voice. The first prince's eyes darkened as he got up and said, Let's go to Fragrant Moon Brothel immediately. In fact, he knew very well that even if he was made the crown prince, he might not necessarily be the one to ascend to the throne, because there were too many variables in the imperial family. So, before ascending to the throne, he had to be even more cautious. After all, one wrong step and the whole game would be lost. It was precisely because of this that he tried to rope in Zhuge Mingyang, who was once the #1 genius of the imperial capital. This was because Zhuge Mingyang, whether it was his family background or his own strength, could help him secure his position as the crown prince. Now, there was another person that even Zhuge Mingyang was wary of. Naturally, he couldn't let go of him so easily. Dong! At this moment, the corridor on the 3rd floor of the Fragrant Moon Brothel was packed with people. The sound of knocking on the door was incessant. However, Qin Feiyang didn't pay any attention to them. Make way, make way. A moment later, the waiter held an exquisite tray and walked up to the 3rd floor. On the tray, there was a teapot made of jade. Steam rose from it, and the aroma of tea assailed his nostrils. Seeing the shop assistant walking over, the people gathered in the corridor all retreated to the side, making a small path that could only allow one person to pass. One of the black-haired young men looked at the waiter and asked, Are you delivering tea to Qin Feiyang? Yeah. The shop assistant nodded. The black-haired young man immediately showed a flattering smile and said, Then can you tell Qin Feiyang for me that young master 1 of the 2nd district wants to see him? This? The shop assistant pondered and nodded. Well, I'll help you pass the message, but whether he wants to see you or not depends on young Master Qin. The black-haired young man was overjoyed and said, That's right, thank you, brother. You're welcome, young master. The shop assistant replied modestly, but he was a little proud in his heart. This black-haired young man was the young master of the Wan family. The Wan family was also one of the top noble families in the capital. Usually, the young master of the Wan family didn't even bother to look at him, let alone beg him. So now he felt very proud. Brother, also help me pass the message that the young master of the Mu family in the 3rd district wants to see him. Please also help me pass the message that after the matter is done, there will be a big gift to thank you. Along the way, many people asked the shop assistant to pass the message, because it was obvious that Qin Feiyang didn't mean to open the door, and they didn't dare to break in. So this shop assistant became the only person to pass the message. The shop assistant walked to the door, gently knocked on the door, and pushed the door in. Seeing Qin Feiyang sitting in the tea room, the shop assistant closed the door and ran into the tea room. He smiled and said, This is the best tea in our shop, please taste it. Put it down. Lu Hong pointed to the tea table. The shop assistant nodded and gently put the teapot on the tea table. Lu Hong glanced at the door and asked, What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? The shop assistant smiled and said, They know that young Master Qin has come to our Fragrant Moon house, so they all want to come and see you. Qin Feiyang said lightly, Let them all go, I won't see any of them. The shop assistant nodded. Qin Feiyang said again, However, if there are any black-clothed people or masked people coming to me, you let them come up. Black-clothed people? Masked people? The shop assistant scratched his head and looked confused. Qin Feiyang said, "They look a little mysterious." Understood. The shop assistant suddenly understood and said with a flattering smile, "Then you guys take your time, this little one will go back to work first." Go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. After the shop assistant left, Lu Hong said, "How do you know that the first prince and the others will conceal their identities and enter the fragrant moon house?" 2 words face. Qin Feiyang laughed. Lu Hong nodded in realization. Indeed. The princes had noble statuses, so if they personally came to visit Qin Feiyang, a disciple of the divine palace, they would definitely lose face. Most importantly, they would become the subject of ridicule. Therefore, they would naturally conceal their identities and sneak into the fragrant moon house. That's right. There's a problem that has puzzled me for a long time. Only those above the War Master level can enter the divine palace. What about those below the War Master level? Lu Hong was puzzled. In the 5th district, there is a branch hall. All the disciples below the War Master level stay in the branch hall. Moreover, there are other cities in the imperial capital other than here. Furthermore, within each city, there is a branch palace. Qin Feiyang said. Other cities? Lu Hong was slightly stunned and said with a wry smile, "I thought that the imperial capital only had one city." Is that possible? The imperial capital is a general term. To be exact, this is called the capital city, and it is located in the center of the imperial capital. Qin Feiyang laughed. So that's how it is. Lu Hong nodded. Don't. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. Qin Feiyang looked at the door, his eyes shining. Lu Hong also stood up, stood behind Qin Feiyang and then said, "Come in." The door opened silently. 2 black-robed men walked into the room one after the other. These 2 people were tall and their faces were half covered. It was impossible to see them clearly, but their auras were very strong. According to Qin Feiyang's judgment, they should be about the same as the ugly old woman. Or you? Qin Feiyang frowned. The princes did not have such strong strength at all. "Greetings, young Master Qin. We are the Crown Prince's guards. His Highness the Crown Prince asked us to invite you to the Imperial Palace." The 2 first bowed, and then opened their mouths to say their origin. The Crown Prince? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows without a trace. This was impossible. He knew the rules of the Imperial Palace. Ordinary people were not qualified to enter at all. It was impossible for the Crown Prince to let him enter the Imperial Palace before meeting him. There was a trap. One of them stepped aside and bowed. "Young Master Qin, His Highness the Crown Prince has been waiting for a long time, please." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said calmly, "That's not right. The Crown Prince personally invited me to the fragrant moon brothel, but now he wants me to go to the Imperial Palace. Is there a mistake?" "What? The Crown Prince asked you to come?" The 2 were surprised. There really is a trap. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Because the 2 had let it slip. If they were really the Crown Prince's guards, they would definitely not dare to call the Crown Prince directly. However, he was not nervous at all. He picked up the teacup, took a sip and said calmly, "Tell me, who are you? What did young Master Qin say? Why can't we understand?" The 2 looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, but their tone was obviously flustered. "You don't understand?" Qin Feiyang put down the teacup, got up and smiled. "If I'm not wrong, you should be the 13th Prince's guards." The 2 looked at each other. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "It seems that I didn't guess wrong. Young Master Qin, please don't joke with us. We are really here on the Crown Prince's orders to welcome you." The 2 said helplessly. "Still quibbling, what's the point?" Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "If that's the case, do you dare to let me see your faces?" The 2 hesitated. Qin Feiyang said calmly, "To be honest, a few days ago, I met with the Crown Prince in private and saw his guards, so I want to confirm it." "What? You met with the Crown Prince in private?" The 2 looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. One of them said telepathically, "This kid is too smart. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not. What should we do now? Should we just take him down?" The other person pondered for a while, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Take him down." The two of them attacked at almost the same time. One of them pounced on Qin Feiyang, while the other pounced on Lu Hong. "You're finally showing your foxtail." Lu Hong sneered. "You don't know what's good for you. Don't blame us for being ruthless." One of them laughed sinisterly. "Is that so? Then let's see if you have the ability." Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully, grabbed Lu Hong, and went to the castle without hesitation. "Where is he?" The two of them narrowed their eyes and looked around in surprise. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. "Damn it." The two of them looked at the door, cursed in anger, and jumped out of the window. There was another knock on the door. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong appeared out of thin air in the tea room. Lu Hong looked around the room and saw that the two of them had left. She was relieved and asked softly, "How did you know that they were the 13th Prince's men?" "I was just bluffing just now. I'm not sure. However, I just came to the imperial capital not long ago, and the only person I offended was the 13th Prince. Since these two dared to pretend to be the Crown Prince's guards, they must have a powerful background. Therefore, the 13th Prince is the most suspicious." Qin Feiyang analyzed for a while, then returned to his seat, looked at the door, and said, "Come in." Before he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Chapter 701. When the two of them entered, Qin Feiyang's gaze locked onto the person in front of him. This person was only a 5-star combat emperor. It could be said that he was insignificant. However, the aura he exuded was like that of a king. It was impossible to ignore him. Most importantly, Qin Feiyang felt a very familiar aura from this person. It was a faintly discernible aura of an emperor. Without a doubt, the person in front of him was the current first prince of the Great Qin Empire. At the same time, the first prince was also sizing up Qin Feiyang. At first, it was purely out of curiosity. But gradually, a trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. Why did this Qin Feiyang give him an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Déjà vu? The person behind him entered the room and immediately turned around to close the door. Then he took off his mask. Who else could it be but Zhuge Mingyang? He looked at Qin Feiyang and cupped his hands. "Brother Qin, we meet again." Qin Feiyang stood up and nodded with a smile. "Yes, it seems like fate has brought us together. This is..." After saying that, he looked at the first prince. Zhuge Mingyang walked to the first prince's side and introduced him. "This is His Highness the First Prince." "Your Highness, this is Qin Feiyang." Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "So it's His Highness the First Prince. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you." "Brother Qin, what are you saying? It's rather impudent of me to come uninvited. I hope Brother Qin doesn't mind." The first prince smiled. As he spoke, he took off his mask, revealing a handsome face with a faint smile. Qin Feiyang couldn't be more familiar with this face. Because, when Qin Feiyang was expelled from the imperial capital, the first prince was already 17 or 18 years old. His facial features were almost fixed. Therefore, after all these years, his appearance didn't change much. He could be recognized at a glance. But could the first prince recognize him? If he recognized him, how would he react? Qin Feiyang's current mood was somewhat complicated. He hated this person from the bottom of his heart. But no matter what, this person was still his half-brother. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was not saying anything, the first prince frowned. He glanced at Lu Hong and asked with a smile, "Is it inconvenient for Brother Qin right now? If so, then I will bid my farewells first. If there is another chance, I will come and visit Brother Qin again." No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said with a faint smile, "It's fate that brought us together. Your Highness, there's no need to be so polite. Please sit." "Then I won't stand on ceremony." The first prince laughed loudly and strode into the tea room. He nodded at Lu Hong and sat down on a chair. Zhuge Mingyang also walked into the tea room, but he did not take a seat. He chose to stand beside the great prince. Qin Feiyong squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Brother Zhuge, there are seats here. Why are you standing? If others see you like this, they will definitely talk behind my back and say that I am not a good host." The first prince added, "That's right, Brother Zhuge. There are no outsiders here. Let's sit down and talk." "Alright." Zhuge Mingyang looked at Qin Feiyong meaningfully and sat beside the first prince. Qin Feiyong laughed and casually sat across from the two. He waved his hand and said, "Lu Hong, pour tea for them." Lu Hong walked to the tea table and picked up the teapot. She took out 2 clean teacups, filled them with tea, and pushed them in front of the first prince and Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyong smiled and said, "Your Highness, Brother Zhuge, I heard from the waiter that this is the best tea in the Fragrant Moon Inn. Help me taste it." "Did he lie to me?" Zhuge Mingyang picked up the teacup and sniffed it. He then put it to his mouth and took a sip. After tasting it carefully for a while, Zhuge Mingyang put down the teacup and said with a smile, "He did not lie to you. This is indeed the best tea in the Fragrant Moon Inn." Qin Feiyong asked curiously, "Then may I ask, what is the name of this tea?" "The name of the tea?" Zhuge Mingyang was stunned. He had thought that Qin Feiyong would ask about the purpose of their visit. He did not expect that he would ask some unimportant questions. Qin Feiyong said with some disappointment, "Brother Zhuge, you don't know?" "Of course I know. This tea is called Fragrant Dew Tea. The tea leaves are personally grown by the Fragrant Moon Inn. The water used to make this tea is also the dew that the Fragrant Moon Inn collects from the morning flowers in the wild. Therefore, this tea has a faint floral fragrance. When you taste it carefully, you will find a hint of sweetness." Zhuge Mingyang explained. "No wonder it tastes so good. It is made from the dew of the flowers." Qin Feiyong suddenly understood. He picked up the teacup and took another sip. He revealed an intoxicated expression and said with a smile, "Lu Hong, when you have time, go to the wild and collect some dew of the flowers." Lu Hong looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyong and nodded. She also did not understand. What was Qin Feiyong playing at? The first prince, who was standing at the side, also had a hint of impatience on his face. Qin Feiyong, on the other hand, looked relaxed. He put down the teacup and said to Lu Hong, "Go and tell the waiter to prepare some good wine and dishes. I want to entertain the first prince and Brother Zhuge well." Lu Hong responded and turned to walk out of the room. The first prince frowned and stretched out his hand. "Miss, wait a moment." "What?" Lu Hong turned and looked at him in confusion. The first prince was about to speak when Zhuge Mingyang transmitted his voice to him. "Your Highness, don't be rash. Heard about it." The first prince was slightly taken aback, but he did not ask Zhuge Mingyang the reason. He smiled at Lu Hong and said, "I can't hold my liquor very well. Bring less wine." Lu Hong nodded in response, then turned and walked out. After Lu Hong left, the first prince looked at Zhuge Mingyang in confusion. With this person's intelligence, it is impossible for him not to know the purpose of our visit. However, he avoided talking about it. It is clear that he is competing with us in patience. Zhuge Mingyang secretly explained. "Competing with us in patience?" The first prince was even more puzzled. "I know what your Highness is thinking. Don't worry. He definitely wants to be on good terms with you. Otherwise, he would not have asked us to stay for a drink. If my guess is correct, on one hand, he wants to use this time to get to know us better. On the other hand, he probably wants to seize the initiative. Because whoever speaks first will lose the initiative." Zhuge Mingyang secretly said. "So that's how it is." The first prince was suddenly enlightened. He could not help but secretly rejoice that he had brought a think tank with him. Otherwise, if he had come alone, he would definitely not have been able to hold himself back and speak first. Qin Feiyong could also tell that the two were secretly communicating, so he did not say anything and just quietly drank his tea. After listening to Zhuge Mingyang's explanation, the first prince fell silent for a while, then looked at Qin Feiyong and asked with a smile, "Brother Qin, did my 13th brother come to make trouble for you again?" Qin Feiyong was taken aback. He put down his teacup and said, "If your Highness had not mentioned it, I would have forgotten about one thing." "What is it?" Both of them looked at him suspiciously. "Just before you came, 2 black-robed men came to find me. They said that they were your highness's guards and wanted to take me to the imperial palace. Qin Feiyang said. There's such a thing? The first prince raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, So I want to ask if your highness sent anyone. Absolutely not. The first prince shook his head. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Then that's strange. Who would have the guts to impersonate your highness? This? The first prince looked at Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang pondered for a while and said, I think it should be the 13th prince. Why do you say that? The first prince frowned. Because Brother Qin offended him. He wants to get rid of Brother Qin. But he's not completely confident, so he impersonated your highness. If he fails, Brother Qin won't think it was him and will only come to you. In other words, he's trying to kill two birds with one stone and drive a wedge between you and Brother Qin. Zhuge Mingyang said. Heard about it. Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. He had guessed the 13th prince's intention. This person was indeed worthy of being the number one genius of the imperial capital. Bastard! However, the first prince was furious. He actually dared to scheme against him. He really didn't know the meaning of death. Your Highness, please calm down. You can't fall out with the 13th prince without any evidence. Zhuge Mingyang advised. Brother Zhuge is right. If you fall out with him now, the 13th prince will definitely accuse you of trying to get rid of him to stabilize your position as the crown prince. Although you have a clear conscience, others won't think so and will think that it's only right. At that time, it will definitely have a negative impact on you. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Zhuge Mingyang smiled and said, Brother Qin, you really hit the nail on the head. I admire you. Qin Feiyang said, I was just saying. Your Highness and Brother Zhuge, don't take it too seriously. Just a casual remark? Zhuge Mingyang shook his head disapprovingly. He transmitted his voice to the first prince. Your Highness, don't be fooled by him. Although he has just entered the imperial capital, he has already seen through the conflicts between the various factions. The first prince was in disbelief. The private disputes between the various princes had existed for many years, and they could be said to be intertwined. Even those who lived in the imperial capital might not know about it. However, this person had only been in the imperial capital for a month and had already seen through it. His mind was indeed not simple. The first prince became even more excited. Such a talent must be brought under his command. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother Qin, you don't have to care about the 13th prince. Do I dare to not care? He's a high and mighty prince and I'm just a poor commoner. It's too easy for him to deal with me. Qin Feiyang sighed. Who said so? As long as Brother Qin is willing. From today onwards, Brother Qin, you are an honored guest of mine. At that time, he won't dare to do anything to you. The first prince harumphed. At the same time, he was officially inviting Qin Feiyang. He still can't keep his cool. Zhuge Mingyang sighed. However, he couldn't blame the first prince. This person's performance was too outstanding. No matter who it was, they couldn't wait to bring him under their command. Chapter 702. The two princes looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. They were quite confident in the price they had offered. The reason for that was because the VIP represented the most respected person in the world. It had an extraordinary significance, especially since the first prince was the current crown prince of the Great Qin Empire. This made the words, guest of honor, even more meaningful. So, in their opinion, Qin Feiyang had no reason to refuse. But Qin Feiyang did not say anything. At this moment, Lu Hong pushed the door open and entered. Behind Lu Hong, there were more than a dozen waiters. Everyone held a tray in their hands, and on the tray were various kinds of dishes. Seeing this, the first prince and Zhuge Mingyang hurriedly turned their heads away, not wanting to be recognized by the waiters. After the dishes were served, Lu Hong ordered the waiters to leave and close the door. Qin Feiyang also stood up and smiled. Let's talk while we eat. With that, he walked towards the dining table. The first prince was at a loss and turned to look at Zhuge Mingyang. Don't worry. This person did not directly refuse, which means that he is still considering. Zhuge Mingyang said telepathically. The first prince heaved a sigh of relief and asked in a low voice, "Then do you want to add some other benefits?" Zhuge Mingyang said, "Then tell me first, what can you add?" The first prince said, "For example, wealth, treasures?" "Your Highness, you think too simply of him. He can even refine such a heaven-defying pill like the potential pill. Would he lack these things?" Zhuge Mingyang shook his head and smiled. "Then what should we do?" The first prince frowned and was a little angry. This person seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil, making people unable to see through him from beginning to end. "Let's drink with him first." Zhuge Mingyang stood up and retreated to the side with a smile. "Your Highness, please." The first prince glanced at him, stood up, and strode into the dining room. Qin Feiyong stood beside the dining table and stretched out his hand. "Please sit." The two of them smiled and sat down. Qin Feiyong did not hesitate to sit in the main seat. He smiled and said, "Lu Hong, pour the wine." Lu Hong obediently picked up the wine jug and filled the wine cups in front of the three people. Qin Feiyong lifted his wine cup and looked at the first prince and prince. He smiled and said, "This is my first time here and I'm fortunate enough to be acquainted with the two of you. In the future, I hope that the two of you can take care of me." The first prince smiled, "Look at what you're saying. With Brother Qin's ability, do you still need us to take care of you?" "Yeah. We should be the ones who need to be taken care of in the future." Zhuge Mingyang smiled faintly. No. Of the two of you, one is the crown prince of the empire, and the other was once known as the #1 genius in the imperial capital. To be able to meet the two of you is my honor. I'll drink first as a sign of respect." After Qin Feiyong finished speaking, he drained the wine cup in one gulp. The first prince and the first prince looked at each other and also finished the wine in their cups. Subsequently, Zhuge Mingyang put down his wine cup and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, you're too well informed. You know my background so quickly." Qin Feiyong said, "I don't have any hobbies. I just like to ask around. Brother Zhuge, please don't laugh at me." No. Zhuge Mingyang hurriedly waved his hand and asked with a smile, "I wonder what else Brother Qin has heard." "Nothing much. But there's one person that I find very interesting." Qin Feiyong said. "Who is it?" Zhuge Mingyang asked. "The current 14th prince." Qin Feiyong said calmly while paying attention to the expressions of the two people. The result did not disappoint him. Hearing this name, the expressions of the two people clearly changed. "According to what I've heard, this 14th prince's talent is extraordinary. He's even better than Brother Zhuge. Logically speaking, such a person should be very famous now. But why haven't I heard of him in the Divine Hall before?" Qin Feiyong looked at the two people suspiciously. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the first prince and remained silent. The first prince's expression was also uncertain. In the end, he said with a smile, "This isn't a secret. There's no harm in telling Brother Qin. My 14th brother is indeed extraordinary. But more than 10 years ago, Father suddenly ordered his cultivation to be abolished and he was expelled from the imperial capital. Now, he might be somewhere, living the life of an ordinary person. It's also possible that he has died at a young age." The first prince sighed. There was a touch of unconcealable pain and regret on his face. "It's really a pity that a blazing sun of a generation has fallen like this." Sigh. "But I don't understand." When Qin Feiyong said this, he suddenly stopped. He looked at the first prince and asked, "I wonder if I should ask the next question?" The first prince said, "Just say it." "Then I'll say it. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Why did the current emperor do this?" Qin Feiyong was puzzled. On the surface, Qin Feiyong was purely curious, but in his heart he was very nervous. This question had puzzled him for more than 10 years. So, he wanted to find the answer from the first prince. But in the end he was disappointed. The first prince shook his head. "To tell the truth, I've always been puzzled about this matter." "That's right. I clearly remember that the 14th prince became a 9-star martial master when he was only 10 years old. Many old antiques in the world praised him endlessly, and the emperor doted on him even more. My title as the #1 monster of the imperial capital was stolen by him. But no one could have imagined that it would end in such a tragedy. This might be the so-called, the heavens are jealous of geniuses. Zhuge Mingyang sighed deeply. The heavens are jealous of geniuses? Qin Feiyang inwardly sneered. Even if he was beaten to death, he didn't believe that the emperor would make a move on him for no reason. There had to be a great secret hidden in this matter. At this moment, the first prince's face turned solemn. Brother Qin, this topic ends here. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Brother Qin, you might not know. My father had already issued a gag order more than 10 years ago. No one is allowed to mention this matter. Anyone who violates this order will be killed without mercy. So from then on, my 14th brother is equivalent to a taboo in the imperial capital. The first prince said in a low voice. He issued a gag order? Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly burned with anger. Since he dared to do it, why would he be afraid of others talking behind his back? But there was no abnormality on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness." After saying that, Qin Feiyang raised his wine cup again and said with a smile, "I'll propose another toast to the two of you." "You're welcome." The two of them smiled apologetically and raised their wine cups. The three of them drank and chatted casually. As for the guest of honor, Qin Feiyang did not mention a word. The first prince did mention it a few times, but Qin Feiyang cleverly changed the topic. Lu Hong was full of doubts. Wasn't the guest of honor what Qin Feiyang wanted? But why didn't he agree? What was he thinking? After 3 rounds of wine. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The 4 of them immediately stopped talking and looked up at the door. Qin Feiyang was about to speak when the first prince hurriedly said, "Wait, let's leave for a moment." After saying that, he and Zhuge Mingyang got up and walked into the innermost bedroom. They stood behind a screen. Qin Feiyang smiled meaningfully and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open. 2 black-clothed youths strode into the pavilion and closed the door behind them. Both of them were wearing masks. However, judging from their figures and auras, they should be Lin Dian and the 13th prince. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" The 2 of them took off their masks. Qin Feiyang quickly got up and cupped his hands. "So it's the 13th prince. Sorry for the disrespect. Don't be so polite." The 13th prince looked at him coldly and walked to the dining table. He saw 2 used wine cups on the table and frowned. "Are you greeting guests?" Qin Feiyang returned to his seat and nodded. "Who is it? Where are they now?" The 13th prince asked as he looked around the room suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "They have already left. As for who they are, I have no comment." "Your Highness, is there anything you need from me?" Lin Dian frowned and said coldly, "Qin Feiyang, I'm telling you, don't be so arrogant." Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said, "I'm far inferior compared to you. Tell me, is there anything you need? If there's nothing else, please leave." "You?" Lin Dian was furious and was about to turn hostile. However, at this moment, the 13th prince reached out his hand and stopped Lin Dian. He sat opposite Qin Feiyang and said, "Back at the temple, I was indeed a little rash. Please forgive me." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Your Highness, are you apologizing to me?" "If you say so, then so be it." The 13th prince's eyebrows furrowed in anger. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Since you're apologizing, shouldn't you be apologizing? After all, I don't owe you anything." Lin Dian clenched his hands and said gloomily, "His Highness has already given you enough face by apologizing to you personally. I advise you not to push your luck." "Or you? Do you have the right to speak here? Do you have a big mouth? If that's the case, the door is behind you. I won't see you out." Qin Feiyang sneered and pointed at the door expressionlessly. "You're courting death." Lin Dian gritted his teeth and his face was extremely pale. "Shut up." The 13th prince turned to look at Lin Dian and shouted impatiently. Lin Dian shrank his neck and replied respectfully. He then stood aside obediently. The 13th prince then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I don't want to talk nonsense. I'm not here for the formula of the potential pill. I only hope that Brother Qin can cooperate with me. Cooperate? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said suspiciously, "You're a prince and I'm just a commoner. There's a huge difference between our statuses. What's there to cooperate with?" The sarcasm in his words was undisguised. The 13th prince could naturally tell. He suppressed his anger and said, "I believe Brother Qin has heard of this saying before. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal benefits." "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 703. Really? Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Tell me about it." The 13th prince said, "As long as you cooperate with me, not only will I treat you as a guest, but I will also give you a prince token." The prince token? Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. Lin Dian also looked at the 13th prince in disbelief. At the same time, the first prince and Zhuge Mingyang, who were hiding behind the screen, were also in disbelief. Only Lu Hong had a suspicious look in her eyes. What was this prince token? How could it make Qin Feiyang lose his composure? "What do you think?" the 13th prince asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled. "Your offer is indeed very tempting." Hearing this, the first prince's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Qin Feiyang was bought over by the 13th prince just like that? "No, I have to stop him," the first prince muttered and was about to walk out from behind the screen. But suddenly, Zhuge Mingyang pressed on his shoulder and said, "Don't worry." The first prince said anxiously, "How can I not worry when you have already taken out the prince token?" "Listen to me." "That's right," Zhuge Mingyang said and lowered his head to listen to the conversation between Qin Feiyang and the 13th prince. After a while, Qin Feiyang said again, "But I believe that there is no free lunch in this world. Tell me your conditions. Help me open the door of potential and enter the Master of War as soon as possible. It's easy for you to do these things, isn't it?" The 13th prince said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he nodded. "It is indeed easy, but I don't understand why your highness is in such a hurry to enter the Master of War." The 13th prince frowned and said, "This is my private matter. You don't have to ask, do you?" "Actually, your highness doesn't need to tell me. I can guess a thing or two." His highness is doing this because he wants to compete with the first prince for the throne. But according to the current trend, your highness definitely has no hope. That's because you can't compare to the first prince in terms of strength or background. Furthermore, the first prince has Zhuge Mingyang as his advisor. But if you take the lead and step into the War Master, then the situation might change. "Your highness, don't you think I'm right?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The 13th prince's pupils contracted. He had never thought that this person would be able to casually say what he was thinking. This insight, this sensitivity, it was simply too terrifying. However, Qin Feiyang had not only said these words to the 13th prince, but also to the first prince. He wanted to make the first prince feel pressured. At this moment, the first prince felt an unprecedented pressure. Zhuge Mingyang said telepathically, "Your highness, now you know how terrifying this person is. We must get him." The first prince nodded. At this moment, the 13th prince said, "Since you've guessed it, then I won't say anything more. Just tell me, do you want to cooperate?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "This is not a game. I need some time to think about it." "Okay, I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Furthermore, if you can help me ascend to the throne, I promise that the position of the state teacher will be yours in the future." The 13th prince said. "Damn it, he's really willing to go all out." The first prince cursed as killing intent surged in his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked meaningfully at the bedroom and nodded with a smile. "Okay, I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Then I won't disturb you any longer." The 13th prince was in a good mood. He stood up and cupped his hands before he put on his mask and left with Lin Dian. After the door was closed, the first prince hurriedly walked out and said, "Brother Qin, you can't agree to it." Qin Feiyang sighed. "To be honest, I really don't want to get involved in the dispute between you princes, but his offer is too tempting. I really can't refuse." The first prince fell silent. A prince token, a guest of honor, and the future state teacher. No one could refuse such a temptation. It was not Qin Feiyang's fault. It was his 13th brother's fault for being too willing to go all out. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, "Your Highness, it's time to take out your final trump card." Final trump card? The first prince muttered. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out a golden token. He handed it to Qin Feiyang with both hands and said, "Brother Qin, please accept it." This is... Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled when he saw the golden token. The token was the size of a baby's palm. It seemed to be made of gold and shone with a golden light. And on the front of the token was a golden divine dragon with no dragon claws. Although I can't promise to make you the future state teacher, if I do become the emperor one day, I will repay Brother Qin with all my strength. The first prince said with sincerity. His meaning was clear. He wanted Qin Feiyang to assist him. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Your Highness already has Brother Zhuge to assist you. Do you still need me? Very much. The first prince nodded without hesitation. Zhuge Mingyang smiled and said, Brother Qin, His Highness is the crown prince of a country. To be able to do this is already very sincere, so I hope that Brother Qin will not decline anymore. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment before he smiled and said, if that's the case, then this Qin will accept. As he spoke, he grabbed the golden token. The moment Qin Feiyang grabbed the golden token, the first prince and Zhuge Mingyang were overjoyed. Come. Let's drink until we're drunk. The first prince laughed heartily. Qin Feiyang was also beaming. After drinking a few cups, the first prince asked, Brother Qin, who do you think poses the greatest threat to me in the current situation? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and smiled. In truth, they're all about the same. But as long as your Highness is careful, the emperor's throne will be yours. That's exactly what I'm thinking. However, even a horse can make mistakes. I'm just afraid that they'll get something on me. After all, in the emperor's clan, even an insignificant matter can cause an uproar in the city. The first prince worriedly said. Qin Feiyang smiled. There's something that I don't know if I should say. The first prince smiled. We're all on the same side now, so there's no need to worry. There's no harm in speaking your mind. Actually, your Highness can begin to remove some obstacles. The first prince and Zhuge Mingyang looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Wasn't clearing the obstacles the same as getting rid of the other princes? This was no small matter. The death of a prince would alarm the emperor, and the consequences would be unimaginable. This Qin understands your concerns, but as long as it's done cleanly, even the emperor himself might not be able to find anything. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. This, the first prince hesitated, then shook his head. This matter is too important. I need to think about it. It's fine. I'm just giving a suggestion. But there's an old saying that I think I should say. A general builds his success on 10,000 bones. Qin Feiyang casually said. This Highness will remember it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Come, let's drink a few cups. The first prince smiled. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand. What's wrong? The first prince and Zhuge Mingyang looked at him in confusion. Since I've already agreed to assist your Highness, this Qin naturally has to give you a gift. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air without a trace. This, the first prince was bewildered. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Lu Hong and smiled. I heard that Brother Qin has a treasure that can hide you. It seems that it's true. Lu Hong only smiled and did not reply. The more one spoke, the more mistakes one would make. This Zhuge Mingyang was a shrewd person. If one was careless, he would be able to find a flaw. Thus, one might as well not say anything. Swish. Soon, Qin Feiyang appeared again, holding a jade box in his hand. Your Highness, please accept this. Qin Feiyang placed the jade box in front of the first prince. The first prince looked at the jade box suspiciously. When he opened it, 6 elixirs entered his vision. This is... The first prince looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Qin Feiyang grabbed one of the elixirs and smiled. This is the 9 Tunes Yellow Dragon elixir. It has 5 elixir patterns and can allow you to break through 5 minor realms at once. What? The moment he said that, Both of them were dumbfounded and their hearts were in turmoil. Breaking through 5 minor realms at once? Heavens, was this a dream? Zhuge Mingyang smiled. Congratulations, Your Highness. As long as you consume this 9 tunes yellow dragon elixir, you'll be able to enter the combat master realm immediately. Really? The first prince's breathing quickened and he found it hard to accept. Absolutely. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Your Highness, you've seen these 3 potential elixirs before, so I won't explain further. As for these 2 elixirs, they're called potential elixirs and can unlock the gates of potential for level 4 and level 5. Heard about it? Once again, the first prince's heart was in turmoil. Where did Qin Feiyang find the elixir formulas for these elixirs? Zhuge Mingyang gulped and asked, Brother Qin, you mean to say that the gates of potential require different elixirs to unlock? That's right. The potential elixir can only unlock the first 3 levels, while the potential elixir can only unlock the 4th and 5th levels. Qin Feiyang said. The first prince asked anxiously, what about the 6th and 7th levels? I don't know about that. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He would definitely not reveal the small creation elixir. I see. The 2 of them were slightly disappointed, but this was already very shocking. The first prince put down the elixirs and stood up. Then he bowed solemnly and said, Brother Qin, I'll definitely remember your kindness today. Qin Feiyang smiled. Didn't Your Highness say earlier that we're on the same side? Why are you being so polite? Yes. We're on the same side, so there's no need to be polite. The first prince nodded and smiled. The more he looked at Qin Feiyang, the more satisfied he was. His mood had never been better. In the end, he drank until he was dead drunk and Zhuge Mingyang had to help him back. After the first prince left, Qin Feiyang took out the golden token and his eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Hong asked, What's this? The Crown Prince's token. As he spoke, Qin Feiyang flipped the golden token over. On the back of the token, there were 3 bold and vigorous words engraved on it. Chapter 704. The Crown Prince Token? Lu Hong frowned. What's the use of the Crown Prince token? It's very useful. With the Crown Prince token, you can freely enter the Imperial Palace. As he spoke, Qin Feiyang was unable to conceal the excitement in his heart. Lu Hong's eyes lit up. You didn't agree to the first prince's request because of the Crown Prince token? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then what's the difference between the Crown Prince token and the Prince token? Lu Hong asked again. There's a big difference. The Prince token has much less authority and can only enter a part of the Imperial Palace. But with the Crown Prince token, you can enter everything except the forbidden areas of the Imperial Palace. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong asked, including the harem? Qin Feiyang nodded. With the Crown Prince token, he could go see his mother. How could he not be excited? Lu Hong said, Then why didn't you mention it before? I didn't think of it at first. I only remembered it when I saw the first prince. And both the Crown Prince token and the Prince token are very rare. Qin Feiyang said. What do you mean? Lu Hong didn't understand. I'll have to start from the first emperor. When the Great Qin Empire was first established, the first emperor set up the Crown Prince token and the Prince token in consideration of the abilities of the princes. The purpose of the Crown Prince token and the Prince token is to recruit capable people to assist the princes and the Crown Prince. It's equivalent to a trusted aide. But at the same time, the first emperor was worried that the princes would recruit too many trusted aides and create chaos in the Imperial Palace, so he limited the number. There are 2 Crown Prince tokens in total. The Prince token is even rarer. Every prince only has 1. And it's a lifetime restriction. 1 token is 1 less token. That's why the first prince wasn't willing to take out the Crown Prince token. Of course, I also guessed that other princes would come to me, so I kept delaying it. As expected. The 13th prince is here, and he even took out the prince's medallion as bait to force the first prince to use his trump card. Qin Feiyang briefly explained. After hearing this, Lu Hong sighed with emotion and said, You really didn't miss anything. There's one thing I didn't expect. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What is it? Lu Hong was suspicious. Eliminate the other princes. I thought that when I suggested this, the first prince would agree without hesitation. I didn't expect him to reject me. Qin Feiyang said. You still plan to get rid of them? Lu Hong frowned. If the first prince agrees, I would like to do that. But now, I have to think about it carefully. However, if they don't know what's good for them and try to scheme against me, I won't show any mercy. Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Hong was silent for a moment before she smiled and said, No matter what you do, Fatso and I will support you. Thank you. Qin Feiyang looked at her gratefully and put the crown prince's medallion into his pocket. He smiled and said, Pay the bill and leave immediately. If nothing went wrong, the other princes would also come. He didn't have the time to waste on these people. Lu Hong quickly paid the bill and returned to the pavilion. Qin Feiyang immediately opened the teleportation gate and brought Lu Hong back to the alchemy room in the temple. As he expected, not long after he left, the other princes came to the fragrant moon in one after another. When they heard that he had left, they were all a little angry. Alchemy Room 701, inside the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang opened the 6-word divine formula. Lu Hong was also preparing to cultivate. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and asked, Do you think the crown prince gave the other crown prince's medallion to Zhuge Mingyang? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, It should be. Otherwise, with Zhuge Mingyang's ability, it's impossible for him to work for the crown prince. This is the difference between people. Take Wan Qiu for example. Not only will he lose face by sucking up to others, he won't have a good ending in the end. Lu Hong looked at him with disdain. That's for sure. In the eyes of the 13th prince, Wan Qiu is an obedient dog. If he's unhappy one day, he might kill him. In comparison, Tan Wu and Ling Yu are much wiser. They don't participate in any side and cultivate in a low-key manner. Although they will be targeted, at least they can keep their lives. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong nodded and said, Zhuge Mingyang is not simple. You have to be careful. I know. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he began to copy the second stroke of the kill formula. Seeing this, Lu Hong asked suspiciously, Aren't you going to the imperial palace? Qin Feiyang's arm trembled and said, I want to go, but I can't go now. But Lu Hong didn't understand. Qin Feiyang said, I just got the crown prince's medallion, and I'm going to the imperial palace. If it were you, wouldn't you be suspicious of my intentions? Lu Hong nodded without hesitation. Then she suddenly understood. Without saying anything more, she closed her eyes and began to cultivate. But Qin Feiyang didn't copy the kill formula again. He withdrew his arm, lowered his head, and frowned. Suddenly, he closed the 6-words formula and transmitted a message to Ren Wushuang. So, Ren Wushuang's shadow appeared. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Sister, how is it? Did Kai Yu and Xing Wanli come to harass you? Didn't you see that Shen Mei is still in my cultivation room? Now we don't even dare to go out of the cultivation room. It's so annoying. Ren Wushuang said angrily. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this Kai Yu had to be dealt with as soon as possible. He said, Give me your current coordinates. I'll be there right away. What are you doing here? Ren Wushuang looked at him suspiciously. I have something to do. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You're so mysterious all day. Ren Wushuang rolled his eyes at him, but he also gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang immediately left the castle, opened the portal, and appeared in Ren Wushuang's cultivation room. You're here. Shen Mei was cultivating at the side. Seeing Qin Feiyang arrive, she opened her eyes and greeted him. Not bad, your cultivation has improved quite a bit. Qin Feiyang laughed. No matter how good it is, it can't be compared to you. Shen Mei shook his head helplessly. In the past, he could see through Qin Feiyang's cultivation, but now he couldn't see through it? Obviously, this guy had already broken through to the 2-star War Master. Qin Feiyang laughed and asked, Which cultivation room is Feng Wuxie in? Why are you asking him? The two girls couldn't help but frown, and the disgust on their faces was undisguised. Qin Feiyang laughed faintly. Actually, this Feng Wuxie is not that annoying. At least, he is much better than Wan Qiu. Ren Wushuang said angrily, in the 9 nether yellow springs, he schemed against us time and time again, and you still don't hate him? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Okay, I won't argue with you. Tell me, I have something to ask him. Ren Wushuang snorted, then turned his head and ignored Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang could only look at Shen Mei helplessly. Shen Mei shook her head and smiled. He is in the 801 cultivation room. Qin Feiyang said, what about Tan Wu? He seems to be next door to Feng Wuxia. Shen Mei thought for a moment and said, okay, I won't disturb you. As for Kai Yu, don't worry, I will take care of it soon. Qin Feiyang said and turned to look at the stone door. Looking at the tightly shut stone door, he was stunned. Then, he looked back at Ren Wushuang and smiled apologetically. Sister, please open the door. Ren Wushuang said angrily, then tell me first, why are you looking for Feng Wuxia? This, Qin Feiyang hesitated and said, can we talk about it later? Forget it, since you are all grown up, you don't have to listen to me. Ren Wushuang waved her hand, and the stone door slowly opened. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, turned his head, and strode out of the cultivation room. Shen Mei looked at Qin Feiyang's back and looked at Ren Wushuang. You are a little strange now. What's strange? Ren Wushuang was stunned and asked. If it was in the past, you would never be angry in front of others, but now, you are angry in front of Qin Feiyang. No, to be precise, it should be coquettish. Tell me honestly, are you having feelings for him? Shen Mei giggled. Coquettish? Ren Wushuang's face stiffened and she said angrily, when did I? Don't talk nonsense. Are you sure I'm talking nonsense? Shen Mei looked at her teasingly. Ren Wushuang obviously began to panic, and a blush crept up her cheeks. Finally willing to open the door. At this moment, a cold laugh sounded, and Xing Wanli rushed into the cultivation room like lightning. Their faces darkened at once. Ren Wushuang shouted, what are you doing here again? Get out immediately. Get out? It's not up to you now. Wait for me to inform senior brother Kai Yu, then I will definitely teach you a lesson. As Xing Wanli spoke, he took out an image crystal and sent a message to Kai Yu. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also came to the door of cultivation room 801 and gently knocked on the stone door. Not long after, the stone door slowly opened. Feng Wuxia was behind the door, and when he saw Qin Feiyang, he looked a little startled and said, what are you doing here? Qin Feiyang laughed. After all, we are old friends, aren't you going to invite me in? Feng Wuxia frowned and retreated to the side. After Qin Feiyang entered, Feng Wuxia closed the stone door and said, you don't come without a reason. If you have something to say it quickly. Qin Feiyang looked around the cultivation room, which was about the same size as the alchemy room he was in, and there was nothing extra, only a shabby futon. He turned to look at Feng Wuxia and said, do you remember when we were in the 9 nether yellow springs when we left the swamp? You hid in the mountain ridge and ambushed us? What? Now you want to settle the score with me? Feng Wuxia frowned. You misunderstood. I just want to know, who are the siblings? Qin Feiyang said. Back then, Feng Wuxia personally said that their whereabouts were told to them by a pair of siblings. At that time, Qin Feiyang still felt a little incredulous, but because too many things happened later, he forgot about it. And on the day he entered the temple, he vaguely realized that he seemed to have missed something, but he couldn't remember it for a while. It wasn't until just now that he remembered. So he immediately ran over to ask Feng Wuxia. Of course, if it was just an ordinary person, he wouldn't care so much. But the key point was that this pair of siblings told Feng Wuxia and the others their location, allowing Feng Wuxia and the others to seize the opportunity to ambush them, obviously with bad intentions. So, Chapter 705. So that's what you're asking. Feng Wuxia suddenly understood and relaxed a lot. He smiled evilly. What's wrong? And when did you, Qin Feiyang, ever get scared? Scared? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I just want to know who they are. Feng Wuxia said, I don't know who they are either. Haven't you seen them before? How can you not know? Qin Feiyang frowned. Feng Wuxia shook his head. I've seen them before, but they didn't tell me their names. Qin Feiyang said, then you should know what they look like, right? I know that, but why should I tell you? Feng Wuxia smiled evilly. You don't have to tell me. But if you don't tell me, I'll definitely go find Xuening and Xuerua. Who knows what I'll do then? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Are you threatening me? Feng Wuxia's eyes darkened. Qin Feiyang nodded. You're right, I'm threatening you. Feng Wuxia narrowed his eyes, which flashed with a cold light. Suddenly, he smiled. Qin Feiyang is indeed Qin Feiyang. You don't even hide your threats. Okay, I'll tell you. Feng Wuxia waved his hand and his battle chi surged. Two shadows of a man and a woman quickly condensed in the void. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look, and his expression immediately stiffened. The man was in his 20s. He had a tall figure and was wearing clothes made of tiger skin. On his face, there was a bright smile. He looked very bright and gave people an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The woman was wearing a mink skin. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her hair was black and beautiful. Her bright eyes were as clear as a mirror. Her whole body was filled with an ethereal aura. Both of them had extraordinary temperaments. How is this possible? Shouldn't they be in the Forgotten Land? Looking at the man and woman, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Seeing Qin Feiyang's expression, Feng Wuxia frowned and asked, You know them? I do. But I don't know if it's them. Is there anyone who looks so similar in this world? Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows tightly and asked, Did you meet them again when you left the 9 underworlds? Maybe they only landed on the other side after we left. It's also possible that they've already died in the 9 underworlds. After all, the 9 underworlds' yellow springs is extraordinarily dangerous. Feng Wuxia said. That? Qin Feiyang frowned and lowered his head to ponder. I told you to get out, didn't you hear me? Suddenly, a cold shout came faintly from outside. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Wasn't that Ren Wushuang's voice? Who was she scolding? Could it be? His expression suddenly changed as he looked at Feng Wuxia and cupped his hands. Thank you for telling me, goodbye. Feng Wuxia waved his hand and the stone door opened. Qin Feiyang immediately turned around and walked outside. Feng Wuxia suddenly said, Qin Feiyang, you can deal with me, but you can't hurt Xuening and Xuerua, otherwise I will not rest until you die. As long as you don't provoke me again, I don't have time to care about you. Qin Feiyang's footsteps paused. He didn't even turn his head as he spoke and left. So, he arrived near Ren Wushuang's cultivation room. At this moment, both sides of the corridor were packed with people, but no one said a word. They just silently looked at Ren Wushuang's cultivation room. Get out of the way! Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he shouted. Qin Feiyang! Why is he here? The crowd was stunned as they looked towards the direction of the voice. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly retreated to the side with a hint of respect on their faces. Qin Feiyang strode to the door of Ren Wushuang's cultivation room and turned to look inside. Inside the cultivation room, other than Ren Wushuang and Xin Mei, there were 2 more black-clothed youths. One of them was Xing Wanli. As for the other person, Qin Feiyang had some impression of him, but he was not too familiar with him. However, it was obvious that it was Kai Yu. What do you want? Qin Feiyang shouted coldly, his eyes gloomy. Feiyang. Upon hearing Qin Feiyang's voice, the 2 girls seemed to have seen their savior and hurriedly ran behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang? Kai Yu and Xing Wanli could not help but be stunned. Xing Wanli transmitted his voice. Senior brother Kai Yu, when I was waiting over there just now, I saw Qin Feiyang walk out of this cultivation room. Kai Yu frowned and said in a low voice, So, this Qin Feiyang and Ren Wushuang's relationship is not bad? I think so. Xing Wanli secretly said. Understood. Kai Yu's eyes flashed as he looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, I've long heard of Brother Qin's name. Now that I've met you, you really live up to your reputation. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, Let's skip the pleasantries. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to let them go? Kai Yu said, Look at what you're saying. As long as Brother Qin says the word, I'll never harass them again. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. Kai Yu glanced at the people on both sides and said with a faint smile, "There are some words that can't be said in public. Come in and let's talk slowly." Ren Wushuang said angrily, "You really think you're the owner of this place? This is my cultivation room. If you have anything to say, go somewhere else." "It's fine. Wait for me outside." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and walked into the cultivation room. Then, he half closed the stone door and looked at Kai Yu saying, "Speak." Kai Yu said, "I believe you also know who I'm working for." "I know. But I don't know. Which prince are you working for?" Qin Feiyang said. Kai Yu said, "His Highness the Second Prince." "So it's him." Qin Feiyang came to a sudden realization. He had quite a deep impression of this second prince. Because, apart from the first prince, the second prince was the one who schemed against him the most. Qin Feiyang said, "What you want to say is that you want me to follow the second prince?" "That's right. As long as you follow the second prince, we'll be on the same side. At that time, not only will I not harass them, but I'll also treat them like my own sisters." Kai Yu said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "In this way, both sides will be happy." "It's a good idea, but what if I don't agree?" "If you don't agree, although I'm a little afraid of you now with my power and ability, it's more than enough to deal with 2 women. You can't protect them all the time." Kai Yu said with a smile, as if he was sure that Qin Feiyang would be defeated. "Qin Feiyang, let me give you a piece of advice. Be sensible. It won't benefit anyone if you fall out with them." Xing Wanli sneered. Qin Feiyang glanced at Xing Wanli, then looked at Kai Yu and said, "To be honest, I'm really not afraid of falling out with you now." Their eyes darkened. "Not to mention you cats and dogs, even if the second prince came in person, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me." With that, Qin Feiyang prepared to take out the crown prince token. "He's so lively." But at this moment, a faint laughter sounded from outside. This voice, Kai Yu's face suddenly changed. Qin Feiyang laughed. Because the owner of this voice was Zhuge Mingyang. "Greetings, senior brother Zhuge." At the same time, respectful voices could be heard from outside as well. After a few breaths, Zhuge Mingyang pushed open the stone door, walked into the cultivation room, and said in surprise, "Kai Yu, why are you here? What are you doing here?" Kai Yu's pupils shrank, and he cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, senior brother Zhuge. We're all disciples of Marquis. I can't accept your bow, and I'm also afraid that your father will find trouble with me." Zhuge Mingyang smiled faintly. Kai Yu frowned and asked, "Senior brother Zhuge, are you just here to join in the fun?" "I'm not here to join in the fun. I just received news that someone is bullying my younger brother, so I wanted to see who is so daring, and it's you." Zhuge Mingyang laughed. "Younger brother?" Kai Yu and Xing Wanli looked at each other. The crowd outside was also bewildered. Who was Zhuge Mingyang's younger brother? Qin Feiyang? Xing Wanli asked carefully, "May I ask, senior brother Zhuge, who is your younger brother?" Zhuge Mingyang walked to Qin Feiyang and laughed. "It's him, Qin Feiyang." "What? It's really him? When did he have a relationship with Zhuge Mingyang?" Everyone's heart was in turmoil, and they were shocked to the extreme. Ren Wushuang and Shen Mei had suspicious looks on their faces. Shen Mei walked to the side of a martial arts hall disciple and whispered, "Who is Zhuge Mingyang? Why are you all so afraid of him?" "You don't know." "Oh right, you just came here not long ago, so it's normal that you don't know. Let me tell you, he is the #1 martial marquis in the imperial capital, the only son of Marquis Zhuge, and he was once the #1 demon in the imperial capital. It's no exaggeration to say that even the hall masters of the Divine Hall and the princes of the Arch Palace have to be courteous when they see him. Tell me, how can we not be afraid? Qin Feiyang is really lucky to be able to curry favor with him." That martial arts hall disciple whispered. His heart was sour, and his face was filled with envy. Damn. Shen Mei was dumbfounded. Ren Wushuang was also speechless for a long time. They didn't expect that in just a month, Qin Feiyang would become brothers with such a demon. They couldn't help but be impressed by this ability. Kai Yu's expression was also very interesting. Originally, he was very confident that he could force Qin Feiyang to compromise, but he didn't expect Zhuge Mingyang to suddenly appear. This made it difficult for him to get off the tiger. However, Zhuge Mingyang's face always maintained a smile and said, "Kai-yu, I really don't understand. How did my brother offend you? Why do you have to make such a big fuss?" This, Kai-yu didn't know how to answer for a moment. "Forget it, I won't ask. I'm not interested to know. I just want to say that from now on, if anyone dares to find trouble with Qin Feiyang, then they are going against me, Zhuge Mingyang. Of course, this includes his friends." Zhuge Mingyang laughed. He said it casually, but it was like a clap of thunder in the ears of Kai-yu and those outside. Zhuge Mingyang looked at Kai-yu and asked, "Did you hear me clearly? Do you need me to say it again?" No, I heard you clearly. I'll leave right away." Chapter 706. As soon as Kai-yu left, the crowd of onlookers also dispersed in an uproar. So, only Qin Feiyang and the other three were left. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Zhuge, for coming to our rescue." Zhuge Mingyang smiled and glanced at Ren Wushuang and Shen Mei. "Is it convenient for you to talk?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Zhuge Mingyang asked, "If I didn't come, would you have taken out the Crown Prince token?" "What else could I do?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Zhuge Mingyang said, "That's what I want to say. Don't tell anyone that you have the Crown Prince token." But Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Because of your safety. Although the Crown Prince token can protect you, it will also bring you a fatal disaster. After all, you are a great threat. If they know that you have joined the First Prince's side, they will definitely do everything possible to get rid of you." Zhuge Mingyang said. "That makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Of course, you don't have to worry. I have already said that. In the future, even if the First Princes want to deal with you, they will have to think twice." Zhuge Mingyang said confidently. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Zhuge. Please take care of me in the future. We are all friends. Don't be so polite. If you need anything in the future, just send me a message." With that, Zhuge Mingyang took out an image crystal. Qin Feiyang also took out an image crystal. After establishing the contract, Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and said, "Brother Zhuge, in your opinion, how should I reply to the 13th prince in 3 days?" This, Zhuge Mingyang pondered for a moment and said, "To be honest, I have the same idea as you." "What idea?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked. "Eradicate them." A cold light flashed in Zhuge Mingyang's eyes. Qin Feiyang felt a chill in his heart. This Zhuge Mingyang was indeed bold. Zhuge Mingyang continued, "If it were up to me, I'd like you to get close to the 13th prince and find an excellent opportunity." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "I don't care. The key is whether your highness agrees or not. Your highness has too many concerns. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to make a decision in a short time." Zhuge Mingyang sighed deeply and said, "But we can act first and report later. I believe that His Highness won't blame us." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Since Brother Zhuge said so, I might as well give it a try." Zhuge Mingyang reminded him, "Just try your best. Don't force yourself." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then I'll take my leave first." Zhuge Mingyang said with a smile and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang also turned and walked out of the cultivation room. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang's back, his eyes flickered. Ren Wushuang walked up and said in a low voice, "Feiyang, what are you guys talking about? You don't have to worry about this. Just focus on your cultivation." Qin Feiyang hurriedly left these words and opened the teleportation gate. He returned to Alchemy Room 701 and immediately entered the castle. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and the others and said, "You guys heard Zhuge Mingyang's words, right? Tell me what you think." Lu Hong pondered for a moment and said, "I feel that this might not be Zhuge Mingyang's idea, but the First Prince's." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and asked, "What do you mean?" "Back at the Fragrant Moon Inn, from what I saw, the First Prince actually had the idea of eliminating the other princes. But just as Zhuge Mingyang said, he had too many misgivings and did not dare to say it out loud. Therefore, Zhuge Mingyang's words were very likely the first prince's idea. Firstly, he wanted to use this to test your loyalty. After all, you just met him, so it's impossible for him to trust you 100%. Secondly, if the plan succeeds, he will reap all the benefits. But if it fails or the plan is exposed, you will be the scapegoat. He won't lose anything. After all, he never personally asked you to deal with the 13th prince. Lu Hong analyzed. Not bad. Just as I thought. But I think that this was not the first prince's idea, but Zhuge Mingyang's. Because the first prince's mind is simply unable to think of a plan that would satisfy both sides. But the first prince definitely knows. Qin Feiyang smiled. They're already scheming against you, and you're still smiling? Lu Hong furrowed her brows and said angrily. Fatso said, actually, this is a good thing for boss. A good thing? Lu Hong was puzzled. Think about it. What is boss's goal in coming to the imperial capital? He's here for revenge. Now that the first prince wants to kill, boss can borrow the first prince's hand to eliminate those people who are in the way. As for being the scapegoat, do you think boss will give them the chance? Fatso chuckled. So that's how it is. Lu Hong nodded in understanding. She then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, although Fatso's words make sense, murdering a prince is no small matter. You must be careful. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatso asked, oh right boss, who exactly are those siblings? Qin Feiyang said, Mu Qin Mu Shui. Impossible. Aren't they in the Forgotten Land? Hearing these two names, the expressions of Fatso and the others changed. I don't understand either. I don't understand even more. Why would they scheme against me? Qin Feiyang frowned. Back then in the Forgotten Land, we haven't even settled the score with them for informing the Pill Tower's pagoda master. Now they actually dare to provoke us again. Wolf King said coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. At that time, if it hadn't consumed the 9-chew yellow dragon pill at the critical moment and broken through to the War Emperor, they would have already been buried in the Forgotten Land. Qin Feiyang said, looks like when we have the chance, we'll have to make another trip to the Forgotten Land. I didn't get the heavenly thunder flame last time. I must get it next time. Fatso nodded. There were too many secrets hidden in the Forgotten Land. For example, that mysterious madam, what was her true identity? And that snow python, was she hiding at the bottom of the lake to protect the altar, or was there another reason? What was the background of the Mu Qing siblings? How did they leave the Forgotten Land and enter the 9 Netherworld Yellow Springs? Where was he now? There were too many questions that filled their hearts. In the next 3 days, Qin Feiyang and the others were cultivating in the castle. As for the disciples of the various martial marques, they would knock on the door every day, but in the end, they would return empty-handed. At the same time, in the next 3 days, the treasure pavilion auctioned off another 3 potential pills. The transaction price was not out of Qin Feiyang's expectations, it was 10 to 20 billion higher than the transaction price on the first day. And the 4 potential pills that Qin Feiyang had left behind had a total value of more than 800 billion. After deducting the cost of purchasing medicinal ingredients, Qin Feiyang could still earn around 300 billion. And on the morning of this day, Lin Dian came. Qin Feiyang closed the 6-word divine formula, lowered his head and pondered for a while, then turned to look at Lu Hong and said, go to the treasure pavilion and get the remaining gold coins, and ask Sun Dehai if he can find a grade 5 pill fire. Lu Hong nodded. After leaving the castle, she immediately opened a portal and left. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, and with a thought, the stone door slowly opened. Seeing Lin Dian walk in, Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, you're here so early, aren't you a bit too impatient? If it wasn't for the 13th prince, do you think I would want to come to this damned place? Tell me, what's your answer? Lin Dian snorted and said expressionlessly. Qin Feiyang said faintly, your attitude makes me very unhappy, so I don't want to talk to you. Send a message to the 13th prince, I want to talk to him face to face. You? Lin Dian glared at him. What? Do you have a problem with that? Do you believe that I won't throw you out? Qin Feiyang sneered. You win. Lin Dian gritted his teeth and glared at him, then took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. So, the 13th prince's figure appeared, and he smiled. Brother Qin, what do you think? Qin Feiyang said, I can help you, and I don't even need your prince's token, but I need a grade 5 alchemy fire. A grade 5 alchemy fire? The 13th prince frowned and shook his head. A grade 5 alchemy fire is not rare in the temple, but it's extremely rare outside. It won't be easy to find one. That's your problem. If you don't have a grade 5 alchemy fire, you can go to the general pavilion and compete with them for the potential pill. But I don't think you can compete with the other princes with your wealth. Qin Feiyang smiled. The 13th prince's face darkened. Can't you change your condition? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head without hesitation. The 13th prince was silent for a while, then he looked at Lin Dian and said, I remember that you have a grade 5 alchemy fire at home? Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at Lin Dian. What a coincidence. Fatso had heard that there were 5 martial marquises who each had a grade 5 alchemy fire. It seemed that Lin Dian's family was one of them. If that was the case, then he couldn't let it go. Lin Dian frowned and said, Your Highness, I do have a grade 5 alchemy fire at home, but it's in the treasury, and my grandfather is personally guarding the treasury. I'm afraid it's impossible for him to give it to me. The 13th prince raised his eyebrows and said, I don't care who's guarding it, you have to get it. Your Highness, aren't you making things difficult for me? You know my grandfather's temper. If you take the alchemy fire without his permission, you'll be beaten to death. Lin Dian said, looking a little angry. The 13th prince thought for a while and said, How about this? If he really blames you after this, I'll plead for you. After that, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Lin Dian took such a big risk, shouldn't you do something? Of course. As long as I get the alchemy fire, I'll immediately give him 10 potential pills. Qin Feiyang smiled. 10 pills. Lin Dian's body trembled, his eyes glowing green. One had to know. The price of the potential pills auctioned by the General Pavilion reached more than 200 billion. What was the concept of 10 potential pills? Of course. His family didn't lack this money. But the point was, he didn't dare to participate in the competition between the princes. So, no matter how many potential pills were auctioned by the General Pavilion, he wouldn't get a share. Chapter 707. Seeing that Lin Dian still had some concerns, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, If you miss this time, there won't be a next time. Lin Dian gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll think of a way to get the alchemy fire, but how do I know if you're lying to me? Qin Feiyang took out a potential pill and threw it to Lin Dian. He smiled and said, Is this enough sincerity? Lin Dian caught the potential pill. After confirming that there was no mistake, he said happily, It's enough, it's enough. The Crown Prince laughed and said, Brother Qin is indeed a straightforward person. Then let's meet outside the city tomorrow. Outside the city? Qin Feiyang stared blankly and asked in confusion, Why do we have to go outside the city? Opening the door of potential is not a small matter. Naturally, I have to find a secret place. That place is called the Black Dragon Pool. Only Lin Dian and I know about it. Lin Dian will tell you the coordinates. I'll see you tomorrow morning. After the 13th prince finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal. Lin Dian also put away the potential pill and said, Brother Qin, I was wrong in the past. I hope Brother Qin can forgive me. It's all in the past. Don't mention it again. Qin Feiyang smiled. Lin Dian said with shame, Brother Qin's magnanimity is really admirable. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Is the Black Dragon Pool far from the capital city? It's surrounded by barren hills. No one will come to disturb us. Lin Dian said. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then I'll go do my work. Goodbye. After Lin Dian gave the coordinates of the Black Dragon Pool to Qin Feiyang, he opened the portal and left. Outside the city, Black Dragon Pool, Qin Feiyang also lowered his head and pondered. He felt that there was something fishy about this. Wasn't it just opening the door of potential? Was there a need to go so far? Suddenly, he took out the image crystal and sent a message to Lu Hong. After a while, Lu Hong's image appeared. Qin Feiyang asked, "Did you ask Sun Dahai about a 5th grade pill fire?" Lu Hong said, "He's still busy. I haven't seen him yet." Qin Feiyang said, "Then don't ask about it later." But Lu Hong was stunned and looked at him in confusion. "We'll talk about it when we get back." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal and fell into deep thought again. About half an hour passed. Lu Hong finally returned and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang explained in detail that the 13th prince had invited him to meet outside the city. "Something's wrong," Lu Hong said immediately. "Tell me," Qin Feiyang said. "Think about it. The capital city is so big, and the imperial palace isn't small either. There must be a secret place. Even if he doesn't want to be disturbed, there's no need for him to go outside the city, right? I have a feeling that he wants to hide something by asking you out of the city." Lu Hong speculated. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "I think he wants to get rid of me after I've outlived my usefulness." "That's completely possible." Lu Hong nodded. After Qin Feiyang helped the 13th prince open the door of potential and enter the Master of War, the 13th prince would then turn hostile and kill Qin Feiyang. This way, no one would be able to refine the potential pill in the future. At that time, the other princes would not be able to get the potential pill and would not be able to open the door of potential. In the end, the throne would be in the 13th prince's bag. Because only he had opened the door of potential, the other princes had not, and the gap between them would only grow bigger. Who would be qualified to compete with him? None of these people are easy to deal with. Lu Hong sighed and said, "If the 13th prince really wants to deal with you, he will definitely set up an ambush. I think it's best if you don't go tomorrow." "I'm going," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong frowned and said, "You're going to die, do you know that?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly and said, "It's hard to say who will win tomorrow." "What do you mean?" Lu Hong was surprised. "Even if he doesn't attack me tomorrow, I will attack them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to give up looking for the rank 5 pill fire," Qin Feiyang said. "So that's what you think?" Lu Hong looked at him in disbelief. If the 13th prince and Lin Dian died outside, it would definitely cause a commotion. At that time, the emperor and Lin Dian's family would definitely send people to investigate the cause of death. And the rank 5 pill fire that Lin Dian took from his family was undoubtedly the only clue. If the emperor and the Lin family found out that they were also looking for the rank 5 pill fire, they would definitely come to interrogate them. At that time, even if they could find an excuse to avoid it, they would definitely be monitored in the future. After thinking this through, Lu Hong shook her head and smiled. "You're starting to plan now, you're really good." "Not enough, I need to talk to Zhuge Mingyang." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took Lu Hong to the castle. Early the next morning, a young man in white appeared out of thin air in front of the door of the general pavilion. When a staff member saw the young man, his eyes suddenly lit up and ran up to him with a flattering smile. "Mr. Qin, welcome to the general pavilion." "Mr. Qin? Is that Qin Feiyang?" The other staff members, as well as the customers trading in the treasure pavilion, all looked at the young man in white. "It's really Qin Feiyang. Brother Qin, my name is Theta Wang. Nice to meet you." "Brother Qin, I'm Li Ba. May I have the honor of buying you a drink?" In an instant, everyone rushed toward Qin Feiyang. This person was indeed Qin Feiyang. Since the incident at the Fragrant Moon brothel, the people in the capital basically knew what Qin Feiyang looked like. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd around him and smiled. "Everyone, I still have something to do. We'll meet again in the future. Please step aside." The staff member who first recognized Qin Feiyang said, "Yes, yes, yes, don't block Mr. Qin's way." The crowd in front had to disperse in disappointment. "Mr. Qin, I heard that you're an alchemist. Are you here to buy any medicinal materials?" The staff member asked while ushering Qin Feiyang into the general pavilion. "I do want to buy some medicinal materials, and also go to the auction house to see if I can find any treasures." Qin Feiyang smiled. The staff member said, "I see, then I'll take you directly to the auction house." Qin Feiyang nodded. "So, Qin Feiyang entered a separate VIP room. The VIP room was about 100 feet long. It wasn't very big, and one could clearly see the auction house below. At this time, the auction hadn't started yet, and there weren't many people in the auction house. Qin Feiyang sat on the chair and said with a smile, "Go tell Sun Dehai to come and sit with me when he's free." The staff member responded, then turned and trotted out. "Hee, this is a rare opportunity. Fat Lord must squander like crazy today." When the staff member ran out of the VIP room and closed the door, Qin Feiyang, who was sitting on the chair, immediately revealed a trace of a smile. He even called himself Fat Lord. Obviously, this Qin Feiyang wasn't the real Qin Feiyang, but Fatso in disguise. As for Qin Feiyang himself, he had already gone to the Black Dragon Pool. Black Dragon Pool. It was a small pool, but it was very deep. The water of the pool was also eerily black. It was said that a black dragon once lived here, which was why it was called the Black Dragon Pool. At this time, Lin Dian and the 13th prince were already waiting by the Black Dragon Pool. Lin Dian held a metal box in his hand. It was the size of a palm, as black as ink, and exuded an ancient aura. He looked at the metal box and asked reluctantly, "Your Highness, are you really going to give him the alchemy fire?" Naive. A grade 5 alchemy fire is priceless. Why would I give it to him? The 13th prince sneered. Lin Dian immediately raised his head and looked at the 13th prince in surprise. "Just watch. When he helps me open the door of potential and step into the Master of War, it will be the time of his death." The 13th prince's eyes flashed with killing intent. "I see," Lin Dian muttered as a trace of coldness crept up his eyes. At this time, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. Sensing Qin Feiyang's aura, the 13th prince and the 13th prince immediately covered up their killing intent and replaced it with a friendly look. But even if they covered it up in time, Qin Feiyang still caught a glimpse of it. He sneered inwardly and landed by the pool. Standing opposite the two, he smiled and asked, "Where's the alchemy fire?" The 13th prince said, "Lin Dian, give it to him." Lin Dian immediately walked in front of Qin Feiyang and handed over the metal box in his hand. Qin Feiyang took the metal box and opened it. A terrifyingly high temperature immediately surged out. The alchemy fire lay quietly in the metal box. It was the size of a baby's fist, dark green in color, and emitted an obscure aura. Looking at the alchemy fire, Qin Feiyang was secretly delighted. Because the alchemy fire was in a state of awakening, it meant that it was ownerless and could be devoured by the netherworld demonic flame immediately. After calming down, Qin Feiyang closed the metal box and looked at Lin Dian. "Didn't you say that your grandfather personally guarded the treasury? How did you get it?" Lin Dian said, "Don't worry about that. Give me the remaining 9 potential pills." Qin Feiyang said, "I want to know the key." "You're so annoying," Lin Dian said angrily. The 13th prince smiled. "Just tell him. I'm also very curious." Lin Dian frowned and said, "My grandfather likes to drink, so I found a jar of good wine and tricked him into taking it away." Qin Feiyang said, "So your grandfather doesn't know that you took the alchemy fire?" Lin Dian nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked again, "What about the potential pill I gave you yesterday?" Lin Dian said, "It's still here." Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Why didn't you take it? Can you not talk so much nonsense? Hurry up." Lin Dian was a little angry. "Okay, I'll give it to you right away." Qin Feiyang smiled and put away the metal box, then put his hand into his chest. Suddenly, killing intent surged in his eyes. At the same time, he pulled out his big hand from his chest. However, it was not the potential pill in his hand, but the Chang Shui. How could Lin Dian have expected such a change? Qin Feiyang held pale snow in his hand and directly pierced his heart with a saber. Lin Dian could not help but scream in pain. If you had taken that potential pill yesterday, you could have had a taste of opening the door of potential before you died. Unfortunately, you don't have the chance now. Qin Feiyang laughed and pulled out the Chang Shui. An arrow of blood spurted out from Lin Dian's heart. "You?" Lin Dian raised his hand and pointed angrily at Qin Feiyang. However, Before he could say anything, Qin Feiyang raised his arm again. The Chang Shui was like a graceful swan, instantly cutting off Lin Dian's throat. Immediately, Lin Dian covered his neck and stared at Qin Feiyang with hatred, then fell backward. Chapter 708. Seeing this, the 13th prince was dumbfounded. Lin Dian had been killed? Suddenly, he looked up at Qin Feiyang and roared, "Do you know what you're doing?" "Of course I know. I also know what you're trying to do." Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. The 13th prince's heart skipped a beat. Qin Feiyang said, "If I'm not wrong, there should be other people hiding nearby, right?" "You," the 13th prince looked at him in disbelief. "Looks like I'm right. Tell them to come out. They're the guards of the princes. Don't you think it's embarrassing to hide?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "Ha, Qin Feiyang, oh Qin Feiyang, I like you more and more. If you follow me, you won't have to worry about anything. Unfortunately, you've chosen a path of no return." The 13th prince laughed out loud, and his face was filled with disdain. Don't. Before he finished speaking, the calm black dragon pool suddenly splashed water everywhere. 2 burly men jumped out of the water and landed behind the 13th prince. Both of them were tall, and their upper bodies were exposed. Their bronze chest muscles were filled with explosive power. "You're indeed the 13th prince's men." Qin Feiyang looked at the two with a gloomy gaze. Whether it was their figure or aura, they were exactly the same as the 2 black-robed men in the fragrant moon brothel. The 2 didn't speak, but their faces were cold. "I really can't bear to kill you. Follow me. When I become the emperor, I promise to make you the imperial advisor of the great Qin Empire. At that time, you'll be second only to one and above all." "How impressive will that be?" the 13th prince said in high spirits. He felt as if the emperor's throne was already in his bag. "Second only to one and above all," Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "I can't refuse such tempting conditions." "Then agree. Because only by agreeing can you keep your life and have everything." The 13th prince chuckled. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 2 men and asked with a smile, "Are you so confident that you can kill me? These 2 guards of mine are both from the 9 Stars War sect. What do you think?" The 13th prince joked. 9 Stars War sect. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. Sure enough, they were 2 terrifying experts. However, he had come prepared. "Brother Zhuge, come out." Following his words, a short mountain behind him collapsed, causing a cloud of dust to rise into the air. Zhuge Mingyang dashed out of the dust cloud along with a piercing sound and landed beside Qin Feiyang like a lightning bolt. "Zhuge Mingyang." The 13th prince's expression changed. The 2 guards also turned pale with fright. Why is Zhuge Mingyang here? Could it be that Qin Feiyang had already submitted to the first prince? "Your Highness, sorry for the offense." Zhuge Mingyang cupped his hands and smiled. His aura erupted as he took a step towards the 13th prince. He directly attacked, straightforward and nimble. "How dare you!" The 2 guards were furious as they stood in front of the 13th prince. Their auras surged and shook the mountains and rivers. Seeing this, Zhuge Mingyang's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, "Brother Qin, I'll take care of these 2. As for the 13th prince, I'll leave it to you." Following that, he waved his hand and a golden battle chi roared out. It forcefully swept away the 2 burly men and disappeared into the horizon like lightning. "So strong," Qin Feiyang muttered. Judging from his aura, Zhuge Mingyang was also a 9 Stars War sect, but his battle strength was much stronger than the 2 burly men, as expected of the number 1 genius of the imperial capital. And Zhuge Mingyang's intention was also quite obvious. With his strength, he was completely capable of killing the 3 of them. There was no need for him to take the 2 burly men away. He did this because he wanted Qin Feiyang to kill the 13th prince with his own hands. In this way, Qin Feiyang would have no choice but to accompany the first prince to the end. Of course, Qin Feiyang didn't care about any of this. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the 13th prince, only to see that the 13th prince's face was filled with panic. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "You didn't expect Zhuge Mingyang to appear, did you?" "You," The 13th prince looked at Qin Feiyang in panic. His throat seemed to be blocked by something and he couldn't say what he wanted to say for a long time. Qin Feiyang said, "You want to ask why we're working together?" The 13th prince nodded. "Let me show you something and you'll know." Qin Feiyang took out the crown prince's token. The crown prince's token. Seeing this, the 13th prince's body trembled. He finally understood. As expected, Qin Feiyang had already sided with the first prince. Qin Feiyang put away the crown prince's token and shook his head with a smile. "I have to say that you're really stupid. Why don't you think about it? Since I already knew your intentions, why would I come to see you unprepared?" Qin Feiyang said as he walked towards the 13th prince. "What do you want to do?" The 13th prince stepped back in fear. "You still don't understand? Of course I'm going to kill you for the first prince," Qin Feiyang said. "How dare you?" The 13th prince shouted angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I've already killed Lin Dian, the son of a marquis. It's not a big deal to kill another prince." The 13th prince's body trembled and he hurriedly said, "Qin Feiyang, let's talk nicely. Doing this will only benefit my brother. It won't do you any good." "But?" Qin Feiyang asked. The 13th prince said anxiously, "Think about it. You've been in the limelight for the past few days. If I'm killed now, my father will think of you sooner or later and send people to investigate you," Qin Feiyang said. "It's fine. I've already arranged everything. Now everyone in the first district knows that I'm at the main pavilion's auction house." "What do you mean?" The 13th prince was surprised. "Before I came, I asked Fatso to disguise himself as me and enter the main pavilion. So, even if the emperor investigates, there will be countless people who can testify for me," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The 13th prince was extremely shocked. He had actually arranged everything in advance. This person's mind was too terrifying. Qin Feiyang said, "Any last words?" "You can't kill me, because you're offending your superior. When this matter is exposed, you will die without a complete corpse," the 13th prince roared. "When that day comes, it's hard to say who will live and who will die," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. "Murdering the current prince is an unforgivable crime. You're a madman." The 13th prince was completely terrified. He turned around and ran like crazy. Boom! Qin Feiyang released his aura, and the 13th prince was immediately imprisoned in the air. He walked step by step, and the 13th prince fell into the abyss of despair. Finally, Qin Feiyang stopped in front of the 13th prince. At this moment, the 13th prince was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. The stench assailed his nostrils, and his face was pale. Qin Feiyang said, "If you don't have any last words, I'll tell you a secret." "What secret?" the 13th prince asked in a trembling voice. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and whispered a few words into the 13th prince's ear. "What?" The 13th prince was shocked. He muttered in his heart, "How is this possible?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Brother 13, you didn't expect that I would come back one day, did you?" "No way, you're lying. This is impossible." The 13th prince stared at Qin Feiyang and shook his head like a madman. "Nothing is impossible in this world. I came back for revenge. I want our father to regret it for the rest of his life. So, you won't be lonely in the Yellow Springs. Because soon, others will accompany you." Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he grabbed the 13th prince's throat. "Fourth brother, for the sake of our brotherhood, I beg you not to kill me. I can help you take revenge," the 13th prince shouted in panic. But his throat was stuck, and his voice was weak and hoarse. "Do you still have brotherly love in your eyes? When you learned that my cultivation was destroyed and I was kicked out of the imperial palace, you were all celebrating, right?" Qin Feiyang smiled sinisterly. He exerted force with his 5 fingers and broke the 13th prince's neck. Arg! The 13th prince screamed and died on the spot. Qin Feiyang loosened his grip and the 13th prince fell to the ground. Looking at the 13th prince's body, there was a trace of pain in his eyes. It wasn't because of the 13th prince's death. It was because he remembered what happened more than 10 years ago and the pain and despair he suffered in the 5 years in the Iron Ox town. Boom. Crack. In the distance, the sound of battle was endless. But Qin Feiyang didn't seem to hear it. After a while, the sound of battle finally stopped. Zhuge Mingyang carried the 2 corpses as he flew through the air and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He sized up the 13th prince and Lin Dian's corpses and remained silent for a moment. After a while, he threw the 2 bodies next to the 13th prince and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder. "Don't worry. No one will know." "Do I look like I'm worried?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Seeing the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, Zhuge Mingyang couldn't help but laugh. Then he opened a portal and said, "I'm going to report this to the first prince. Don't stay here for too long." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "What do you want to do with their bodies?" "I'll throw them out of the city and let the people from the imperial palace and the Lin family collect their bodies. After all, one of them is a prince and the other is the son of a marquis. We can't just leave their bodies in the wilderness." Zhuge Mingyang smiled. Then, with the 4 corpses, he stepped into the teleportation gate and disappeared. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the portal that disappeared. His eyes gradually became fierce. No one in this world liked to be played in the palm of another's hand. The first prince and Zhuge Mingyang had schemed against him so many times that he wanted to kill them. Tap, tap. At this moment, the sound of steady and powerful footsteps could be heard coming from the nearby forest. It was Lu Xingchen. Qin Feiyang seemed to have known about Lu Xingchen's appearance and wasn't surprised at all. Lu Xingchen walked to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "It's imperative to get rid of the first prince, but he must be the last one." "I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Is there anyone else hiding nearby?" "No, only Zhuge Mingyang came," Yi Futian said. Lu Xingchen said. In fact, Lu Xingchen had been hiding nearby for a long time and had been instructed by Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was worried that the first prince would do the same thing as the 13th prince and get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. Lu Xingchen might not be as strong as Zhuge Mingyang, but he had a spatial divine item that could move and save him at a critical moment.